Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 204th rowing of the Royal St. John's Regatta from the oldest city in North America and now the oldest sporting event in North America. This is the tropical island of Newfoundland, and I'm Steve Callahan, and this is Amanda Hancock, and we are incredibly blessed that you're here with us this morning. Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning, Steve. So nice to meet you.
I know, it was like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, it's live TV all day.
This is a historic day, and we are so incredibly excited here to kick this off. It's been a long time waiting, but now not only that, we have so much hype. We have this little delay yesterday to just kind of boost this up even a little bit more for you, those of you at home. But now we're ready to go with so much excitement, and then we have a day filled with history. Day filled with history, and you know that's something that we've been waiting for so long.
Every regatta day is special. I'm always so excited when it's the first Wednesday in August, or on this case, this is the first Thursday in August. Everyone is special for its own reason, but this year is extra special. It's the 204th Platinum Jubilee Regatta. Yeah. So oldest running sporting event, especially in Newfoundland and certainly in North America. And today we're breaking down some gender barriers.
Yeah, we are.
I'm sure you've heard, but it's going to be the first time that women will officially row the long course. And also this year, men had the option to row in the short course. So this is brand new format. I can't wait. We're going to talk to Ashley Peach and Noelle from the Regatta Committee, and they're going to tell us everything that went on behind the scenes to make these changes happen, because after 200 years of doing something the same way,
well, you'd think we'd have a little change there, you know?
And it's kind of hard to envision things differently. Yeah. So I'm really excited to see how today plays out.
You know, that some of the conversations I had just yesterday, you know, and we tiptoe things around the gender changes in the sense of how this race will play out. You know, I look for things like, you know, strength and time and size and how all this is going to play out in the dynamics of rowing, and I'm excited to see that.
Me too.
And how it goes, especially when we're talking about the change in distance and those things. So I think it's just going to be a very historic day today, not only from the sense of a community coming back together. You know, the sun rises the earliest in the east, and here we are, and you know, typically we say good morning to the world before anybody else does, and I think this is going to be for us a chance to really open up the world again and really emphasize that and bring the community together, not only along pondside, but even with regards to the change in the race and the rowers. I have so much admiration for the rowers and the commitment that they make.
Definitely. And for as far as the race schedule goes, there's 18 regularly scheduled races, 2 championship races, and it's exciting because we've got the High Flow Hydraulic women's team who've won 2 years in a row now, because there was no regatta in 2020 due to COVID. They didn't row that year, but they are looking for the 3rd jewel of the Triple Crown today after they won Placentia and Harbor Grace. And on the men's side, the favorites going in are our counterparts over here looking at their truck is the NTV men's crew. So they won the championship race last year on the men's side, and they're going to be looking to take that again tonight. So that's just, you know, the championship race highlights, and we've got a whole day of racing to look forward to before we get to those championship races.
It's incredible to see the family connections too, and I love that. I love to see that the commitments that they make as a family. We see so many stories. You know, even just this morning, I just talking to a couple of rowers that normally would be putting in time. You know, just spoke to James Cadigan, and you know he's excited here just to watch his wife row, and you know, down with their new baby, and just all the, you know, it's not something you just do by yourself.
Speaking of new babies, on the shot here we have the Robothan, Mackay, Marshall crew warming up for the first women's race of the day. So to give people from home a sense, the women in the first race, which starts at 8 a.m., the Sobeys Amateur Senior Women will come down here. Oh, there's something going by a pole, I guess. So they come down and get out to do their warm-up. Want to have, you know, you don't want to be going into that race cold, especially on the half course, the 1,250 meters. You want to have a good warm up, so you should be sweating and out of breath before you take your first stroke in the race. So that's what these girls are doing out here now.
They're getting prepped for that. You know, how do you manage all the emotions, especially when it's throughout the day? Then you have that delay in that. I mean,
goodness.
you've rowed and you've been a big part of your life. How do you manage those emotions?
Do you know, it's funny because as a rower, every rower I talked to yesterday, it was a sigh of relief that they had one extra day, because the period leading up to the regatta is very busy.
Yeah.
You know, you're trying to get your last workouts in, you're making sure your race plan's ready, you've said thank you to your sponsor, all your friends and family, you know, your arrangements are made. But I think a lot of people kind of breathed a sigh of relief to have the regatta pushed one day, but probably just as many people, especially those on George Street, and especially those looking for their holiday from work, who were not as thrilled to see the regatta postponed. But it certainly has added to the building excitement here today. Tons of emotions. And that's why it's good to get out and do the warm-up, so you can just breathe and talk to yourself, do the self-talk like it's any other day, any other practice.
Yeah,
so
that extra day has got to be something, because again, the energy just feels really different here today. As soon as we walk down here, people are alive. It's incredible, and I can only imagine when we have 50,000 people walk pondside today, what it's just going to be like. It's going to be incredible, and it is so exciting to see. And that a little bit a day gives you that second opportunity to play a little bit of regatta roulette. And if that was you,
our sympathies are with you.
Yeah, maybe not on 2 days in a row though.
That's right.
We can bear with one day, but that second day when you were rolling the dice, I don't know. I think that was a little risky.
So as for weather conditions, it's pretty decent pond. I mean, the flags are hanging straight, so there's not a lot of wind. As a rower, this is what we always look for. It's a little overcast.
Yeah.
I don't think it feels like rain, do you?
No, it was a little misty early this morning, and I understand
drizzly.
that can be a little difficult if it's raining and stuff like that.
Yes,
right?
because if it's raining, the handle gets wet and it's hard to grip the oars.
Yeah.
But it's dry and it's not too windy, and it's supposed to clear off. I think it's supposed to get a little brighter.
Yeah, no, we're going to have a real good sunny day, and it's supposed to be like that ideal rowing conditions. And I think it's just breaking right at the right time. It's just like there's so many things in play here, and looks like again it's going to kick off real soon, and it's going to be real good.
And I think we have some thank yous to throw out here to from the chairs we're sitting on to who'll be feeding us at lunch.
Yeah.
So first of all, we want to say a big thank you to the Spirit of Newfoundland and Labrador for the catering that they will be providing to Rogers today. Very kind of them. They've done this before in years past, always making sure we get through the day well fueled with good nutritious lunch and supper. I won't be back for supper because I got a flight to catch, but it's certainly a long day for not only us, the announcers, but all the committee and all the volunteers that make this possible.
We've got tickets on a barbecue here today, donated from Home Depot. It's going to be fantastic, so we want you to go online with that and get your ballots in for that beautiful barbecue. It's been an incredible summer of weather, so that will certainly accent things off for you. And you can also stop by. We've got a little place just up the road where you can get an in-person ballot as well. Top of the pond. Top of the pond.
Top of the morning.
Top of the pond.
And also these beautiful tables and chairs that we're sitting on. Huge thank you to Leon's for supplying these tables and chairs, because you know, when you're standing here all day, it can get very tiring. So Steve and I are very grateful to have this beautiful table and chair set to sit on. So thank you, Leon's, for that.
I can't promise you that they're going to be here at the end of the day.
Or he might be on top of them.
I might be snagging me a few new chairs from the Leon's Furniture.
And I believe we also have a big thank you to say to Steel Hotels.
Yep.
So Rogers is a community-based volunteer organization, and they put up their people from out of town, the folks out of town are staying at Steel Hotels. So we've got the Jag, the Capitol Hotel, the accommodations provided by Steel Hotels. So big thanks to them for supporting the Rogers crew to get us through not only the Wednesday, but this Thursday, Regatta Day.
Yeah, no, it's going to be good. Thank you again to all those sponsors, and we're certainly blessed to have you on board with us. Like that, on board.
On board.
Like,
see, he's making the transition from hockey, right? He'll be a rower by the end of the day.
I'd be, if this pond was frozen, I'd be an expert. But
Do you want to tell them a bit about your background and what you bring to?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, a lot of people will know from the hockey perspective, and joining in the winter time. I'd much rather the warmth here, though. I'm more better to be. I love ponds. I'm beaches. Give me some flip-flops, and I'm loving this. So I'd much rather be sitting next to you. No offense, Bill, but next to you and enjoying this today. So.
And I, on the other hand, have never held a hockey stick. You know, when I was younger, and my older brother and neighbors would play street hockey, they'd stick me in the net and shoot the ball at me, but I've never done the ice hockey version. So, you know, we're going to work together today.
Yeah. It's great. Ladies are out there.
Yeah, I believe that is it the Atlantic Towing or First General? I think it's Atlantic Towing. Yes, yeah, that's the Atlantic Towing group, just out for a warm-up there. Before the first race kicking off at 8 a.m., the Sobeys Amateur Senior Women's Race. The race record, I'm just going to do a little self-promo here, Steve, but the race record for this race is also the course record set by the M5 crew in 2018, which I am proudly was a member of. So the record for there was 4:56.1. So I know that the High Flow Hydraulic Limited Women's crew on Stake 1, rowing in the Miss Tubular, have had a wildly successful 3 years. And they were champions in Placentia Regatta, champions in the Harbor Grace Regatta. So not only will they be seeking the third jewel of the Triple Crown of Rowing to take the championship race, but they're also looking to put down a very fast time here this morning. So we've seen what these women are capable of. They rowed 5 minutes flat in Placentia, 5:00, and a couple years ago, they posted a time of 4:54 in Placentia. So they are absolutely capable of going under that 5-minute mark. Will they do it here this morning? I'm not sure. So I'm talking about the High Flow Hydraulic. They're on Stake 1. This isn't who's in the shot here now, but just to kind of give you a bit of background about the crews in this race.
Their times are just getting better and better every time that they're rowing and coming out here. I mean, I've been just watching that myself, and you know, this is a real possibility that they hit under 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna be biting my nails probably to see, because of course, as a record holder, it's bittersweet to see those records fall, because it means that the sport is progressing, people are getting better, but it also means your moment in the spotlight is temporarily coming to a close. But you know, I can deal with that. And then the other crews we have here on Stake 2, the Cal Group.
Yep.
So most of these Cal Group have rowed together in some form for many years. They have one new member joining them this year, Hannah Burton, who has previous rowing experience, but this will be her first year with the Cal Group. And just playing musical chairs here in the background. And coxswain Haley Ivany is also back with the Cal Senior Women's crew after a few years of taking time off to do development crews and not quite in the competitive spotlight of the women's rowing. So we'll see Haley back here. Also another seasoned coxswain who has many championships under her belt. Terry? So I guess we have Noelle who's joined us on the desk, but okay, so welcome, Noelle.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So can you tell us a little bit about your role with the Regatta Committee?
Sure. I'm the current president of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee. Committee member since 2009, and the last year I was vice president and captain of the course. Unfortunately, I didn't get to experience this giant festival under my watch, but for this year I'll be very excited.
So we're not only making history this year because the women are rowing the longer course, but with yourself as president and also Ashley Peach as a vice president, this is another element of why this regatta is so special. Is that right?
I personally think so. It's,
me too. So does Steve.
Good, excellent, thank you. It's the very first time that the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee has had a female president and female vice president team at the same time.
It's excellent. And how has that been for you guys?
Oh, she's amazing to work with. I love Ashley. We're very compatible with what we want to do, and I think we've shown that we can work really quickly together.
Absolutely.
So I think it's going to be a fantastic 2 years.
Yeah, so this is the first year of your 2-year term, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so what can we look forward to here today?
Today, well, of course, we're back to normal, so you'll see the buzz around the lake, same as I'll call it 2019. So thankfully, it's fantastic already to see everybody start to gather around. And so for today, I think the major excitement is going to be the long course. I think we've got a lot of supporters coming out for that. So around 10:50, I think,
10:50
is probably the peak of our excitement at the lake until the championship races, of course.
Yep.
But I think it's going to be a good day.
I think it's going to be a great day.
Noelle, we've got an incredible opportunity here now to, again, reopen things up, reopen the energy around not only just the community, but I think around the world. That must be something special to you as well, just to be a part of that. Not only are we making changes to the race and the racing history and those things, but just being a part of the opening up things, opening up the energy, bringing community back to life. It must be something I'm very proud of.
Oh, absolutely. It's such a relief, to be honest. Being involved in the last 2 years, never in my life would I have ever thought I'd cancel a regatta. So unfortunately, that was under my watch as well. So, and then last year, of course, we only had our races and we had no concessionaires and no crowd. So I think just being able to get back to what we all know as normal and feel as normal, but it's so much more exciting this year for some reason. It just really has that air of electricity. And
yeah, I could feel that too. Like, I mean, I could feel that just today. Like, and we're going to touch on that so much throughout the day as it envelops. Is that energy and that excitement? It really feels like. And I know we've had some concerts, and I know we've had some things and open up and some festivals and things like that. But this really feels like the one that's really saying that we're turning the corner here now, and the world as we know it is kind of back to what made it's the smiles, it's the seeing the people around around Pondside that are now we see the faces and the smiling and things. That's what excites me, and I think that's something that must be, again, so proud that for you to be a part of.
Yeah, 100%.
You also have a little person rowing today, is that correct?
I do. She's 10 and she's rowing in her first regatta. It's okay. Rowing in her first regatta today, and of course that just makes today a little extra special for me. So yeah, she's.
Is she in the junior category or intermediate?
She's squirt. She just turned 10.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and there's actually a 9-year-old on her team, not quite 10 yet. So I think they're probably the youngest on the pond.
So the squirt category must have been a big consideration for yesterday's postponement, because the winds, I know they weren't too high in the morning, but certainly in the afternoon and the evening, it was windy.
It was. It did pick up, and really the gusts were the big issue. But of course, we want a great pond for our experienced rowers, but we also need a safe pond for those who are a bit younger. The squirts, if it's too dangerous, we can't put them out. So absolutely a consideration for yesterday, yeah.
And there were also some downpours, so not only did we save the squirts from rowing in wind, but probably the concessionaires will have a better day today.
Absolutely. And it's been 2 years since we've had our concessionaires, and we owe it to them too to have a great day, and to just be able to come down as general public to have a great day. I think today, unfortunately, it's hard to call a day off yesterday, but today I think is the right day.
I think so too, and I know a lot of rowers were breathing a sigh of relief for an extra day.
Yeah.
Some of them were, but I guess, like we were saying, the roulette and the seekers of a day off, maybe less so.
Maybe a little bit less. I know for the committee, for our perspective, we've got everything ready for yesterday. So I actually got to sleep a little bit. It was kind of nice. Yeah.
So what time do you start your day here on this regatta day?
So between myself and Ashley and a couple of others, we'll call them council, as a past presidents, will show up at about 4:45.
Oh my!
Yeah, and we kind of have a look at the pond. We have our chat. We do a little bit of council, and then Ashley will bring the recommendation into the committee. And then by 5:30 we have our meeting.
And did she say this morning it was a unanimous decision?
It was. Yeah,
Excellent.
this morning was definitely a go.
That's got to be nice, because if it was, people were divided, it would make a hard decision, what's already a hard decision,
Right.
even more difficult. So.
Absolutely. No, it's never an easy decision, especially when it comes to, and we know the impact that it has on the community as well. So stores don't know if they're going to work, So that's a really actually unique pressure to have on our shoulders.
Yeah, well, it's the pressure that you're handling very well. You've got many people who are admiring the job you're doing. Your cousin Mitchell was writing me yesterday saying how proud he is of you.
Well, I'm very proud of him as well, championship rower.
Yeah, actually he said they're rowing in the Henley Regatta in Ontario this week, which is, you know, we have our regatta here.
The Royal.
The other Royal Regatta happening here in Canada this first week of August.
Yep.
So,
is there a time today that you're going to get the chance to relax and enjoy this as not only that, as just a fan of it itself?
I think as soon as that first race gun goes, my heart will slow down a little bit. And I think then I'll be able to kind of walk the pond, enjoy, and see all the smiling faces. You know, you can really see everybody's tradition, their own personal tradition, in their eyes when you see their smile. Yeah. So I'm excited for this morning.
Smiles tell the story.
They do.
We're so thankful for you to just stop by this morning and you know, especially during a real busy time, and help us kick off our day too.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
Thanks so much.
We'll be right back after this little message.
To advise the crews that
It all started when I racked up some serious debt. Interest payments were going up, creditors were calling. Janes and Noseworthy came up with a plan. Knowing that the phone was going to stop ringing and that I was not in this alone was a huge relief. Bankruptcy or a consumer proposal or whatever help you get is not the end. It's just the beginning. A chance to start again with knowledge and support and people in your corner. Are you ready? Get out of debt. It's okay.
Learn more about Leah's story at janesnoseworthy.ca.
Focused on quality and convenience, there isn't much you won't find at Marie's Mini Mart. Home-style breads, sandwiches, plus a variety of artisan breads and delicious single-serve desserts available exclusively at our Frecker Drive location. Marie's Mini Mart, with 25 locations wherever you go, there we are.
Hello, I'm Lloydetta Quaco. I'm here at the rooms where we just finished recording a Sharing Our Culture series. This is a place where you get to meet amazing individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds who are making significant contributions to the social, cultural, and economic development of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Hi, I'm Carl Wells, getting ready to record another edition of Carl Wells Point to Point. It's a program where I chat with members of our community and they talk candidly about their lives and careers, from their earliest dreams to their greatest triumphs. I think you'll find it informative and entertaining. Please join us for Carl Wells Point to Point, right here on Rogers TV.
I'm Amanda Hancock, and we're joined now with Ashley Peach, Vice President, Captain of the Course, and Vice President of Royal St. John's Regatta, correct?
Yes, thank you so much for having me here this morning.
Thank you for being here this morning. So tell us about how the day started for you and how you're bringing things together for us.
Certainly, it was a bright and early start to the day. Well, it was actually still dark at around 4:45 when we made it here this morning. The committee met at 5:30 and we voted, well, I reviewed the weather forecast for today and then we voted on a go or no go. And then I was down here bright and early on the podium making the announcement to start the day.
And again, we heard a little earlier that it was unanimous and everybody was ready to go. And that's got to be a little bit of relief, obviously. And then that's when the excitement kicks in and we get things rowing.
Yes, certainly.
He's a transplant from the hockey world, so we'll make some allowances.
I'm sliding him in all day.
That's good.
So, Peach, yesterday you had to do the difficult job of coming on and making the announcement to postpone. How was that for you?
That was so hard. Everyone wants the regatta to go ahead on the first Wednesday in August. But when we were reviewing the forecast, the weather, the winds, typically a southwest wind here in St. John's on Kitty Bitty Lake doesn't lead for favorable rowing conditions. So certainly, as well as the humidex as well, which has been a big thing in the past couple of weeks here. Yeah. So today the winds are much lower. And the wind gusts are only predicted to go right now up until it looks like 11, 12 kilometers an hour. So
which as a rower is ideal wind conditions, right?
That is the most favorable, yes, for sure.
And I have the Verso girls are looking at different wind models, and they're saying that, you know, different forecasts are calling for wind from different directions, but all of the forecast models are saying they will be low. So low winds is favorable, good for our Thursday regatta.
And the decisions, they don't come lightly. I mean, here we are, again, opening back up and being exciting that night. But not only that, just huge tourism and opportunities here that coincide with the regatta. I mean, we have Come Home Year 2022, and here we are now. This is probably the pinnacle. This is the largest garden party in the world, but we'll say North America. We'll steal that one for now. And again, that just has so much pressure to go along with it too, because you want it to go well.
Yes, for sure. There's lots of people who plan their return to Newfoundland St. John's regarding the Royal St. John's Regatta. So certainly it's never a light decision. And I know we were delayed last year as well by a day, so hopefully next year I'll be able to call one for the first Wednesday in August.
I think maybe it's just you.
Well, Noel had it last year, so.
Well, for anybody that rolled the dice on a little bit of regatta roulette, they welcome that little extra day too. So, like,
things always work out as they should, because you know what, Steve, I wouldn't have got to meet you.
That's right.
We had a different hosting team scheduled for yesterday.
Yep.
Also, I know at least one of the rowers had to change flights around. Up in the first race here, we have the Cal group, and I know Jennifer Kryzak, the #1 seed in that boat, she had to reschedule a flight, and I'm sure she wasn't the only one, right? So many people shifting their schedules around so they can be here with us today. So what else should people look out for today?
Certainly lots of excellent races today. Everyone has been training so much, likely since January, and if not some even well into the fall of 2021. Certainly there's excellent vendors. It's so exciting to have vendors and concessionaires back down on Lakeside. We certainly missed it last year, but it was for the best for all public health safety measures. So we are certainly welcoming everybody back down to the pond and spectators, so it will be a great day.
And we not only have spectators Lakeside, people are viewing this broadcast around the world. I just got my first message from Australia, from John Smythe. So we have former rowers, or anyone who's affiliated with the regatta, the first Wednesday in August, no matter where you are in the world, you know it's going down. So you're just got your eye turned to home, and you want to see what's happening on the lake. If it's a go or no go, they make the call. Robatha Mackay Marshall make the call, and
yes, we welcome that new sponsor this year. It was a great addition to our Thursday.
We have some new sponsors coming on for the race trophies. Is that correct?
Yes, this year for the women's long course. I believe it's titled the OzFM Women's Alumni Crew, have all donated the trophy for the women's long course. So certainly that is very exciting and well appreciated on the behalf of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee.
And they are it was the 2018 OzFM crew, because both you and I are OzFM alumni too, but it was the 2018 crew specifically. And again, we see women supporting women, so nice. That Oz crew that held the record for so long, they took it upon themselves to step up, create a trophy, and give a named prize to the women's first running of the long course for the women. So it's super exciting to see that here today. And we talked to Noelle about how she and her are the first female co-president or president and vice president team. So how has that been for you?
Yes, that was certainly very exciting for us. I've been involved with the committee since 2015, so I was getting a lay and an understanding of how all the regatta works. So I was quite excited when I was able to, well, really when the committee members asked if I would be interested in, so it worked out well for me personally this time.
So this is not only are you coming on to make the announcement, you know, Regatta and Mackay Marshall make the call, there's a lot of work leading up to this. So, for example, you were also live online doing the boat draws for after time trials, is that right?
Yes, so the way it works is we host our time trials. I believe we had it on Saturday. Oh, I can't even remember the date.
July.
It was in July. I don't even know anymore. It was a few weeks ago. And so this is how we slate crews out on the stakes. So, and we go by the fastest times. So then on, for example, stake 1 would be where your fastest boat is coming out of time trials. And so they get to pick they get to select their first boat for that race.
So that's how it works. In every race, we see the seeding based on time trials with the fastest crew in stake 1 and moving progressively over to the slowest time from time trials on stake 5. But the boat is selected by the crew.
Yes.
You got that, Steve?
I got it.
But it changes up a little bit now, championship race.
And what happens in the championship race? Tell us about that.
So in the championship races, individuals get to pick their stakes. So whoever rolls the fastest time of the day today in a women's category, so juvenile, intermediate, senior women's, they get to select their stake and their boat.
Yeah, and you guys thought you were going to school a month from now. I'm going to school today. My test
well, luckily you got the best two teachers you could ask for.
I'm going to be copying notes.
So, and is there going to be a draw today for people those 5 fastest crews who make the championship race? How do they select their boat?
Yes, so in the evening, I would say it's going to be around 4:45. Our last race is a women's sports team, and so their race is at 4:20. So once we conclude with the races for the day, we'll certainly be hosting our draw.
And will that be live streamed like you did it after time trials, or did the crews have to make their way up to the top of the boathouse?
We'll do it in the shell house today.
Okay.
Yes.
See, this is what goes on behind the scenes, Steve.
Yeah, it's incredible to watch the teammates work and everybody working together, and you know, it's when that happens, so many great things happen as well. Seeing the work and for you sharing the insight, I certainly appreciate that so much. I hope that at some point today you get to enjoy this day and all the work that you've put in and all the excitement that's come with it. I think that you certainly deserve that. Thank you so much, Ashley, for joining us today, and again, it's going to be a fantastic day.
Excellent. Yes, so we'll have a delay start. Unfortunately, we had trouble getting one of the shells out of the boathouse, so we have delayed the initial first race of the day until 8:20.
Okay.
We do have extra time between our races, so we should be able to make up this 20 minutes.
So these races are on 20-minute centers?
Yes, in between short course races.
Yeah.
When we go into the long course races, we allow 30 minutes in between. So there's certainly lots of extra time between those two races that we'll be able to make up this time.
Great planners at work here.
Fingers crossed.
You swear you've done it 203 times before or something.
So we'll kick off at 8:20. Again, thank you so much, Ashley, for joining us, and we're looking forward to an amazing day today.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Love ya. Oh, thank you.
We'll be right back after this little break.
Come share in the joy and laughter with Spirit of Newfoundland as they celebrate 25 wonderful years. Join your favorite Spirit performers as they toast a quarter-century of fun, food, and fantastic music. For ticket information and upcoming events, check out spiritofnewfoundland.com or phone 579-3023. Spirit of Newfoundland, a proud sponsor of the Royal St. John's Regatta on Rogers TV.
Hello, my name's Regatta, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sharing Our Cultures Incorporated. At Sharing Our Cultures, we focus on engaging school children and youth from diverse cultural backgrounds as they integrate into the society in Newfoundland and Labrador. We connect them with the locals and community partners for opportunities to improve their socio-cultural and employability skills, and most importantly, to make new friends. It's great to be back at the Regatta, it really is, and Sharing Our Cultures congratulates all the participants and applauds their supporters on this 204th Regatta.
Hi, I'm Darren Hand. We have an exciting new show coming this fall called Pocket Universe. We introduce you to a variety of artists, filmmakers, and actors who share my love of sci-fi, horror, and all things out of this world. Newfoundland and Labrador has so many talented people in this genre that we can't wait to have them tell you their stories. Watch out for Pocket Universe coming this fall to Rogers TV, Channel 9.
Backyard Bartender is returning for another season. I'm your host, Brian O'Connell, and this season we're going on the road and visiting some unique, historical, and members-only clubs in St. John's. We'll explore great wines and cocktails and make a few unusual drinks, some of which have almost been lost to history. Join me for another season of Backyard Bartender as we drop in on some interesting bars in your backyard. This season on Rogers TV.
We are back here lakeside. There's a shot of the High Flow Hydraulic women's crew. We're in a bit of a delay here because they had some problems getting the first set of boats out of the jog, but no big deal because we are here with Shannon Brown, Regatta committee member. She is the director of sponsorship. So welcome, Shannon.
Hi guys, thanks for having me here today.
Thanks for being here, Shannon.
It's going to be a great day. I'm sure you've heard from the president and the vice president how excited we are to finally be having an actual regatta, garden party and all. So I don't need to elaborate on that.
So tell us a little bit about what is the director of sponsorship's role in the setting up the regatta?
So I would go out, recruit, find new sponsors, deal with all the sponsors, get everything in place for them. We make sure that all their signs are put up around the lake. We make sure that they're all on our digital platforms, their website, shout outs on social media, and whatever else they'd like us to do to help with their business and help advertise for them.
You know, the regatta is, 204th regatta. Certainly when they started the regatta 200 years ago, there was no social media, there was no Twitter, so it's certainly changed a lot in the last number of years. So can you tell us a bit about that dynamic?
Well, even not as far back as 200 years, but we never did have huge social media, so we would never be gathering logos, we wouldn't be getting any type of stuff like that for advertisement. Newly enough, I think it's the 4th year we have the big screen down here so that you can watch the races. So now that we'll put all the logos and advertisements on that as well. So a lot of people around the lake get to see who the sponsors are. We try to make it as visible as possible, but I don't know what they did 200 years ago. I guess they went around with put signs on the horses and carriages going around.
Well, to book the boats, you used to sign up on a chalkboard. I'm sure if Owen Devereaux were here, he would tell you all about it. That's how he met his wife, signing up for a spin at the lake. And then they went to the phone system, and now, of course, this season and for a number of seasons before this, it's all online booking.
Which is a lot easier, and we've made it easier this year as well because you used to have to book every single day. So if you're a rower, you get on, it's a race at noon to get your spin book for that day. So now we actually only book 2 days at a time on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So it's a lot less panic every single day.
And for people at home, Shannon doesn't come by this information easily. She knows all this inside info because she is a rower herself before, just like Ashley and Noelle were. And in 2018, Shannon actually won Oarswoman of the Year.
Yes, that was my proudest accomplishment at the 200th regatta. So I was quite a surprise to me. I'm not going to lie, but when they called out my name, somebody said, "Shannon, quick, go up, you won." And I ran to the podium. But it was pretty much my claim to fame, and I'll be holding on to that for probably 200 more years.
I remember watching you get that, because we had broke the record that morning, and I was like, that is so awesome.
I know. I got here so early, actually, to watch you guys break the record, and that was probably one of the best days of my life. And I'm sure for you guys, too.
You know, you talk about teams so much and sponsorships. The companies get behind this too. They come down as a group. They come down and cheer on their particular team or anything like that. You know, they make it an event. They'll get their own, their own apparel, their own paraphernalia, and they'll come down and make sure that it's incredible that way to watch. So sponsorship sometimes can be difficult to obtain, but it seems like, especially this year, everybody wants to be involved. Come home year, another opportunity. Everybody wants to be involved. So was that a growing process as well?
The Come Home Year is our biggest sponsor this year, and we're so lucky to have them and as a great sponsor because a lot of businesses are still trying to recoup from COVID. So we did have some sponsors that we've had in the past and couldn't come back this year but are ready to go for next year. And some people, we couldn't do it at all for us. And it was the same thing for the rowers this year. A lot of teams actually didn't ever get out on the water because they didn't have a sponsor for the boat, for the team. So it was a bit of a struggle this year getting back on our feet, but hopefully things are changing. Hopefully COVID's a thing of the past. By next year we can get back to our former level of teams and levels of sponsorship.
Got to be an extra thankful to the sponsors as well, just in times of challenge, and to be able to step up and help out. I can certainly say thank you on behalf of so many people, but again, there must be a big thankful to them to be able to continue to be a part of something in what can be still considered sensitive times.
Right. So special thanks to Rogers, actually. I don't know if you could see how this setup that they have here and how hard that they've been working for the past number of days to set this all up and make sure that everybody, whoever wants to see the regatta in the world, can. So we really appreciate
we have the absolute best people behind things, behind the scenes. So absolutely.
We've got our floor director here just, taking in all the praises, and there's so many more on the crew.
Yes, you guys are doing great.
They're the best.
So hard.
They are absolutely the best. The energy that's here today, second to none. We've seen so many changes. The changes of the races, the styles, the gender jumps that we've had has been incredible. It's got to be something to be proud of, to do is watch as well.
It's going to be a great year for us. You probably already mentioned that about the women's long course today. So that's going to be the highlight of our day, the first time in history that the women are going to be rowing the long course.
I am pumped for that.
We have so many reasons to be excited this year. It's I have goosebumps since 5:30 this morning.
And it's not just the one crew. There are 4 crews, and one of them is a younger crew. So that's super exciting because we can see a future in it. This is not just going to be a one-time show.
That's right.
Hopefully this becomes a long-standing part of this event.
Yes, and I think we'll see more teams do it next year as well, the women's long course. So
yeah, and that's one of those races where there's 4 winners. There's going to be a winner, and there's going to be an extreme accolation to obtain, but there's 4 winners, and normally we don't know the winner until that second blast goes off, whereas in this case, when that first one hits, that's just going to be incredible to watch, and there'll be 4 winners there that'll be leaders in history. So excellent that way. It must be incredibly exciting to just get this going, just kick this off, and be able to sit back and enjoy it a little bit.
The one-day delay, we were always sad when we can't have it on the typical Wednesday, but we worked so hard lately. Yesterday I was like, this is not so bad. It's not so bad, but we always want to go forward with it. We're so excited to be here today.
It was just kind of a day to breathe.
It was a day because we worked so hard to get this event up and running that it was, we would have powered through like we always do, but it was nice to have a little down day yesterday.
Well, we've got our first race coming up at 8:20, shortly just around the corner, and Shannon, we're extremely thankful for you to drop by this morning.
And for all your work, getting all these sponsors here with us. It wouldn't happen without any of the sponsors or you, so thank you so much.
Thanks for appreciating it. Look, it's great to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We'll be right back after these few messages.
Hello, my name's Regatta Quaker, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sharing Our Cultures Incorporated. At Sharing Our Cultures, we focus on engaging school children and youth from diverse cultural backgrounds as they integrate into the society in Newfoundland and Labrador. We connect them with the locals and community partners for opportunities to improve their socio-cultural and employability skills, and most importantly, to make new friends. It's great to be back at the regatta, it really is, and Sharing Our Cultures congratulates all the participants and applauds their supporters on this 204th regatta.
It all started when I racked up some serious debt. Interest payments were going up, creditors were calling. Janes and Noseworthy came up with a plan. Knowing that the phone was going to stop ringing and that I was not in this alone was a huge relief. Bankruptcy or a consumer proposal or whatever help you get is not the end. It's just the beginning, a chance to start again with knowledge and support and people in your corner. Are you ready? Get out of debt. It's okay.
Learn more about Leah's story at janesnosworthy.ca.
Backyard Bartender is returning for another season. I'm your host, Brian O'Connell, and this season we're going on the road and visiting some unique, historical, and members-only clubs in St. John's. We'll explore great wines and cocktails and make a few unusual drinks, some of which have almost been lost to history. Join me for another season of Backyard Bartender as we drop in on some interesting bars in your backyard. This season on Rogers TV.
Hi, I'm Carl Wells, getting ready to record another edition of Carl Wells Point to Point. It's a program where I chat with members of our community, and they talk candidly about their lives and careers, from their earliest dreams to their greatest triumphs. I think you'll find it informative and entertaining. Please join us for Carl Wells Point to Point, right here on Rogers TV.
Morning, everybody, and welcome back. We are pondside here. My name is Steve Callahan and Amanda Hancock. We're kicking it. This has just been awesome so far. I am so incredibly comfortable.
I'm so comfortable. This is the best chair I ever sat on.
Sit back, beautiful table, and we want to thank some of our sponsors. This is some beautiful chairs and table from Leon's Furniture. Quite comfortable here today, so certainly thankful for them to make sure that our bums are feeling great.
And also, when our bellies get hungry, Spirit of Newfoundland has generously donated some catering for lunch and supper and to keep people fed throughout the day, because it is a long day here at Lakeside. You know, we probably won't wrap until 8 o'clock this evening, so it's a long day, and thank you to Spirit of Newfoundland for catering.
And full bellies. We want to make sure that we've got a nice place to lay our head, and thank you so much to Steel Hotels. We are, you know, this is a province-wide, and we have some of the best, not some of the best, we have the best volunteers across the province and arguably across the country. And they need a place to rest, and Steel Hotels thankfully stepped up, made sure that accommodations are looked after. The JAG, the Capital, absolutely fantastic.
And last but not least, the barbecue, donated generously by Home Depot. You can go online on the Rogers website to enter a draw for the barbecue, or you can visit them at the top of the pond.
Top of the pond.
Top of the pond at the top of the morning.
The Rogers booth.
Yeah, Rogers booth, and enter for the barbecue. So my favorite part is getting us underway here now, and this is why I keep turning my head around. We see the 5 women's crews lining up at the start. So what's happening here, the coxswains are grabbing the toggle. This is the Sobeys Amateur Senior Women, Stake 1, the Miss Tubular, crew High Flow Hydraulic, coxswain Robert Roach, stroke Ellen Glido, Teresa Butler, Catherine Kelly, Tracy Roach, Sarah East, Jenny Wadden, spares Nicole Hamlin and Craig Whittle, just about to get underway. Go quick. And the next one?
Stake number 2, Sobeys Amateur Senior Women. We have Jerry Angel, crew the Cal Group, coxswain Haley Ivany, stroke Hillary Sinclair, Stephanie O'Quinn, Courtney Langmead, Shannon Driscoll, Hannah Burton, and Jennifer Krizak. I hope I said that.
All right, so the race has started here now, and we'll just keep on reading out the names as you watch them get off to a nice clean start. So on stake number 3 in the Iceberg Gold, we have Roboth and Mackay, Marshall, coxed by Season Coxswain, Gord Delaney, stroke Laura Roach, Allison Jones, Carrie Ann Ennis, Beth Davis, Jennifer Carroll, Kalia Cadigan, Nicole Saunders, Katie Breen, and James Cadigan. Stake number 4 in the Pomerleau, with the gold flag is the crew Atlantic Towing, Denise Carew, the coxswain, Michelle Hines, Betsy Nicholson, Crystal Peddle, Janine Harrett, Heather Gillis, Nicole Smith, Krista Pippi, Jane Hines, and Jack Fagan. And then
Stake 5, we have the Dictator Red. First General, we have Gary Collins, Kellyanne Roberts, Charmine Freak, Kristen Brothers, Carrie Vaughn, Layla Brown, Melanie O'Brien, Kim Button, Andrea Murray, and Bill Hickey.
Awesome. So we can see here in the shot, this is the High Flow Hydraulic Women. I was chatting with them in Harbor Grace, and the name that we They get a lot of different pronunciations of their sponsor name, but their favorite and most hilarious one is hydrophalic, so that's a little bit of fun. But it's high flow hydraulic is the name
going
of the
up the pond.
Yeah, that's right. Going up somewhere. And so we have also here in the shot, this is stake 5. That is Denise Carew, so that's stake 4 in the Atlantic Towing is who you're looking at here in the shot. So Steve, we're approaching the turn here now. So this is a great drone shot, also something that wouldn't have happened, I think, even 10 years ago. This is a really wonderful shot. You can see all 5 crews, and the boats start to angle as they approach the turn.
The call for race number 2.
And they're just making the call for the second race now for the crews to get their boats ready. But the goal going around the turn is to keep your boat speed up as fast as possible. So to do this, there's different techniques. Some crews go in wide and try and make a quick, tight turn around the buoys. Some crews prefer a more tight turn. We used to go for the wide approach, but you can see that they want to have their boats and their oars as close to the orange buoys as possible, so they don't go too far past the buoy. So you can see a nice tight turn there on stake 3, and the stroke side actually has to lift their oars up over the buoys as they go by, and then they pick up. So the coxswain now is making a call for stroke side to get back in and get all 6 rowers again to get the boat propelling back up the course.
Yeah, would you make that decision on how you approach those based on the talent of your team? Like, for instance, would it be strength, speed? Do you go in tight? Do you make that based on on your team?
It's largely based on the coxswain's preference.
Okay.
Which stake are you on?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people who row stake 1, which is what we're looking at right now, are worried about coming out too wide, and then you see it over by the bank. That water can get a little bit weedy, and when you get into the weeds, you can slow down. So you don't want that. So especially on stake 1, they want to come back out of the turn and head on a straight course back towards the finish. So you can see these women here now are about to come up to the marquee, and when the girls get to the marquee, they know that there's like 45 seconds to a minute left. And they are giving her here now. They make it look easy, but the legs are burning, and they're probably at a minimum of 30 stroke rate. I don't have a watch on them here now, but yeah, that's great.
Incredible rhythm.
So I should mention that not only do we have local rowers in this boat, but Ellen Gledo and Sarah East moved probably 3 years ago now to Newfoundland and joined the high flow hydraulic crew. And with them, they bring an incredible amount of talent.
And this was a move made...
Not for the rowing, no, but I think their lives moved here for other reasons. Once you get to rowing, you love it. You find it wherever you go. And they brought a lot of talent with them in that boat, having competed at the national team levels, and high flow hydraulic, really lucky to have them. You can see the high flow team has a very commanding lead as they go by the marquee, and with this wind, you can see the coxswain there checking his watch. So he's certainly letting them know their time, how close the other boats are, how many strokes they have to go, what their stroke rate is. Very exciting times. I got the goosebumps.
This is incredible.
Yeah. So they're clearly going to take this race, but the question is, how fast will they go?
Are they going to break the 5?
I can still see the 4 there up on the clock. Hopefully it goes to 5 soon for my sake, but I'll be happy for them if it stays under there. They're really pushing through. You can see the white water. So Catherine Ann Kelly on 4, she typically would stroke that boat, but now she's sitting in the 4 seat because rowers are quite versatile, and they can, there we go. The gun went off. I don't have a clock on it. I can't really see, but that was a great row for them. Wow. Puts them in a good position for the championship race. You can see the exhaustion. Just, I guess, what you would do after coming off a power play or something. I don't know. What would you compare it to?
It looks like they've played a full 20 minutes.
Yeah, there you go.
There's no breaks there.
Yeah.
There's no breaks there. So.
And there we see in the orange coming across is the Cal group. Oh, and also more of a pinky orange is, or maybe red, Robotham and Kai Marshall. And in the blue there was First General, and the stripy kind of pants is Atlantic Towing. So I didn't see who was 4th and 5th. It looks like the way the boats are floating that we had stake 5 come in 4th, but it wasn't quite in the shot there. But certainly all 5 crews coming across with a clean, fair first race, even if a bit delayed. So you can see the coxswains there taking in water. It is excruciating for the rowers, but also the coxswains. I had one of the NTV men's coxswain, Dean Hammond, mentioned to me after their championship race in Placentia, he thought he was going to pass out because the last 30 seconds he was just yelling and screaming and trying to motivate the crew so much.
So they don't stop?
No, so the coxswains are holding the rope to steer the boat, and they're calling the race plan, and they're trying to motivate the rowers, so they have a huge job here. So just great rowing by all 5 crews in the first women's race.
Incredible. So we'll wait for the results. They'll come in obviously very soon.
Yep, we'll get the results. You can see now Gord Delaney is standing up, just letting his crew know how it went, how the row was, letting them gather themselves, catch their breath before they row back to the dock. You can see as they come through the finish line, there's a bit of congestion. So coxswains also have to not only just, get out of race mode, but into safety mode, because they have to keep their boats a fair distance from each other so they don't hit oars, they don't do any other damage to the boats, because there's not a lot of space up there, and you're going at a pretty high rate of speed as you cross the finish line, which is also the start line. So there's Denise Carew taking her crew, Atlantic towing back to the dock, and she will be followed by Gord's Roboth and Mackay Marshall, another longtime sponsor. They also sponsored the the go, no-go decision. And then here we have the Cal group rowing back to the dock, followed by the high flow Drawlick, the winners of that race, clear winners there. So great rowing by all those women.
They'll come back based on stakes, not necessarily positions in finishing and things like that.
That's exactly right.
Even though it looks that way.
There is a spot on the dock called the winners dock. So whoever comes first docks in that position, and everybody else just takes whichever spot is most available to them. So first, a couple words about the First General contracting team. Their individual rowing experiences range from 2 seasons for some of the rowers to over 15 years for other rowers. So just like I mentioned about this high flow Drawlick team, these have diverse experiences. Some Ellen and Sarah coming from a slide seat background, whereas Tracy, Kathy Ann, Teresa, and Jenny would have started with fixed seats. So you see Tracy giving a wave to the camera there. She's got kids at home who are certainly watching her. Robert Roach, I know I coached him in slide seat as well. So he came from a slide seat background into the boat. So different years of experience like we see here in the First General contracting boat, and also different types of rowing experience. And you've got to sit in that boat, and that's why they practice so much, to blend all the different styles, different levels of experiences together in the boat. So you can see this is a fixed seat boat, but they're trying to make it a slide seat boat by sliding their bombs back and forth along the seat. And so you don't only get blisters on your hands, I'll tell you that much.
You're gonna need these seats that we're in.
Maybe Leon's can give them some.
You heard that, Leon. So for those that are at home and you're just touching on that a little bit there now, just tell us a little bit about the difference in the fixed seating as they come up and the slide seat.
Yep, so slide seat, like the title says, slide seat rowing they have wheels under the seat and there's rails, and the rower takes the seat along the wheels to go to full compression at their legs, and then they push to go to their full layback, and their strokes are longer as a result. In these fixed seat boats, which are a more traditional style, the boats are a bit hardier, so you can actually step on the bottom of the boat, whereas slide seat boats, if you step on the bottom, you could do some pretty damage to the boat, like, maybe even go through it, because they're fiberglass and a lot more kind of delicate. So also on slide seat, you got that? Also on slide seat, you can row with oars in 2 hands, or you can row with oars in 1 hand. So oars in 2 hands is called sculling, like you'd see in a single, a double, or a quad. But sweeping, it's like you have 1 oar and you're holding onto it with both hands, and that's called sweeping. So fixed seat is a sweeping style of rowing, and you can also do that in a pair, in the sliding seat boats, or a 4 or an 8. So
as the teams make their way up, we're going to give ourselves a little listen to the Close Quarters Barbershop Quartet, and they're bringing in O Canada in the winner's circle. So
this is the official opening of the day.
Yeah. So this is going to be great. Sit back and relax, enjoy.
Thanks so much.
Hi, I'd like to introduce Close Quarters Barbershop Quartet to sing O Canada and the Ode.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras c'est porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée et brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Hi. Good morning. Good to see you. Yeah? 1 second. What do you want?
When sun rays crown thy pine-clad hills, and summer spreads her hand, when silvern voices tune thy rills, we love thee, smiling land. We love thee, we love thee, we love thee, smiling land. As loved our fathers, so we love, where once they stood we stand. Their prayer we raise to heaven above, God guard thee, Newfoundland. God guard thee, God guard thee, God guard thee, Newfoundland. God guard thee, Newfoundland.
What do they call it? The Close Quarters Quartet? All right, so that was a wonderful rendition of O Canada and the Ode to Newfoundland by the Close Quarters Quartet, and I have to wonder if they got their name in COVID, Close Quarters.
I like to think that that's somewhere that it's spun off, yeah, for sure.
So
that was beautiful.
It was really nice. Official opening for the day with the first race underway, and now we're moving on to the second.
Yeah, we're getting there.
So the second race is called the VSC Mercantile. This is senior women number 2. And we can see the crews warming up here. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the India Gate crew. So we had our director of sponsors on here earlier. India Gate is a longtime sponsor of the regatta. Coxswain Jackie Warfield, stroke Stephanie Lagace, 5, Shannon Costello, Erica Brown, Kristen Strickland Walsh, Valerie Piper, Anna Cook with spares, Megan Fitzgerald, and coach Chris Quinton.
Unbelievable. Also, Jackie Warfield.
Steak, yep, you read Steak 2. We'll talk about Jackie next.
Steak 2, Shell, the Henley. We've got Puchco Pharmacy, the crew. Melissa Snow, Valerie Byrne, Vanessa Babstock, Charmaine Wiseman, Stephanie Bolger, Nicole Boland, Nancy Hodder, and Spear Alice Codner and Stacy Moran, and Coach Clyde Tucker.
Yeah, another longtime sponsor and some longtime participants there. So on stake number 3, we have in the Smith Stockley, Sensible Gear and Discover Chiropractic. Coxswain Ron Boland, stroke Tina Hunt, Emily King, Kate Boland, Ashley Hutchings, Vicky Stockwood, Ann Dorward, Colleen Morford, and Wilhelmina Martin.
And in stake number 4, the broker is at the shell. The crew Lambs Ladies, coxswain Jeannie Snow, Rhonda Hart, number 5, Claire Avery, Andrea Kearley, Adrienne Downer, Joy Hart, and Deanne Daw. Spare Michelle Croak, and
yeah, and last but not least, in the President's Choice on stake 5 is Momentum Health with stroke Heather Gillis. Number 5, coxswain Heather Gillis, stroke Catherine Ducey, Dana Hogan, Leslie Marie Leahy, Vanessa Alexander, Kathleen White, and Allie Summers. So you can see them just pulling up to the stakes here. So a couple words about the India Greek crew. Like I mentioned, they're a long-time sponsor. There's a ton of rowing experience in the boat. Stephanie, Shannon, and Erica all have 10 years of rowing. Kristen is the rookie rower in that boat. We have Kristen Strickland Walsh, and she has 4 years experience and joined Indigate just last year. Valerie Piper is a veteran in the boat with a whopping 27 years of rowing experience. So I've certainly seen her down around. And her key accomplishments were with Atlantic Physio in 1995, setting race records at that time and qualifying for a championship. And in the early 2000s, Valerie rowed with Jungle Gyms, and I remember their red t-shirts because we rowed against them. And the crew spare is Megan Fitzgerald, also came from the slide seat side. She had a baby last year, and she's this year been a key spare. You know, a lot of crews really relying on the spares this year because everyone's getting COVID still.
Yeah.
Like there have been so many crews that have had to deal with COVID or, kids getting sick or one thing or the other. The spares have really come in to play a big part this summer, and I'm not saying that just because I am one. I am a spare this year.
Yeah?
But certainly.
Okay, you can't leave though.
No, I'm not going anywhere. I did wear my Verso clothes down here, but in case I had to step in the boat, which actually happened. Time trials, one of the girls on the Verso crew, during the warm-up, she threw her back out. So the Verso team has 2 spares and another spare just kind of hopped in the boat. So you need to be ready as a spare. It's not just, a walk in the park.
We can't even fathom that. We can't even appreciate that. Again, the emotion, sustaining an injury and leading up to this with all the work, and then, having to go by the wayside of it. Then the spare steps in and takes over that role. That's incredible. And again, there's so much team activity here, and it's been a big part of my life. But to watch it all play out live here, from the organization to the race, is incredible. Just a couple of little special notes as well. Erica, she's overcome cancer 3 years ago. Last year had twins, and still spared. They're her biggest fans, and you'll see the double stroller around every practice, coordinating with her husband Jonathan with that. So it's absolutely incredible for her to persevere through that.
We've got here the female gunner, Gail Malone, she's pointing at the camera. So this is how the races start for people at home.
You just got the wink and the gun.
Yeah, we literally did get the wink and the actual gun. So you see, I think that's Sandy Hickman. I can't really see, but with the mic they'll say, yep. Are you ready, number 1? Are you ready, number 2? Are you ready, number 3? Ready, number 4? Are you ready, number 5? Are you all ready? And then Gail or whoever is the gunner, yep. With, of course, their safety headphones on, shoots the gun, and the races are off. So if any crew is not ready when they're making the announcement of are you ready, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the coxswains start to put up their hand to let them know. So here you can hear the call. Are you ready, number 4? Are you ready, number 5? And the gun.
That is incredible footage. Incredible footage.
Yeah, and we've got some drone shots coming up here too. I should mention for the people watching at home now that we've got the clock up, the race record for this VSC Mercantile Senior Women's Race is 5:15.82. And I know that we've had sometimes pretty close to that. So yeah, times 5:38 was set at time trials by the India Gate crew.
With a time of 5:08.41, high flow hydraulic.
So they just announced the time from stake 1 in race 1. High flow hydraulic rode 5:08, which is an excellent time, and will put them in a good position for the championship race. So 5:08 is the time to beat for the women here today.
That would have been their best time this year?
don't think so. But I think they may have gone under that in Placentia. But certainly they'll be coming back looking for it tonight. All right, you want to read out these times?
Stake 5 with a time of 5:33:28, first general. Congratulations to all the crews.
And we got the drone shots here. Very close race going down. It usually is in the women's race. Everyone usually goes into the turn together because it is just, about 3 minutes on the way down. So everyone does that part together and the boats start to see distance between them on the way back from after the turn.
So
and
times.
We've got some official times from the first race. Very exciting. And yeah, Steve, give us the rundown of the results.
Finishing first was High Flow Hydraulic with 5:08:41. Then we've got the Cal Group, 5:20:04. Robatha Mackay Marshall, 5:23:54. And Atlantic Towing coming in at 5:33:23. And listen to this, First General, 5:33:28.
Wow. Okay, so now I don't feel bad that I couldn't tell who came across first, whether it was Atlantic Towing or First General, because they both crossed at 5:33, 0.23 and 0.28. So real barn burner of a race there. And we've got another great race underway here. I love it that we have the clock up there because you can see the crews are kind of starting to think about that turn around the 2:30 mark. So you can see the boats starting to angle. Here, the coxswain will be making calls for bow side, which in slide seat we call the starboard side. They need to pick up their pressure to start to turn the boat in that direction. And so at this time, 6 usually holds water, a lot of water, the most water, Katie Wadden Stroke would say. Number 4 holds a little bit of water. And number 2, the way we've done it, is usually balancing the boat, because the turn can really throw the balance off with one side really putting the pressure on. So the number 2 seat is kind of trying to keep things even so that there's not too much of a dip one way or the other, because if you end up taking on water, not a good thing.
And the role of number 1?
The role of number 1 is to really put on the heavy pressure. So the bow side or the starboard side is number 1, number 3, and number 5. And so for people at home, the coxswain, the rower sitting closest to the coxswain is number 6, also known as the stroke seat. So the number 6 is a stroke seat, and then we count backwards. So right after the stroke seat is 5, 4, 3, and then in the back of the boat is where I always sat, is number 2, and at the very end is number 1. And in number 2 there is Valerie Piper, the one who has the 27 years of rowing experience, and it shows as she's just really putting the pressure on there, rowing back the course.
Incredible strength.
And not only the Puchco Pharmacy, they're not in the shot right now, but they're coming up probably in a close second here in the drone shot. It is very close, not even a boat length between those two boats, but no strangers to close races. So they've, in 2019, they missed the championship race by 1.5 seconds. So that's really, not much time. So they're going to be really pushing hard to try and break through that barrier of 5:33, which is the time to beat to get in the championship race right now. So if any of these crews are under that 5:33 barrier, they could be securing a spot in the championship race tonight. So we've got some medal presentations going on behind us to the, or in front of us, behind the camera to the Robatha Mackay Marshall crew.
There they are.
There they are. That's Leah, wife of James Cadigan, Jennifer Carroll, former, she was a stroke of Robatha Mackay Marshall in past years. And here we have these two crews battling it out to get to the finish. And that's Jackie Warfield there, as you mentioned earlier. She usually
27 years.
We'll usually see her multiple times a day. So the coxswains are a real hot commodity around here. Some people really do, my dad would say the omen service and take multiple crews. I talked to Graham Roach, and last year he had 3 crews due to time constraints and just feeling a bit tired. They kind of stepped down to 2 crews or 1 crew this year because it's a lot of work, a lot of time. And here you can see them hard at work. And the drone shots are looking really good. So if they're across in the next few seconds, they'll secure a spot in the championship race.
We could ask the Cal Group crew to come forward.
And oh my goodness!
Wow, we're gonna need.
We saw the gun go off at 5:33. We don't have the official time. It could be we may have India Gate stepping into the championship race. or we may not. We're going to have to wait again for the official results.
And they've got two that they could.
And another race for third here on stake 5 and 3. And then coming in fifth is the crew on stake 4. Holy cow, what a row. So the Lambs ladies coming in final there. The first was India Gate, second was Pooch Cove Pharmacy. I couldn't tell between Sensible Gear and Discover Chiropractic and Momentum Health who crossed third and fourth. It was just so close. Such great racing. So exciting here today.
And we get caught up here just as fans.
Oh
We're watching this just the same. And it's,
yeah, absolutely. So the way that it's running is the crews do the race, they come in, some time passes, and then they get their medals presented. So we're here watching now the Cal group. They are being presented with medals as the other boat is finishing on the water. So this is why there are so many members on the Regatta Committee, because there's a handful of them here getting their medals, and the other people are in the starting tower starting the races. There's another crowd of people out in the safety boats watching the turns to make sure everyone's safe. And I guess this is maybe still a bit of COVID protocol, but Haley Ivany, the coxswain, is putting the medals on her crew. So, in past years, a committee member would put the medals around the neck. Haley's doing it here. This is the way of the future, right? So this is how we do things now, and that's just fine. So that's Jennifer Kryzak, the number 1 seat, putting the medal on her coxswain, Haley Ivany, with the slide seat background. Committee member Lynn Healy approaching, and so she's the voice of the medal presentations too. So usually some photos now, an official photo for the Regatta Committee pictures, and yeah, Hillary Sinclair, I coached and I rode in Florida at the Masters Regatta with Hillary there on the end, standing next to Haley, and they had a great season, a strong finish, and we'll see them again tonight.
wow.
Yeah.
Just an incredibly proud moment.
So I am now going to interview some winners. Steve, talk while she goes over. How do I get a mic? You're going to take one of the handhelds?
Again, I want to thank all the sponsors that step up during this time, and they continue to be, whether again just seeing the teams and the support that they get, absolutely fantastic. We're going to get Amanda's going to come over and interview some of the winners as we prepare for the other races. The other boats come in. Get a fantastic day. I hope you're enjoying it at home. We love your support, and we love that you're viewing here with us today and joining us along the pond. I just think this is an incredible opportunity. This has been a great time for us as a community to come back together, and the excitement has been fantastic. To grow. We look forward to seeing you down here. We look forward to seeing your smiles and your faces. So this is just going to be fantastic. Again, the boats are coming in for the second race, and Amanda is going to be interviewing the winners quite shortly. Incredible camera crew as well. Just an incredible job. I mean, the drone shots are fantastic. Gives you a real insight of the races, how close they are. The timing. We have had an incredible 2 races so far. Just been so incredibly close. Great to see where the times are too.
On behalf of Sobeys, our sponsor, is Mr. Kevin Head. Congratulations to the crew.
So as we wait for Amanda back home, you can see the teams are getting their medals there now. Just, again, proud moments. So we get some race results here now. Again, we read those out a little earlier. High Flow Hydraulic finished first with 5:08.41. We have Cal Group finishing second at 5:20.04. Roboth and Mackay and Marshall coming in at 5:23.54, and the so close finish at 4 and 5 between Atlantic Towing 5:33.23 and First General 5:33.28. It will be incredible to find out what the times were for the second race, so that we can see. Again, that's just what we read out. The results from the first race. Championship picture taking place right now. Amanda's going to step up shortly and get an interview with the winners. The strength of these teams is just incredible. So proud. See all the families looking on, all the families are looking on and so proud. And if there was a time the cameras were flashing, then we would be seeing flashes. Now we're gonna go over to Amanda with the winners.
All right, I'm here with the winners of race number 1, the high flow hydraulic women's crew. Great rowing, ladies. How was it out there?
Oh, it was good. Fine day on the pond. I think definitely the right decision to run the regatta today. It's good, pretty good conditions out there. The girls had a great row. It was excellent. I was super pumped for them. Did a great job. So we were pretty pleased with that, but got business to come and take care of tonight.
So those are fighting words for tonight. Ellen, you were the stroke seat, correct? How did the race feel to you?
It felt good. It was fast off the line. Everyone did a really good job. All the crews are pretty tight going out, which is exciting. We love to see that. Good competition, good effort from everyone. Yeah, excited to row later.
Excellent. So how will you spend the day, Teresa?
We will be hydrating and eating lots of healthy, high flow hydrating. And getting in lots of good food and rest, and we'll do some stretch and some prep after, like the post race. And yeah, we're going to Blue to have our brunch, so that's exciting.
Well, it matches your outfits. So Kathy Ann, how was it being in 4? You're used to being in 6. Tell me about it.
I've discovered that 4 is the sweet spot in any boat. You just sit there. You don't have to worry about anything. And Ellen is was part of the national team, so she's a fantastic stroke oar to follow. And Ellen actually described it for anybody that doesn't row and you watch hockey. She described the 6th seat as being the goalie. Yeah. And your job there, honestly. And so if you let something in, if you let something bad happen, it's all on the goalie, and otherwise you're just out there trying to help the team. So
that's a good one. I've heard metronome, but goalie is good. Steve Callahan over there, my hockey co-host, he'll like that one. So next we have Tracy Roach, Tracy Hussey. Tell us about it.
My race name. It was great. I am one of the older members on the crew, so I pretty much just try to hang in and not go over my way through the race.
We call it experience. Oh, they're still on the camera. I don't know. And next we have Sarah, who I had the pleasure of taking some classes from at Verso. Great instructor, but you were doing the real thing today on the water. How was it?
It was good. Yeah, I am the youngest member on the team, so
experienced.
Always inspired to be part of a team that has a lot more experience than me. So I learn a lot, and this is a big day. So super pumped for it.
And you've come to us from the mainland, correct?
That is correct. Yep. I rowed for University of Guelph for 2 years.
Amazing. That's great to have your experience. Assuming we're still on the TV, Jenny Wadden, number 1. How was it out there, Jen?
Oh, it was great. It was great. Great to be back on the pond. So looking forward to tonight.
Jenny and I share a dog, and her parents are over there, and her daughter, she has twin girls, and her son George.
Hi, Sadie. Hi, Sophie.
Yeah,
hi, Georgie.
and her sister and mom and sister-in-law, they're all over there. Like we've been saying all day, it's a family affair. And Spare, Nicole Hamlin, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Amanda?
Good. I haven't talked to you in like so long, and now we're on the TV. So a lot of crews really had to rely on their spares a lot this year with COVID. I'm assuming you guys are no different?
Yes. I think I've rowed just as much as all of these girls, which is awesome. So, yes, yeah.
I'm also a spare. I didn't row quite that much, but you got to do something to earn the uniform.
Yes, absolutely. I think I did my job. And raced, yes.
Which races did you race with?
The Come Home Year one, the Discovery Day one. Yep.
Right. So the Come Home Year races in June. And so you guys have just, you're almost at that third drool of the Triple Crown. We had Placentia, Harbor Grace. I watched you, the chaotic start at Harbor Grace. And now, are you feeling pressured to come back and do it tonight?
No, I think we're just gonna row controlled and whatever happens, happens, so. The theme of the year has been anything can happen, so.
Jenny's theme of the year.
All right, thank you guys so much. Great rowing out there, great year, and I can't wait to see you out there tonight.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda. That was a great interview with, and again, first place winner, High Flow Hydraulic Limited, as they continue to get their medals and their accolades. And we see, again, the energy around. So we're going to move in and talk about race number 3 coming up next. Again, it's the NTV satellite coming up. And we're looking at stake number 1, Crew NTV. Coxswain Dean Hammond, stroke Chris Roach, Dexter, that's Donnie Decker, Dexter Decker, Mike Barnes, Francis Norris, Blaine Edwards, Spear Eric Crane and Paul Huzzy, Coach Tyler, manager Tony Barrington. We'll go to stake number 2, Shell Pormelo, Crew Newfoundland Power, Coxswain Jimmy Carroll, the legend Tim Clements, stroke Marshall Hughes, Stephen Driscoll, Gary Collins, Perry Doran, Mark Duff, Spear Ian Power, and Coach.
And on stake number 3 in the Jerry Angel, we have the Capital Home Hardware crew, Coxswain Kevin Greeley, stroke Jason Wade, Brad White, Morgan White, I guess maybe they're brothers or related, Trevor King, Jonathan Houlihan, and Sean White.
Whitey!
And spares Raymond Whittle, Tony Cadigan, Coach Ray Cadigan. So certainly lots of family connections in that boat.
There is. Stake number 4, Shell Cougar Helicopters O'Brien Engineering Crew, Coxswain Michael Thistle, stroke Zach Goss, number 5, Alex Kingsley, number 4, Mark Power, Ben Yetman, Alex O'Brien, Breen, and Coach Anna Walsh.
And on stake 5 in the Iceberg Gold, we have the Lambs Rum crew, Coxswain Rob Prose, stroke Ben Cleary, Andrew Wood, Sam Prose, Ian Hayes, Benoit LeBlanc, Andrew Newhook, Spare Ryan Cleary, and Coach also Anna Walsh.
Wow.
Maybe that's a typo.
Busy times. So they're pulling up, they're getting ready.
This is the TV satellite network. So not only is they also have a race named after them. So on stake 1, who you just announced, are, I would say, the favorites going into this race. The last year's champions, the NTV crew, coxed by Dean Hammond, who was the cox of the M5 crew when we broke the record, and also in 2016 and 2017. So Dean broke onto the male scene a couple years ago and has been doing great with those guys. Interesting fact, we have the gunner on this. It looks like Premier Andrew Fury is there to start this race. Is that? Yeah, I think I'm seeing Premier Andrew Fury, so super exciting. And that is definitely Mr. Hickman there behind Andrew Fury. And then Gail Malone, first female gunner, first female president, but it's never been, like we mentioned before, never a woman president and vice president of the Regatta Committee, but Gail has filled that president role. And when they for us at her house, so you know, really supportive people. And the same thing, the Premier Andrew Fury now will say, are you ready, number 1? And he's going through all the boats. Are you ready, number 2, 3, 4, 5? And you can see the smoke here when the gun goes off. There we go.
That's the first time a gun goes off in front of thousands of Newfoundlanders and there's no moose around.
That's right. No moose will be harmed here today at the Royal St. John's Regatta. So a fun fact about the NTV men, their number, I think he's sitting in 1 seat, Blaine Edwards. This is husband of Heather Gillis, who we saw coxing and rowing earlier. But Blaine has his own business, and it took him all around the world. and he was living in Poland this winter, and he would take the train hours to do his rowing workouts and train on the rowing machine every day. So his crew told me that he took the train all over Europe just to get his workouts in, and this is a level of dedication that we're seeing. So it's just incredible, the amount of work, the sacrifice these people put in. I mean, you're in Europe, I can think there's other things you want to see and do besides go sweat your heart out on a rowing machine, but you know, they do the work because they're committed to this day, to their team, to their coxswain, their sponsor, themselves really. So it's absolutely incredible.
I have had a long relationship in sports, and I have had many opportunities to talk about commitment and dedication, and there is nothing close to what these rowers do and the family commitment that is involved. The stories that are being shared here today is absolutely incredible. You know, we like to have players show up 10 minutes beforehand, and we're not talking about traveling and getting on trains and everything. This is absolutely incredible to watch. Again, I see the dedication from the families, not only from a coaching perspective, from coxing to rowing, and then all the support around here, around pond side, not pool side.
No pools. Yep. I do like swimming though. And in the picture here, we have the Lamb's Rum crew. They are on stake 5. So you can see they're just approaching the half-course kegs. So in years gone by, we would say the women's kegs, but now we're saying the half-course or the short-course kegs. They're rowing through there at a time of about 2:15. The drone shot shows NTV out first. It looks like the crew on stake 3, the Capital Home Hardware in the red, is vying for second. And then in third place, we have stake 2, the Newfoundland Power, followed by the O'Brien Engineering in 4th, and then in 5th is the Lamb's Rum crew. As you were saying about family, the NTV men's crew have lots of fun announcements. So we have in that boat Donnie and Dexter Decker, who are brothers, and they've rowed together. Dexter also has a new baby boy named Jack. And his girlfriend Danielle Barron rowed with Cal last year. Dexter has a great eye for the technical side of rowing. And also sitting in that boat in the stroke seat is Chris Roach. So we saw Chris's sister, Laura Roach, in the first race of the day. Laura rowed with Robotham, I believe. Yep, she was the stroke of the Robotham Mackay Marshall crew, coxed by Gord Delaney. Chris has been around the pond for years, and he won Oars Person of the Year last year. So we had Shannon Brown on earlier, and she was Oars Woman of the Year in 2018. This last time Chris Roach rowed, he won Oarsman of the Year. Very strong on the erg, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you see another of these NTV men up for Oarsman of the Year this year. We have a new rower in the NTV, replacing Tyler Young. So Tyler rowed with the NTV crew last year when they got the championship. Tyler took some time off this year, and we found a new rower, NTV got a new rower. His name is Mike Barnes. Again, about the family connection, Mike is future son-in-law of Jackie and John Handrigan, who Jackie Handrigan has rowed with the Oz FM crew for years. Great friend of mine. And they pretty much showed Mike the ropes. So he came in with not a lot of experience, but a ton of knowledge. And he's 23, keeping these NTV men young. You can see them turning the boys here now. Pretty good turn. So NTV will be coming out of that buoy first, so you can see all 6, both sides are picked up again. They're going to need to create some more distance between them, and it was Home Hardware in the red who went in second.
That was a big turn, big move there.
Big turn. It looks like maybe the crew on stake 2 may have made up a little bit of ground on the turn, but maybe not too. But NTV is certainly going to have to walk on it if they want to secure their position to come across that line first, because they've got a long way back that whole way up the pond. So they're going by.
It's going to be a good finish.
The people who know Kittaviti Lake, they're now rowing by the dog park, the rugby field. It's like no man's land out there. It's really long. It takes, this is the third quarter where, everything is hurting, and the end is not yet in sight, and you really got to draw from that positive self-talk, mental energy.
Yeah, you've got to have that mental, that desire right now. I mean, the mind controls the body, and right now, you know, if you feel tired up top, you're going to feel tired down below. And right now, that's incredible to keep going.
Yeah, exactly. So they're really pushing through there.
So we've got some results for the senior women.
Great.
Race number 2. First place, India Gate, with a time of 5:35.42. We've got Puchco Pharmacy coming in at second, 5:40.94. Finishing third, Momentum Health, 5:50.49. And fourth, Sensible Gear and Discover Chiropractic, 5:50.57. Again, another incredibly close one. Number 5 was Lambs Ladies, 5:53.24.
And okay, so if the times we're getting are correct, India Gate will miss the championship again by just less than 2 seconds. That's really got to be gut-wrenching for them after missing it before by just such a narrow margin. So yeah, great season of racing for them that will unfortunately end now.
Pharmacy crew.
And again, we have the medal presentations going on in front of us. The Pooch Cove Pharmacy receiving their medals. And the Newfoundland Power Crew, who was just in the shot there, they have a first-year rower. So it's not too often you'll see a first-year rower in these kind of super competitive top 5 men's crews, but you know, it can be done. They're going through the short course kegs now. So this is now they're entering the 4th quarter of the race.
Yep.
For the
All right,
race
ladies
plan,
and gentlemen, now
what
we'll
they're going to
present
do
the
shortly, they're starting about they're thinking about starting their finish. So in the last minute of the race, you might see bumps in stroke rate. They're going to pick up their stroke rate, pick up their pressure to get them to that line. Capital Home Hardware. I had the pleasure of meeting some of these guys as we raced against them on Saturday in Harbour Grace. It was the first time Harbour Grace had an exhibition of women rowing the long course as well. And Capital Home Hardware were such gracious opponents. They were great sports. You can see them here in the red. They were very supportive of us rowing the long course. They whooped our butts. We were a nice minute behind them, but you know, it didn't matter because, like you said earlier, we're all winners when we're breaking barriers like that.
Now, if I know some of those crew members, which I do, they're not going to let you win easy either.
Well, that's the thing. You can see here this tight race between stakes 2 and 3, which is Newfoundland Power and Capital Home Hardware. I know, and I saw in Harbour Grace that Capital Home Hardware has tremendous fitness.
Yeah.
So while you can see this right now, tonight, when they're on their second row, I would say Capital Home Hardware has the training and the energy reserves to do this again, maybe a little better tonight. We will see. But
this is incredibly close between these.
Very close for second place. NTV rowing to a comfortable finish. They also have excellent fitness. Dean, I'm sure this is a point in Harbour Grace where he said he almost passed out, but the last 30 seconds of the race, he was really just trying to drive them there and get them to the finish. So all these crews wanted to send a special thank you to their sponsors. Definitely, the NTV boys, there they are. So they not only, you know, row for NTV, many of them work there. Frank Norris, he also came from a slide seat background. There they are. You can see the exhaustion on their faces. Just let the oars go. So rookie Mike Barnes, 23, put it all in. This, I hope the drone stays right here for this finish.
Incredible.
This is so close. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What would you say?
I would give it to stake 2, I believe, but
yeah.
Wow.
I think it may be by a hair it was Newfoundland Power, but we got to wait for the official times on that. Just incredible race. Like that really makes you push. There is no way you can row that hard when you're out by yourself. It takes somebody being alongside of you to make you push that hard.
That is absolute incredible camera footage.
Man, we're so lucky.
Second to none. That is second to none.
We are so lucky to have that drone coverage.
It's just worldwide footage. That is incredible to watch that come right down to that. Unbelievable.
And I can see Jimmy Carroll there, the coxswain of the Newfoundland Power. He's been around many years, won many a race. And so these guys are just going to rest and recover now and get ready to come back tonight. I would say these three crews in the camera here will be in the championship race tonight. And now I'm going to go to my other job and interview the winners.
So again, we see some of the teams getting the medal wins, getting their awards. I mean, I just love the faces. They're so tired, yet they just have enough energy to continue to just cheer each other on and clap and enjoy the moments. Love that. There it is. Special, special, special moment. This is, again, race number 2, the Mercantile Senior Women's Race. Getting their medals as we speak. And you know,
Congratulations to the India Gate crew.
And when they're getting their picture and they're getting their medals and things like that, I mean, you know, it's incredible to watch. India Gate, Team India Gate getting their medals. And the trophy goes over the head. Amanda's going to speak with the winners now shortly when they come over. Some more team pictures going on, and we see the other boats, the other teams coming back in from race number 3. And we'll get the official times.
I'll get a bit place with Rich
Now, Amanda is going to take the winners over shortly. We're going to get some interviews, some incredible insight. We're going to throw over to Amanda. Amanda is with the winners.
Women's race, the India Gate rowing crew, seasoned coxswain Jackie Warfield is here right next to me. Jackie, how was it out there?
It was, the pond conditions were great. The girls, we did our personal best today, and they rowed their hearts out. They left nothing out on the pond, and the training since last October paid off today.
Huge congratulations. I can hear your voice is strained.
It is. It is, yeah. So it was good. And we have our sponsor here today, Nikki. Yeah, and from India Gate. So
India Gate is a longtime sponsor of the regatta.
They are, yeah, and we really appreciate it. And anyway, it was a great day. Yeah, yeah.
And what was your time, your best time?
5:33, which was today.
So good, excellent job, congratulations. Yeah. And how was it out there for you? Let's hear from a rower.
Today was a lot of emotions for me. This has been. It's been a lot. I've overcome a lot, so this is a lot to get in the boat today.
Are you Erica?
I am, yes, yeah.
Erica, congratulations. We read a bit about your story on the air. Amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. And all of our hard work is contribute to our coach, Chris. He got the girls through their winter training in the spring, and he's to be commended.
Oh, I'm getting the goosebumps here. Chris, Quinn, do you have anything to say about the girls?
Oh, they did a fantastic job. They left it all on the pond. You know, unfortunately came a little up short for the championship, but personal best time for sure. Yeah.
Personal best time and a great season, and you know, a great life event for you guys to have each other through everything you've overcome. And 27 years, Val. Yeah. Come here, don't get over here. This woman has been like around the pond like furniture, so in a good way. So tell me about it.
I started
what, 94, 95 or something?
It said 94 in the book.
Yeah, and it was the first year I rode, and we actually set the record for this race. It's been lost since then, but
don't matter.
That was our first year, and there were still 4 boats only rather than 5. So we were the last boat into championship race. We weren't supposed to do anything, and the gun went off, and we were at the bandstand, and I wanted to get out of the boat in championship race.
So what does it mean to you, rowing? You know, why do you come back year after year?
The camaraderie, and it keeps you really fit. I've been very fortunate to be on teams that train pretty well all year. So the fitness level and just camaraderie and working with great people.
Yes, and you certainly have no shortage of great people on this team. And I remember seeing at least several of these faces at the Y and on the soccer field and over on the slide seat side. So we've got some multi-sport athletes on this team.
And big shout out to our stroke oar, Stephanie. She led the girls all the way. And it's a
if I go over there, is she going to talk to me or is she going to run away?
No, she set the bar for the girls, and she led the girls to the finish line, and she did a great job. Yeah, as did everybody else.
Motti, you're still your last name? So I know you as Steph Motti, but your maiden name is?
Lagasse.
Lagasse? Yeah. Okay, I couldn't really pronounce it on the air, but special happy birthday to India Gate stroke seed Steph Lagasse. Big cheers from her team. Also an excellent soccer player, police officer, you know, just all around great athlete, great person. And we've been talking a little bit about the spares. I can see Megan there. I don't know about you guys, but many crews this year had to rely a lot on the spares. People got COVID, kids got sick, everything like that. So can you tell us a bit about your season and the spares?
We've been lucky this year. We haven't had anybody out of the boat because of COVID. Yeah.
Megan rode in the come home.
Oh yes, Megan rode in the yes, that's right. She rode in the come home races, and but as I don't know, for sickness or anything like that, we've been fortunate enough that we haven't.
No, you had enough of that already.
Yes,
okay, let's hear from you. How was it? Who's our stroke seat? Oh shoot! She told me not to talk to her. I'm here now. How was it out there?
It was great. It was a good day.
Yeah. Okay. Next. You're new. Megan.
Oh gosh.
How was the Discovery Day?
Oh, it was great. It's great to support the girls. I stepped in last year because there was babies and rode with baby. And
a couple babies in here. Yeah, congratulations.
So I'm with baby this year, and it's just great to support the girls and hop in the boat when I can and just cheer them on the whole way.
Excellent. So I'm getting the wrap it up sign, and I'll just stand here next to Nikki, the India Gate sponsor, and say a big thank you, big congratulations. Yeah, thanks so much. Great job.
Excellent. Thank you. Proud of you.
We're back. The Honorable Jim Din, interim leader, NDP party for St. John's Centre. Jim, thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
Yeah, and obviously Amanda will come back with us now in a little bit, but this is a gret day.
It is.
Extremely exciting. We've talked about this. We've had not only just a historic day for the women in the races and all the differences, but not only that, I believe this is the symbol or a true symbol of coming back to normality. And it's great to see the regatta back. How do you feel about that?
Well, like you said, it's a great day for women the women's teams who get to participate in the long course. There's no doubt about it. Athletes, true, and can easily. That's something that should have been done a while back.
Long time.
The other part of it is you're right. It's. I think it was a good decision to hold off from yesterday. It gave everyone a chance. It's great weather for it to come out and enjoy it. I think it was all part of the necessary. I think I'm impressed with the crowds that we have here.
Yep.
So I think people are showing with their presence. They're ready for this. They're ready for this.
And we have seen this. I mean, this has got to be obviously a proud moment for you, and seeing how this is all developed. We have, incredible moments. People have planned so much from all around the world to coincide with not only tourism coming back home, but our come back home year. And for you to see this develop, it's certainly got to be a proud moment for you too.
Oh, listen, I'm a townie. I'm a corner boy. So in many ways, this is the highlight of the St. John's season, the regatta. In many ways, people figure after this the weather goes south after that. But nevertheless, it's a great day. You get to see an awful lot of old friends, real people you worked with. So you know what? And I haven't met yet a disappointed or a sad face. So people are obviously enjoying it. You can see the chatter around here. Going to the booths, getting a sample of the very fine food, and getting to take in some exciting races. And you know what more can you ask for?
We see the energy. We're right in the middle of it. This is the heartbeat of it right here. You know, the finish line, so to speak, and we're a feel of it. And we can hear it, and we talk, and obviously, and we said earlier, the smiles and the faces tell the stories, and we can see the faces now, and that's got to be a great feeling too, to be able to see that. You know, and that's what interacts. That's where you really see the joy. You can't fake that stuff, and we see that along the pond side. You just in my walk over here, people you can milling about. They're playing the games. They're talk. You can see people meet each that they maybe sometimes for the first time in a while, or just that engagement, that definitely in pure enjoyment in this event. So you know what, I think it was a good year. It was the time to have it to bring it back and bring people around, and more importantly, it's an outdoor event. So for the most part, it's a safe event. And we've had some great weather. Like leading up to this, I mean, this has been a fantastic summer. So to get that, you know, there was no doubt, I think, for us to feel that, you know, this was going to be a great day to have this. I love your comment just a little earlier about, you know, that extra day to really roll into this was really something good too as well.
I think the comment was made. The comment was made. I listened to one of the committee members. Look, it's been 2.5 years. We can wait one more day. I think it was a wise decision. I have no issue with that. I think, you know what, I think people wanted to get out here, and you can see that in the crowds, that people wanted to have this chance to get out and participate in a long-standing St. John's tradition, and to just meet other people and see other people and be around other people.
And this is going to be a historic day. We've got some changes to the races. We see the empowerment of the women and the strength and what they portray to us, and certainly through their actions is going to be fantastic. We've already seen it happen and play out today. I think this is a momentous day. I think it's a historic day. I think it's also going to be an opportunity for us to really turn pages in time and change and welcome anything that comes our way. And I think from you know, a background that you have, that's got to be a special thing too.
As a teacher, a former teacher, as the interim leader of the NDP, yes. And more importantly, then you could say the regatta is reflecting and moving ahead what is occurring in society, and it's acknowledging that there is that equality there, that you know, it's something that's a long time coming, should have happened before. But you know what? On this first real regatta back, it's an appropriate time to do it.
Yeah, and it's a symbol of change, and it's a symbol of opportunity. I really believe that, and I think we discussed that, not only that, but off the air. So, you know, it's a great time for change, as you just said, welcoming it. Now, not only a change, because sometimes in the past, we've been making those as individual decisions, but now it seems like as a community strength, which is something that I think is welcome, that, you know, now we're making changes together.
True, and it's good to see that on this 204th regatta and we're back at it, that this is the time we've made that change. You can't look. I've got to acknowledge that's definitely I think a major step forward, and no going back. It's only going to It's only going to improve the regatta from here on in.
Absolutely, and we're leaders in the world. I believe said that so many times. The community of Newfoundland have been leaders in the world. First to make changes, first to adapt, first to roll with that, and I think that being a corner boy, as you said, it's got to be a proud moment for you.
And hey, and the longest running the sporting event in North America, so it's about time we set the blaze away in this as well.
Absolutely. Jim, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you very much for having me.
Interim leader, NDP party, and the Honourable MHA for St. John's Centre. Jim, thank you again so much.
Thank you very much.
I hope you have a great day.
You too, sir. Take care.
We're going to go to break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Focused on quality and convenience, there isn't much you won't find at Marie's Mini Mart. Home-style breads, sandwiches, plus a variety of artisan breads and delicious single-serve desserts available exclusively at our Frecker Drive location. Marie's Mini Mart, with 25 locations wherever you go, there we are.
Hello, I'm Loidera Cueto. I'm here at the rooms where we just finished recording a Sharing Our Culture series. This is a place where you get to meet amazing individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds who are making significant contributions to the social, cultural, and economic development of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Hi, I'm Darren Hand. We have an exciting new show coming this fall called Pocket Universe. We introduce you to a variety of artists, filmmakers, and actors who share my love of sci-fi, horror, and all things out of this world. Newfoundland and Labrador has so many talented people in this genre that we can't wait to have them tell you their stories. Watch out for Pocket Universe coming this fall to Rogers TV, Channel 9.
Share in the joy and laughter with Spirit of Newfoundland as they celebrate 25 wonderful years. Join your favorite Spirit performers as they toast a quarter century of fun, food, and fantastic music. For ticket information and upcoming events, check out spiritofnewfoundland.com or phone 579-3023. Spirit of Newfoundland, a proud sponsor of the Royal St. John's Regatta on Rogers TV.
We're back. I'm back in my chair from this very comfortable chair.
Back in black, very comfortable chair.
And we'd like to thank Leon's for donating this table and chairs for us to sit on today. And also a big thank you to the Spirit of Newfoundland for the catering they're doing today for us. A big thank you to Steel Hotels for putting up the Rogers out-of-town folks. And last but not least, Home Depot has donated a barbecue. It is barbecue season. Go online on the Rogers website, enter to win the barbecue, or you can go to
the top of the pond.
All right, he's learning. Top of the pond.
Yeah, and you can stop into the Rogers booth and fill out a ballot in person so you can take home a beautiful barbecue for yourself.
Yep, and so the excitement is starting to mount for race number 4, which is the second men's race. So we're going to set up this race here now. Race number 4, Chevron Masters All-Comers Senior Men's Race. In the broker on stake 1, we have Fine Strokes, Plaster and Painting, Coxswain Ben Colburn, Stroke John LeDrew, Chris Neary, Ronnie Whitten, Ed Williams, Craig Whittle, Daryl Ryan, Scott Wilson, probably about 100 years of rowing experience between all of them.
Stake number 2, Shell, President's Choice, Crew Andrew McDonald, General Contractor, Coxswain Jonathan Houlihan, Stroke Gary Squires, Brian Healy, Joe McGraw, Steve Ring, Craig Whittle, Dale Kearley, Spear Darren Hyde, and Coach Sarah Healy.
4th place rowing in stake 4 with a time of 10.
On stake number 3,
5th place rowing in stake 5 with a time of
is Piatto Pizza, Coxswain Rob Moran, Stroke Robert Ring, Jonathan Hammond, Dean Hines, Eric Smith, Mike Lacey, Trevor Ring, Mike Lester, and Frank Gogos.
And on stake number 4, Shell, the Henley Crew Smith, Stockley Lakers, Coxswain Denise Carew, Stroke Fabian McGraw, Kevin Greeley, Mike Carew, John Tucker, Wade O'Keefe, Don Lynch, with Spear Derek Mercer and Rob Shea.
And stake number 5, the Newfoundland Herald, the Herald, Canadian Armed Forces, Leon Murphy, Rick Blanchard, John Roberts, Kyle Sparklin, Devin Sparks, Robert Peddle, Jeff Kelly, Andrew Rodden, Zach Payne. I'm speaking quickly so we can get off the graphics and go to the start of the race. So you can see here, coxswains have different techniques. The one coxswain has already thrown his toggle and the rest of them waited for a little bit late. So, you know, they encourage coxswains to hold the toggle at arm's length, and when they leave the buoys or sprows to throw it, because if they just drop it, it can get caught up in the rudder of the boat. So that coxswain was a bit early on the drop. I'm not sure why. Maybe he just wanted to give his crew a little edge or make sure that they were ready to go. Not typical to see it thrown that early, but you know, who knows? That would have been on stake 3. That was the Piatto Pizza. So a little bit about these guys. I think there was a mistake in the key because I noticed we had Craig Whittle was in the Andrew McDonald General Contractor, but actually Craig is in the Stake One, the broker. That's his company, the Fine Strokes Plaster and Painting Limited, sponsoring the crew on Stake One. So Coxon Ben Colburn, tons of experience. He comes from the slide seat side of rowing. Stroked John LeDrew. He stroked with Exit Realty to Championship 2007. Former Regatta Committee President Chris Neary, you can see him there in number 5. So we thank Chris for all of his dedication to this sport. Certainly thinking extra about Chris as his family has a loss this week, and we're sending our sympathies and condolences to him, and it's great that he can be here to row and get through things in this way. And also in that boat we have record setting. The 8:51 is the all-time low barrier for the men's course. That was set by Ed Williams and Daryl Ryan, 2 of them in this boat. So, you know, tons of experience. These guys are just, you know, getting together. They're probably all master's age by now, and they've put in a crew, and they're going to see what they can do. I am 100% sure they're hoping to crack that top 5 so they can row in the championship race tonight. So the drone shot here.
Again, we've got another close race. When we look at just incredible camera. Blessed to have to be able to look at this and to really see the aspects of the race and how it develops. And we've got another close race. It's incredible to see how these teams are so close.
And we had Ashley Peach on earlier telling us how when they set up the boats for the races on Regatta Day, they base the order of the stakes on the time trials results. So they put the crew with the fastest time trials result on Stake 1, second fastest on 2, third fastest on 3, so on and so on until Stake 5 is the slowest. So the ordering that we're seeing for the drone shot is reflective of those times from time trials. We've got quite a race going down on the way down between Fine Strokes Plaster and Painting Limited and Andrew McDonald General Contractor crews. And then we got the race for third place going on, I would say, between all 3 of the crews on Stake 3, 4, and 5. Piatto Pizza, Smith Stockley Lakers, and Canadian Armed Forces.
Our turn here is going to be incredible, important.
Yeah, so it's a long course, you know, that's what it's called. The men's course is now called the long course. Because
great name change.
It's just reflective of reality, right? This is just the logistics of it. Just like we have a half marathon, a full marathon.
Yeah, absolutely.
In swimming, we have the short course and long course. There's no reason why rowing should be any different.
No.
And it's not that one race is harder. You know, you run a half marathon, you're just as fit, you're trying just as hard as someone running the full marathon. It's just a different type of race. It's a different sport. So I had some people, you know, the Verso girls have been, or the women's team have been hearing all sorts of perspectives on people who lump it and love it and all things in between this change. Change is hard, right? And we've certainly heard it first, and so it's different training programs. That's the thing. So the women's teams who are used to rowing a half course have to adopt a more endurance style, maybe start a couple months earlier, doing longer ergs, so they're going to want to be over the 10,000 meter mark on the rowing machines, which takes them past 45 minutes for a workout, whereas the men's teams would typically do that, you know, at a minimum. So it's just doing the right training for the distance you choose to race. So we see the top 2 crews are turning the buoys right now. Fine Strokes going around, and Andrew White, General Contractors. We've got Coxon's Ben Colburn and Jonathan Houlihan doing great turns as the other boats set up to go into the turn.
You've had incredible success in the regatta before. Is this motivating to see the boats ahead of you if you're in that 3rd, 4th, 5th spot, or can it be demotivating sometimes?
It depends how far away they are, to be honest. You know, like I just said, when the boats are really close and say they have a seat or 2 on you, Absolutely. You know that that is within your grasp, and there is nothing that can make you push harder than having a boat alongside you. They say the best times are never done with people racing on their own, just for time, right?
And the higher the level of competition, the greater that it pulls out of you, and to be able, to be a part of. I mean, that was a great turn just then. Wow.
Yeah.
How they can just pull it so incredibly fast. We see that there is, certainly a big distance here between all 5 boats.
Ooh.
But still.
Drone went sideways.
It's a drone.
I think what a cool thing to see with the drone shots is the angles of the oars, like the angles at the catch and the finish. So you want to have everyone wants to have the same reach, so the same length of stroke, which means that the angles of all 6 oars should be at the same angle at the catch and the finish. And all those little details are what make the boat move faster, right? So the drone shots do a really nice job of showing that.
So obviously the catch would be the most important part, leading to a good finish there.
Yep, the catch. So exactly. I mean, you're getting really good. The components of the stroke. The catch is when the oar enters the water. Yeah. The drive is as they're pushing through. So this is what, maybe probably 30 years ago, fixie teams weren't putting as much emphasis on the leg drive, but now you can watch these boats and it looks like these guys are sliding on seats, but they're not. They're using their bums to drag themselves, their shins, to drag themselves to the front of the seat. The catch, they drop their oar in the water. The drive, they push along their seat. They take themselves to the finish or the release. So that's when the oars are in at their body and they're back at their layback, it's called. And then they do it all over again after a recovery. So when they're preparing for the next stroke, the hands come away, the body comes forward, and then the legs come up. That might sound simple, arms, body, legs,
it's not,
but it is not.
That's not simple. And we can, in the past, I'm sure people focused on shoulders and arms and things like that, where in this case, in this case, I mean, we've got a tremendous core work here. And again, timing and flexibility, and extreme cardio.
Absolutely, and you can see they're coming through they just came through the half-course kegs and they're going to start their finish now. So this is the Fine Strokes crew. Ronnie Whitten just got inducted into the Rowers Hall of Fame, along with longtime coach coxswain Mike Hickey. So congratulations to Mike and Ron Whitten. He's number 4 in this boat. All right,
So Fine Strokes, Plaster and Painting Limited, heading down the stretch.
Yeah, they've really opened up the gap there. They'll be happy with that. Now, to me, that looks like John LeDrew on number 2. It says in the program that he's sitting in 6, but I know he always wears that hat when he rows, so I think that John is sitting in 2. These are all my pals. These are my people.
Great time.
So a lot of excitement starting to build around the shores of Kitty Vitty Lake as we watch Fine Strokes, and everybody's watching the clock now to see if these guys are going to crack the top 5 spot and show up again, bring their old bodies and bones back down for another race tonight. So they're working on their finish now. So our finish, this is no secret, we do 7-ups. So over 3 strokes, you build your stroke rate, you build your power, you hold that for 7, then you do another 7-up, you build for 3, hold for 7, and then you do one final bump to take you across the line when you absolutely want to be putting it all out there. So as they approach the finish line, this is exactly what Fine Strokes are doing. And tons of experience there in that boat. We've got...
And they know the course.
Oh,
they know when they don't need to be told as to how close they are. They're really right there at the moment.
Yeah. And you know what? When you're that far ahead and you can just... Your goal now is to push and open up more water between you and the boat behind you.
Incredible footage, guys. Great job there. Great job.
So is that 10-minute finish enough to get them into the championship race? I don't think so. But we will see when we get the official times. They are certainly spent. Yeah, definitely a bit of a different order there as we watch the Andrew McDonald General Contractor coming across the line. just waiting for this race to finish before we can interview the winners of the first men's race of the day. The NTV men are waiting in the wings here. Can't wait to talk to them and see how their race went as we get a shot here of the...
Yep, the races are finishing up. You can see them coming in. The boat's coming in for the last little bit here. 10:01 unofficial time, 10:01. And we'll see if that makes its way a little later when it becomes official. 10:01. Amanda's just stepped off to the side and she'll get ready to interview the champion NTV crew. You hear the guns going off. Again, 10:01 unofficial time. We'll see where that ranks up. And we're going to throw to Amanda just shortly now. She gets an opportunity to interview the NTV men's team. Throw to Amanda.
Come lakeside here at the 203rd, fourth Royal St. John's Regatta with the last year's champions, NTV men. Fastest time of the day for the men so far. Congratulations, guys. How was it out there?
It was pretty good. You know, we worked hard out there and just happy to get the win.
And so you have some new young blood on your crew here this year, I hear. So I've been hearing a lot about this Mike Burns. Mike, hello, sir.
How's it going?
So what does it feel like being 23 and stepping into this crew of veterans?
It's been a great experience since January. Feeling pretty special here today and just kind of looking to finish off everything tonight.
So is this, you guys raced in Placentia Harbor Grace. How does this race today stack up to everything else so far this summer?
The Placentia races didn't go as planned, we'll say. We had a close call in the end, but today's race we stuck to the plan, and like I said, we'll try to do it again tonight and seal the deal if we can.
You think you keep these guys young?
Try my best.
All right, Blaine, I've been talking you up on the air. I was telling everyone how you were over in Europe taking trains around to do your ergs and get your workouts in. What the heck? Tell us all about it.
Well, that's the dedication of not just me, but the entire crew. No matter what it takes, people get our workouts in. I had to travel a bit for work, so I made sure to book hotels close to ergs. Everyone posts all the workouts so we can all see them. And shout out to Mike for not just joining our crew, but absolutely killing the training. And it's not easy to pick it up and join a crew of guys that have been together for 4 or 5 years. And so, but yes, he does keep us young. Like, his intensity and excitement is absolutely contagious. Not to use that word too much, but it spreads around in a good way, and it's been great.
Awesome. So I bet he doesn't even realize it, but he does. So we've got Dexter, Donnie, and Dean. So that's the triple D. I'll just say congratulations to Frank.
Oh, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
How was it out there?
It was a good row. Pond was nice, so we got a nice shot down the lake and came home. So looking forward to tonight.
You guys really opened up some distance there on the way back. Coxon, record-holding women's course M5 crew. How was it out there, my friend?
That was great. The boys flew on the way down and just came out of the turn and blasted on the way back, and it was good. Good feeling.
How'd you feel about the turn?
The new ropes are a bit tricky, but it wasn't too bad.
What do you mean new ropes?
The good new ropes on the boats yesterday.
Oh, that's a nice surprise.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah. Keep everyone guessing. Any more from the brothers before we sign off?
Oh, now you put us on the spot. No, it was a great race. The other teams, I mean, they kept us honest the whole season. They kept pushing us, so I got to tip my hat to all the other teams that we've been rowing against. So
I think there's a lot of fitness who's going to come back tonight, so you guys will have to rest up. So congratulations on a great row, and we'll see you tonight.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right, let's go to the warm-up.
And we're back. Man will be over shortly. Great interview with the men's team on NTV there on that side of things. And we've got some results coming up. These are the race results. Number 1, NTV, 9:32.37. Newfoundland Power, 9:46.85. Coming in at third, Capital Home Hardware at 9:47.62. And this is what's going to be a little interesting. O'Brien Engineering, 10. 10:19:78, and number 5 Lamb's Rum 10:52:25.
So I think that does put
Yes.
times short. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have those times from the second men's race yet?
We don't have them
Okay.
from the second men's yet. We just got number 3.
Yeah, but from what I remember.
But from what we're seeing,
Yeah.
10:02 unofficial time that came up, and of course there was 2 teams there as well. So we'll see just what might play out there. That could make for some big changes. So yeah, again, we'll just go through those quickly. NTV number 1, 9:32:37. Newfoundland Power 9:46:85. We've got 9:47:62 for Capital Home Hardware. O'Brien Engineering 10:19:78. And Lamb's Rum 10:52:25.
You know, before we go on, now that we have a bit of time in the day, I just want to take a moment to reflect on a more serious note about a big special member of the regatta and rowing community that we've lost since last year's regatta. Hard to even talk about. That's Christopher Abbott. He and I coached together in 2007. He was also better known around town as Buddy the Puffin. I'm sure you know him too.
Yes.
Great, really friendly. He was, what made rowing so great. And it's, kind of fitting to talk about it right now because that's some of his best buddies out there in that race that just finished. And I know they're all rowing for him today. Great man. We miss him. And certainly sending lots of warm thoughts to Nikki and Chris Abbott's family.
Yes, I certainly had an opportunity to have a relationship with Chris, and it was he was larger than life.
Absolutely.
And certainly a fixture down around here and everywhere, just a fixture everywhere and in so many lives. So certainly going to be missed tremendously, and there's a lot of people that are digging in deep for him today in his memory. And beautiful words shared by you, Amanda. Thank you.
We miss him. We miss him. Also, as we build up towards the next women's race, we should mention that at the finish line is the finish line trophy is the Kim Sterling Memorial Trophy is what is honored to the female champions, because talking about progress, initially there was no championship race for women until Kim Sterling, daughter of the Sterlings of NTV. She rowed from age 15 to 19, and she loved rowing, and she came down here and said, why isn't there a championship race? Why is there no trophy for the women? And at her time in her day, she lobbied to get a championship race for the women, and she did that. And now here we are, so many years later, with women progressing to row the long course. So we thank change makers like Kim Sterling. Every time I cross that finish line, I know that her headstone is sitting in the graveyard directly across from the finish line. It's people like her that we do it for. She started rowing at a young age, 15 to 19, was tragically killed in a car accident, and in her memory, they made up that Kim Sterling Memorial Trophy. And these members of the community make it what it is. They're no longer with us in physical body, but they're here with us in spirit every single stroke. And I'm giving myself the goosebumps now.
Well, it's sometimes the hardest thing to do is make a decision, make a change, and then it spirals from there in a good way. We talk about these stories, we share these stories, we share these insights, and when we share them, we think, how could it take so long to get to that point? And yet, especially today, where we think that change can be just so easy, and it really can be that easy. Change can be easy now, and we see that daily. That we've had so much change in a short period of time that it can happen, and it takes people coming together, and it takes a collective energy and a collective vision to be able to do those things. But it was those individuals in times of toughness to be able to stand up, be strong in their beliefs, say, no, this is not the way it should be, that it should be a better way, that racing should be unified, and life itself should be unified as well.
Absolutely. So next up is a bit of an interesting race because we have a blended category of intermediate women and the Masters women. So we can see those crews warming up here now. We can see a shot there of the Steers Insurance women and their coxswain, Mike Shea. And they're getting ready to row their race. Again, we're not out of contention for qualifying for the Women's Championship. So they're getting warmed up, trying to, at this point, if it were me, you know, you do your waves and say hi to people, but then you get in race mode. You know, you zone in on your coxswain. There are so many distractions at the head of the pond, and you just have to listen to your coxswain, execute your race plan. So here they're doing a technique called picking.
Okay.
This is called picking, so this will be on your test later. All right, race number 5, Rogers Intermediate. Hey, Rogers, we're sponsoring this one. Woo! Woo! Women, Masters Women. Stake number 1 in the Pomerleau. Smith-Stockley crew, coxswain John Barrington.
Legend.
Stroke Maggie Carew, Anna Barrington, Hannah Martin, Mackenzie Cal, Tessa Thorne, Megan Fiender, Coach Wilhelmina Martin, and these will be the intermediate team.
Quite the hockey player, Anna Barrington, by the way. Stake number 2, Shell Miss Tubular crew, Steers Insurance Ladies, coxswain Mike Shea, Cindy Roach, Sarah Anthony, Carolyn Cody, Jennifer Brown, Kimberly Horwood, Rhonda Bridger, and Spear Leona Rockwood.
And on stake number 3 in the Jerry Angel, we have JAT Excavating. There used to be every time I see this, I think it's a typo, but I'm just going to go with JAT Excavating. Coxswain Melissa Snow, longtime coxswain, has won the Coxswain's Award before. Stroke Mackenzie Perrell, Renee Hines, Jessica Cantwell, Fernanda Zettel, Amber Pollitt, Candace Pollitt, Cecilia Martino, Petula Perrell.
And in stake number 4, the Shell Iceberg Gold crew, Spin Drift Brewing. Coxswain Yvonne Knight, stroke Mary Rideout. Number 5, Mary Rideout, Allison Hickman, Bonnie Hutton, Paula Ellsworth, and Cindy Hickman. And stake number 5.
I think maybe a typo there. The coxswain is Yvonne Knight, stroke Mary Rideout. I don't think Mary Rideout can stroke and cox. But anyway, stake number 5, Shell Dictator crew, Kent Building Supplies, coxswain Russ Towton, I don't know. Stroke Christine Caravan, 5, Jenny Bowering, Fran Keogh, Shannon Stamp, Kate Chalker, Gloria Brown, Spares Gloria Brown, and Amanda Will. So we can see all 5 crews.
Ready to go.
Now, Mike Shea is doing an interesting technique with his steers girls. He's standing up in the boat because they're not going to start the race if he's standing in the boat. So we have that happening here on stake 2 with the steers women and on stake 5.
And why would Mike do that?
Because when the rowers aren't ready, or the coxswains, what they're doing right now is they're getting their lines. So they're looking to the horizon, they're picking their marks, what they need to go towards to get a good angle going into the turn that works for their crew, because every crew is different. So like you mentioned about the Barrington crew, so Smith-Stockley was a long-time sponsor of many of excellent and achieved, accomplished men's crew. And we have you mentioned Anna Barrington.
Yes.
So she is the granddaughter of Hall of Fame rower John Barrington Sr. Super exciting, and I guess maybe that's her father there in the coxswain
seat. Could be a father.
seat.
Again, John. If that's John Barrington Jr., we're not quite sure, but if it's Junior,
I think
because
so.
he is the father of Anna, and she's an accomplished hockey player, incredible worker, and obviously full athlete. To be rowing as well. So it just shows you the family, the history, and that is her dad.
Anna just graduated from Ridley College in St. Catharines, Ontario. Which I'm assuming, was she there for hockey or rowing?
She was there for hockey, for sure.
Okay, because it's also a rowing town in St. Catharines. She completed her high school at Ridley College, so she could play hockey at a high level and row. So multi-sport athlete, absolutely accomplished. She has a full scholarship to Mercyhurst University in Erie, Pennsylvania, which rowers from here have gone to Mercyhurst before. That's where Jeremy Ivey, who rowed with the St. John's Rowing Club, went on to coach at the national level for the U.S. and Canadian Olympic teams. So keep that in mind. From Kitty Vitty Lake to the Olympics, that's Jeremy Ivey went from Mercyhurst to the Olympics. So maybe we'll see Anna do the same. Wouldn't be surprised by the sound of everything I'm hearing. Also in the Smith-Stockley crew, we have Stroke Maggie. Maggie Carew. She's been with the crew since the very beginning, but this is her first year as stroke. So you will often see, as we saw in the high flow hydraulic crew, people are switching seats within the boat, usually on the same side. They rotate between 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, 5, and then some very diverse kind of ambidextrous people can switch from port or stroke side to bow or starboard side. So those people, it's kind of like writing with your left hand.
Yeah.
Some people can do it, some people can't. Maybe shooting
Yes.
with your offhand. I don't know if that's comparable.
No, most people have trouble one way.
Yeah, not you though.
No. Well.
Tessa, the number 2 in the Smith-Stockley 2 crew. So the crew we're talking about is furthest away from the screen. They're over there on stake 1, again, because they had the fastest
It's
time.
hard to tell the Barringtons.
Yeah, that's right. They're so tall. Oh man, I wish I had the Barrington height gene for sure. So you can see some last minute coaching going on here on stake 4. She's just reminding her girls probably of the race plan, what they need to think about, listen to my voice.
Yeah.
It's very easy at the start to tune out from your coxswain and listen to the people in the boat next to you. There is so much excitement up
Did
there.
I see some rowers adjusting something in their ears? Do they don't plug nothing up, do they?
Maybe, I mean, it's possible. I don't think there's rules against it.
Yeah.
There used to be walkie-talkies was common.
Or not, and again, not necessarily that. I don't know if it's something just to kind of zone things out.
Well, you don't want to have your hair in your face, that's
No.
for sure.
Yeah.
But I also don't think they're going to be wearing earplugs because
Right, they want to listen.
you can't hear
Yeah.
your coxswain then, right? And the gun, it doesn't even sound that loud. Okay, so we have a crew coming up late. They're coming to stake number 5. So this is the Kent Building Supplies, just pulling up to stake number 5 there now in the bright yellow. And so that is why the other coxswains were standing up and they were holding the rudder, like they were kind of had it all corralled up. So when they let go of their rope, they will float to full extension of their toggle out to the furthest away from the buoy, because that's what gives them the best start. Obviously, you don't want to have anything left on their rope. And coxswains at the start are sometimes saying, you know, my arm's gonna haul out his socket if you keep touching and stuff like that. So.
And waiting has got to be a little frustrating.
It is tough. Because they need to keep the boat straight, and even the slight boat one direction or the other. Luckily, it's pretty calm winds here today, but you can imagine what those squirt crews would have to contend with if they were trying to line up in the type of wind we had yesterday afternoon. So I have to agree, absolutely the right call to hold the regatta on this Thursday. If it wasn't immediately obvious yesterday morning.
Amanda, can you give me a little insight on what would constitute somebody in the Masters category? I've been involved in Masters sports as well, and I know, there is that fine line when you make that shift, and it doesn't lessen your athletic ability. But what makes up a Masters athlete at the rowing level?
So it's a bit funny for the Masters athletes. The ages are different for men and for women. Here we go. They're off to a clean start here. The Masters age for women is 41 and men is 46, I believe, or maybe it's vice versa. I'm not sure why the girls have been trying to understand the different ages for the Masters crew. So we are here watching the start of the joint senior Masters race and intermediate race.
Senior main race.
So we're looking here at the stake 5. The Kent Building Supplies team. And then next to them in stake 4, closest to you on the screen here, is Spindrift Brewing. So one of the many kind of craft breweries that have cropped up, and this is the Smith-Stockley Intermediates on stake 1 there. Lots of multi-sport athletes, hockey, basketball, taking the girls down. On the Spindrift Brewing, the Masters women in this race have 2 new rowers in the boat this year. Bucket list item for those 2 women. So that's super exciting. I mean, rowing in the Royal St. John's Regatta is something that is on a lot of people's bucket list, and 2 of the women in the Masters rowing team on Spindrift crew, it's on their bucket list. Their average age in this boat is 55 years.
Wow.
And the experience in the boat ranges from 20 years to beginning rowers. They like to play ultimate frisbee together as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the ultimate frisbee is just an incredible league too. They've got a real good culture there, and good to see them. The bridge, the connection between everything. I'm sure that there's rowers here today that they run in the Telly 10 as well, and those are things that they make a part of their life. certainly with their commitment. But an average age is 55 years.
That's this crew we're looking at right here now.
That is incredible.
And you know, I'm just going to praise up my teammate and very close friend, Katie Wadden.
Yeah.
One day, we rode in the Placentia Regatta, we won. She drove back to town, she ran the Telly 10, she won. It was 2016, I think, and it was absolutely incredible. So just a lot of talent here, as we're talking about Anna Barrington and many of these, you know, ultimate frisbee, playing basketball, playing hockey. Smith Stockley going into the turn first and will come out first, followed by stake 2, the Steers Insurance ladies going into the turn, followed by stake 3, JAT Excavating, Melissa Snow giving her crew a great turn, followed by stake 4, Spindrift Brewing, Coxon Yvonne Knight taking her crew around, and this is the stake 5 Masters Women Kent Building Supplies. So you can get a close-up shot of the turn here. You can see the stroke side lifting their oars over the boats. And the records time for this race that we're looking for, the intermediate girls or intermediate women, 5:11:15, and the masters, 5:12:53. So they should be compatible finishes here because the records are just a second apart. And all 6 rowers back in, taking them back up the pond for these Kent Building Supply Masters women as they knock this off their bucket list. Awesome job, women.
Unbelievable. Again, just a note on Spindrift Brewing. They wanted to make a little note about Andrew Bell of Spindrift Brewing, their sponsor. He's wanted to sponsor a team for some time now. They're fortunate to have them. But it was also for them a little tough. It was a tumultuous season with COVID hitting each member of the team at some point. Again, I love this line that they shared with us. They're just having a great time rowing together and already planning for next summer. I think that's fantastic.
Excellent. So here we are in the lead, Smith Stockley, intermediate women, rowing down the course. There is also a possibility that these girls could make it into the championship race, looking at the time they have going. So if they can go under that 5:33 mark, which is entirely possible based on their running time and their position in the race right now at the marquee, they could absolutely make it into the championship race, which would be great to see. It's only very high-performing intermediate and, you know, any younger teams that can typically make it into that top 5 times of the day. So really wishing them luck as they
are pushing through now.
Oh, you can see it.
They are pushing through.
Yeah, you know that they're
They know that they're close. John has let them know for sure.
Yeah.
Might be a little tough. Looks like there's a bit of distance there now, but they're still.
All 6 oars hitting the water together, coming out together, exactly what you want. You can see the ducks are getting out of the way because they better get out of the way because those girls are coming through and not stopping.
There.
No, those ducks are far from in a row, but the Smith Stockley crew has their ducks in a row as they're
So the whites hit and the whites disappear. That's a great thing.
Yep.
And they're coming in 5:18,
Yep.
19.
Oh, so they're going to be in the championship
Wow.
race. And maybe even the
Unofficial
second place team.
Wow.
Absolutely. Really great row for those Smith Stockley
That is,
intermediate
John.
women. And probably, if I'm remembering correctly, this crew could be also in the show tonight. That's what we call it, the show.
The show?
Yeah, you know
We're
how
going
you
to the
guys
show.
call,
We're going to
is
the
that what you
show.
call the NHL?
Yeah,
you
we're
watch
going to the
Shoresy?
show. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, great show.
The gyms
Shout
are so
out
good.
to TR on that one. Great work.
Oh, the Shoresy is such a good show. Andrew McCormick and I always watch Shoresy.
Yeah.
And big shout out to the McCormicks in Corner Brook. I know they're watching today, going through some tough stuff as well these days, and certainly taking care of me when I'm out on the West Coast. So here we have stake 3 coming in 3rd, just like the finishing order from Time Trials. That was JAT Excavating, followed by Spindrift Brewing, so Andrew Bell. What was it? Just a shout out for Andrew Bell from Spindrift Brewing.
Yeah, he's wanted to be involved for quite a while now, and that's good. I mean, we see that companies that want to be involved. I just love this visual right now.
Isn't it so good?
That is unbelievable. That is
a little
beautiful.
bit about the positions in the boat. 6 and 5. 6
Look
is the stroke. Closest to the coxswain. She cannot vary her pace right now.
Okay, I've got the goosebumps.
Right?
I've
It's
got
amazing. The
Look at
beautiful
that.
sport. Wow, it looked to me like they may have come in on the wrong side of the buoy, but what do I know? So
Not-
she's just letting her oar go.
Yeah. Wow.
They did, yeah. So anyway, they're congratulating each other on a job well done.
So
Excellent
what's your
racing.
excuse today, Pete? What's your excuse?
5:22 for the Smith-Stockley official time for the intermediate girls, intermediate women, whatever you'd like to call the category. Great job. Really strong rowing out there today. Whew! Oh my God, I'm wore out here.
How can you not be watching? Wow. How proud, how inspirational.
Absolutely.
Inspirational.
So you can see the family and friends gathering lakeside. I'm counting down the minutes, about 45 more minutes until we have that first record-making history of the women rowing the long course. My best friends all in the boat. Okay, Fine Strokes is written on the TV. Are we going to interview them now? Interview? Fine Strokes?
Mike Lester, Eric Smith, and Frank Gobos. Congratulations, gentlemen. Presenting the gold
So
medal.
the Team Fine Strokes are getting their medals right now. And as has happened in the past, Amanda has left the building. Well, she's left me. She's gearing up. We see some of the women finishing up and bringing their boats back from that race.
Oh. Amanda's about to be up. She's on seat 4 that came out.
Amanda's going to be with the winning team here now shortly.
Come on, Kate.
And here she goes.
All right, I'm here lakeside with the Fine Strokes men's team. I said on the air they have about 100 years of rowing experience between them. Hall of Famers, record holders in this crew. I'm so excited to talk to them. Chris Neary, former Regatta Committee president. Congratulations on a great row. How was it out there?
It was a tough row, but it always is. You know, we've got, as you mentioned, lots of experience from the boat. We went out, did our best, and I think that made time for the championship race, so we're looking forward to this evening.
Excellent, sir. You're going to go rest your old bones and come back tonight and do it again.
As much as we can, yeah.
Well, it's certainly not your first time. As I mentioned, a couple record holders in this boat. Daryl Ryan, nice to see you back in the boat. How'd you feel out there?
Like Chris said, old. We were, you know, it was a tough slog out there for us, even though it was good water. But you know, hopefully we'll have a little more tonight and bring it a little bit better.
I don't like old, I like to say experienced and seasoned, and you got your man strength now, that's for sure. And here we have in the hat, because I saw you rowing in your hat, this is John LeDrew. You're listed in the program as sitting in 6. I think you were in 2 seats.
I was in 2.
So tell us about that. How'd that feel?
Well, we had a great start of the year, rowing long, rowing well. When the rate came up, just wasn't finding that right rhythm. So, you know, it's typical with our background in slide seat especially, we decided to start searching for things that made us better. And, you know, moving Craig into that 6th seat and changing some things around, a couple of rows with some good spares, really helped us find that rhythm, especially on the recovery. You know, good catch on the legs, sorted us out when we found our speed and our rhythm.
Your hat's a giveaway, you know, I could tell it was you. And here we have coxswain Ben Colburn, no stranger to the regatta, rode many a championship races, comes from a slide seat background. Ben, how was it out there?
That was a lot of fun. I've learned a lot from these fellows. You know, there's a tremendous amount of experience, and they've all taught me so much, and I think we got a lot to show tonight.
Excellent. Well, I hope you get to rest and relax. Former champion, record holder Ed Williams, pleasure to talk to you. How do you feel?
Feel really done. No, it's been 15 years since I've rowed, and I don't agree with Ben. It's not fun at all. We're gonna have another race tonight, and hopefully now we'll work on that. Yeah.
All right, we've got Pushko Pharmacy celebrating behind us, and I'm here with Ronnie Whitten, who is just inducted to the Hall of Fame in 2022. Big congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That must feel great because you've spent many years down here.
Oh yeah, I've been here for a while, like everyone else. It's don't get any easier with age.
And did you take some time off and as well, like Ed here, coming back after 15 years?
No, only 4 or 5 years since the last time I rode, so it hasn't been that long.
Great.
Still
Good thing I'm short. I can stand here in front of you and your guys' faces are still on. And sponsor and stroke oar, Craig Whittle, congratulations. How was it out there?
Oh, thank you. It was pretty good out there. We would like to be a bit faster, breathe a bit more, but...
What was your official time?
10:03.
10:03 is not bad. You can beat that tonight.
It's okay, but we would have liked to be a bit faster, so we'll try and build off that tonight.
All right, so this is the Fine Strokes men's team. Get one last look at them, and now we're going to go back to Steve. Thanks so much.
Just right out here or just around here?
No, I don't know where.
Hey, we're back. So Amanda's just interviewing the winners of Fine Strokes just now, and she's going to come up with the other winners as well on their behalf. So again, race results number 4. Fine Strokes with a 10:03.39, absolutely fantastic. Andrew McDonald General Contracting, 10:29.07. Piatto Pizza with 11:10.97. Smith Stockley Lakers, 11:23.13. And Canadian Armed Forces, 11:15.81. We're going to throw over to Amanda here now with Piatto.
So, third place bronze medal in race number 3, going with a time of 9:47.62. Capital Home Hardware.
All right, take 3, Lakeside with Piatto Pizzeria. Men's team rode to winning time 11:10. I'm here with Eric Smith, and great rowing, you guys. They're going to tell me a little bit. How was it out there?
It was fun, actually, till the pain kicked in, but it was very competitive. We had a good race. We had some good competition, and we really had to dig deep to maintain the bit of a lead we had. The Armed Forces and the Smith Stockley who gave us a good race, so we were quite glad to come out of it with a gold medal, actually.
And is this your guys' first race of the year, or did you participate in any of the other, June Day or Placentia or Harbour Grace or anything like that?
No, just the time trials. One of our regular guys got sick last night, unfortunately. Put a spare in the boat today, so, we congratulate him too. He's not here right now, but we're glad he was a big part of the crew this year.
I'm not saying this just because I am a spare for the Team Verso, but this is the year of spares. A lot of people have had, to rely on their spares for various reasons, COVID and otherwise. So we're all in the same boat, figuratively.
Yeah, it went from COVID no race year to COVID spare year. You're right.
So now, who is the one with the twins in the double stroller?
That's Jonathan. He was the guy who got sick.
Oh,
Yeah.
so sorry, Jonathan. We're sending you lots of well wishes at home. We hope you're feeling better.
Tell him we got a medal for him too.
Yeah, they got you a nice purple medal. I'm gonna scooch over here and talk to Rob Moran because he's my pal.
I'm in trouble now. What's going on?
So, this is the first time I haven't seen you at O'Reilly's in a while. Tell us about your second passion, not music, but rowing.
Rowing, I don't know, the guys called me about maybe 4 weeks ago to come down and help them out, and I said, sure, why not? Great bunch of guys, great sponsor, thanks to Kate and all the crew at Piatto. And again, a shout out to Jonathan. We miss you, buddy. Wish you were here. And how are you doing, more importantly?
I'm good. I
heard you spirit or rowed today. That's true today?
I rode in Harbour Grace.
Harbour Grace.
And I do have on all my Verso clothes in case someone breaks their back.
So if a crew is looking for a girl, right here.
A girl.
A lady? Senior women? What are you now?
I'm leaving you. Yeah. And who else do we have here? Who wants to say something?
Robert Ring, road number 6.
Awesome. How was it?
It was good. It was my first year rowing number 6, and it was a close race, so that really, helped us to keep the pressure on the whole course. But I want to just say a big thanks to our sponsor, Piatto Pizza, and to all the sponsors who make the regatta possible. We couldn't do it without you.
Absolutely. Kate Vallis from Piatto Pizzeria is a great friend of mine. Went to high school together. Huge thanks to her. Being stroke seat is tough, and we've been saying on the air that there's no way you can row that fast if you don't have someone besides you pushing you, so big congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll wrap it up and go to Steve.
And we're getting ready for race number 6. College North Atlantic Juvenile Women. CNA. Stake number 1, Shell, the broker. Crew, UCW Juvenile Ladies. coxswain Gord Delaney, stroke Greta Colford. Number 5, Yorha Ryan, Lily Byrne. Lily Byrne, yay. Murray Byrne, sister. Ella Duffett, Kate Chalker, Abigail Bridger, Spear Emma Pittman, and coach Susan Byrne. And we have Shell, stake number 2, Shell President's Choice, crew Ace Locksmithing, coxswain Leon Murphy, oh I know Leon, stroke Haley Edwards, Olivia Weatherton, number 5, Caitlin Drover, Carly Marsh, Tia Pittman, Annabelle Earl, Spare Lizzie Morey, coach Lacey Baker, manager Karen Weatherton.
They got a manager.
Yes.
And on stake number 3, you're used to that though. Hockey
Yes,
teams always
yeah.
have managers. Race number 6, the CNA Juvenile Women's stake number 3 in the Henley Martin Surveys, coxswain Leon Murphy, stroke Anna Hawkins.
Leon is busy.
Yeah, I think he was kind of chirping in our ear earlier that there was a mistake in the program, so I'm going to have to look and see which boat he's actually coxing. But he's certainly coxing at least one of these boats. Stroke Anna Hawkins, Heidi Martin, Brooke Lynn O'Neill, Peyton Fleming, Lauren Manning, Emma Strong, and coach Hannah Martin. I do believe that Jennifer Brown is the coxswain of Martin Surveys, and it is not Leon Murphy. Just a slight correction there.
Stake number 4, Shell, the Newfoundland Herald, crew Chesses, Fish and Chips, Hayward's Fuel Delivery and Service, coxswain Brendan Chafe, stroke Madison Chafe, Olivia Taylor, Bethany Pitcher, Sophie Joe McCarthy, Abby Higdon, and Julia Verge. Coach Robert Greeley.
And on stake number 5 in the Oz Network, Outer Cove TLC Nursing and Home Care, coxswain Shannon Power, stroke Olivia Carew, 5 Laura Edwards, Sarah Woodland, Sierra Piercy, Abby Higdon, Katie Power, and coach Heidi Carew. So awesome, we're going to get to see the start of this race. We can see the pontoon boat floating over there to stake number 1. There could be an issue, like I was saying, sometimes the toggle gets caught up in the rudder is what it's called. So in the slide seat boats, the rudder, which steers the boat, is about maybe the size of a credit card, a little bigger. On these boats, because they're so heavy and so big, the rudder is about the size of a bunch of bananas put together. It's quite big. It's a lot bigger than the small credit card size rudders on the slide seat boats. So just to give people a little bit of comparison.
Yeah, they're fixing something there for sure.
Oh, that's Gordy. So he knows what he's doing. Yeah. You don't have to worry about that. He will be sure to take his time and make sure the toggle is free and clear of the boat so they can get away on a clean start. So like we just had with the interviews here with Piatto, false starts do occur in rowing. So what happens is, you know, sometimes if a boat leaves the line before the gun goes, they'll call a false start. And to indicate the false start, they shoot the gun off a second time as an indication for crews to return to the start so they can start the race again.
Everybody looks geared up, ready, sitting.
They certainly do, and you can hear that age-old call. Are you ready? Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you all ready? And then the gun. I don't know who the gunner is or the starter for this race, but they did a fine job as everyone is off. And just like I was saying, you have a plan for the finish. Yeah. So you bump your stroke rate, you hold like 3 up, 7 hold, 3 up, 7 hold. Same thing for the start. So you're doing some short strokes to get the boat moving, maybe like a half, 3/4, and then you focus on some short, hard strokes to get the boat moving from a dead stop to just flying down the course at that quick rate, at that good boat speed that you want to maintain to get the time that you're looking for.
The legs drive the oars?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It might sound funny because you hold the stick in your hands and your oar in your hands, but absolutely the legs, rowers in the off season are doing a lot of squats. There's actually one crew here, they're all CrossFitters. So I don't know if you've ever done CrossFit class, but certainly—
No, I haven't.
You got to check it out. It's a great workout. CrossFit is, or the rowing machines, or ergs as we call them, are a huge part of CrossFit workouts. And so it was a pretty easy, smooth transition for the CrossFit team to come down and jump in the boat.
I actually took part in a Heart and Stroke Foundation fundraiser with the rowing.
Oh,
I do that every year.
Yeah, great.
And my It's incredible. Oh my gosh, there's my faves.
Oh yeah, they're getting their, that's the Kent Building Supplies. And again, we have a crew member giving out the medals. So exciting. The medals have a purple like neck piece, the lanyard piece, and they say the Queen's Platinum Jubilee on them, because that is what we're celebrating here this year. Just gorgeous, really nice medals, and you can guarantee that the medals for the championship race tonight will be spectacular. The regatta committee really outdoes themselves with the trophies and the hardware that the regatta that they take home with them.
So on that little note that you just mentioned, as the race goes on, I'm going to throw out a little trivia question.
Okay.
And people can respond on our Facebook page, Rogers Television, or try to answer wherever you may feel is important. The only time that the regatta took place not in the month of August. So not in the month of August, what year was that? Please feel free to let us know. And if you can throw in, why was that? Why was the regatta not held in the month of August? What year was it and why was it? We'd love to hear from you. Send in, if we have any winners, we'll try to get you something. If not, well, you feel free to call yourself a winner.
He asked me that first thing when I got down here today, and I have to admit, I didn't know, but you know, it was, I'll just give a little hint. It was a nice transition talking about the medals and how they look to the answer of your trivia question.
I swooped right in there.
Just a seamless transition. It's like they pay us.
I know. I swear we were doing this together forever.
Well, it's certainly been a great few hours.
Been a fantastic morning so far.
Look at this, Gord Delaney, just such a pro. I have to, like, it's nice to sit this far away from him and watch, because when I line up to him to race next to him, all you can do is listen to his voice. It's just so, like, commanding, authoritative, loud. He can hear all of it, you know, he really projects well, and I'm sure that's part of the reason why these women are out here in front. And this is the UCW Juvenile Ladies.
So we've got the times for the intermediate women, race number 5.
Did we read out these ones yet?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
You go ahead.
No.
Yeah, so you do them. You do those, I'll do these.
Okay.
You read those.
Yes, we did get fine strokes in.
Okay.
No.
Just read them.
I got them. Race results for race number 4. Race number 4, category senior masters men. First place was Fine Strokes with a time of 10:03:49. Coming in number 2, Andrew McDonald, general contractor, 10:29:07. Piatto Pizza, number 3, 11:10:47. And Smith Stockley Lakers, Canadian Armed Forces came in 11:15:81. And Smith Stockley Lakers came in at 11:23:13.
And the race results for race number 5, the Masters Intermediate Women, who are getting their medals right now. In first place, Smith Stockley, coxed by John Barrington with a time of 5:23:77, which gets them into the Women's Championship. Second place in the Miss Tubular Steers Insurance Ladies, Cox and Mike Shea, with a time of 5:33:16, so we'll have to look and see what happens there in terms of coming back for the ship.
Yep.
On stake 3 in third place, JAT Excavating, Cox and Melissa Snow with a time of 6:08:44. In the Iceberg Gold, on stake 4, Spindrift Brewery, coxed by Yvonne Knight, 6:16:77. And in fifth place, Kent Building Supplies, 6:43:12. Awesome race results for race number 5. And we have here in front of us on the screen, Gord Delaney in race number 6, taking his juvenile women across the line. I saw him having such a great time with his crew here on the dock the other day. Before practice, he put on the dance music. He was dancing. They were pumped up,
grooving,
having a great time. And you know what? They work hard, they play hard, they have a lot of fun, and that's what it's all about. Gord standing up to congratulate the girls on official time. Again, so many crews around that 5:32, 5:33 mark. So let's wait and see until we get the official times. It's difficult to keep track of we have so many around that 5:32, 5:33 mark that the 4th and 5th places in the championship race tonight for the short course are going to be a real barn burner. I know I keep saying that word, but it's going to be super close just because we have so many close times around that same range.
Just want to point out Lily Byrne.
They can still hear you.
Lily Byrne, her brother, Murray Byrne, plays for the team that I coach in the wintertime, and he's down supporting the family as well. And her mom. Her mom will be rowing a little later in the Sobeys General Workers Senior Women. She's going to be rowing with Home Hardware, and that's Susan Byrne.
So we have here on
great little rowing family there.
Yep, great rowing family, just like the Barringtons. And we've got Cox and John Barrington, definitely junior. Can confirm now that he's in my sight, giving the medals to his intermediate girls, coach Wilhelmina Martin. Of course, she rowed with Key and Tech back in the day of, the hard-fought OzFM Key and Tech rivalry. Nothing short of a rivalry, having dead heats in some of the races and everything. So great job for these girls. And of course, the Anna Barrington, the phenomenal hockey player, rower. And I'm so excited to see them back tonight. The future of rowing right here. Great job. That's Chris Hickman, I believe, with the Regatta Committee, who's handed them the trophy.
Yeah. It's not the first time John's been a part of a picture.
And that is the Rogers Intermediate Women Masters Race. So, great sponsor, Rogers.
Oh, shout out Rogers.
Yeah, shout out to Rogers.
Good job, guys.
Excellent. Those smiles stay at all. 5:23, congratulations. They'll be back tonight. A big accomplishment for an intermediate crew, absolutely. Great work.
Cheers. And I know, folks, it looks like myself and Amanda have been doing this for a long time, and we have, but a huge shout out to the Rogers crew. Everybody behind the cameras. It's incredible, incredible, incredible what they do, and they are the best. They are absolutely the best at what they do, and a lot of volunteers.
And a few words about the girls in blue here, the juvenile women on the screen, Cox by Gord Delaney. They have been together as the exact same crew for 5 years. That is absolutely unheard of.
And I'm going to lose Amanda again. She's going to go over and speak to the winners as we gear up. We got it coming up soon again. Our next race will be the Tim Hortons Intermediate Men. Tim Hortons Intermediate Men. And Amanda gears up to interview the winners. Here's Amanda.
All right, I am lakeside here with the intermediate women who just rode fast enough to get into the championship race tonight. So super exciting time for them to do that. Congratulations. How was it out there? Smith Stockley, did I say that? Smith Stockley.
Oh, it was great. I mean, we put in the work all season, on and off the water, a lot of commitment, a lot of time went into this crew this year. Kudos to our coaches, Willie and John. A lot of commitment. So thank you.
Yeah. And we have a couple multi-sport athletes in the boat here, so I'm just going to make my way down and just get each of you to say your name and tell me a bit about the race or yourself.
I'm Hannah. It was great, hard work, we put in the work like Anna said, and it was good to see pay off.
And now you get to do it again tonight.
Yeah.
All right, and who do we have here?
My name is Maggie Carew. I rowed with this team for a few years, and I feel like we did really good today, and I'm really proud of us.
Is that your best time you got out there today?
We actually rowed 5:21 in Placentia.
Wow, so maybe tonight we'll see another 5:21. And who do we have here?
I'm Mackenzie. I thought our race was great. We put in a lot of hard work on and off the ice. Great group of girls we had on the ice.
Oh, you must have been, my co-host is paying you.
On and off the pond. Yeah, just a great group of girls. Gotta say, we're a close group.
Excellent. And who do we have here?
My name is Megan. This is my first year with the crew, and this is my best year yet. I love the crew. I'm so happy that we won today, and like everyone said, we put in the work for this, and I'm glad we got it today.
Well, it certainly shows because you guys absolutely crushed it out there. Who is our last rower?
I'm Tessa. This is my second year with the crew, and it was really well deserved. We put in a lot of work for this, so really happy with today.
Are you the basketball player?
No, I run.
I'm the basketball player, yeah.
Okay, so she's the runner. And no strangers to the lake. We have Wilhelmina Martin and John Barrington Jr. So how was it coaching these girls?
Oh, it was great. They're a great bunch of girls, and they work really well together, and they listen to what we say, which is great, and just keep getting better. Great.
Well, you can see that people who were coaching them knew what they were doing with a great result out there today. And so we have a father-daughter connection in this boat, right?
Yes, Anna's my daughter. Yeah, it's, it's what any father-daughter connection is like in the boat, so it's good. It's good. It's good. Proud of the girls. Very proud. Very proud.
As you should be. Congratulations. I cannot wait to see you all row tonight. Excellent row out there. Great work. You're the future of this sport, so keep it up. Okay.
Thanks, Amanda. Thank you.
And we're back. Thank you. It was great to hear the ladies and Amanda talking to the future of rowing. The future of rowing right there. Love to hear it. I also want to point out Georgia Ryan that was on that team. Georgia, I had the opportunity to coach her brother over the years, Blake, and dad, Steve Ryan, a rock on the tunes in and around the arenas. Absolutely fantastic. So Georgia Ryan, again, part of that team. Brother Blake and Dad Steve, shout out there.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoy your day, enjoy your moment.
Did you hear what she just said? She said we put in all the hard work on and off the ice. And I said,
Typical hockey interview right there.
I was like,
That was a typical hockey interview.
Is my co-host paying you or what?
Yeah, typical hockey interview there. Pucks in deep. Pucks in deep, pucks in deep.
Anyway, they're very excited. I'm so excited to see those Smith-Stockley girls. They're getting their picture taken with the trophy now.
And I heard you say the future of rowing.
They are the future of rowing, absolutely. You know, because as an intermediate crew, we cracked into the championship race. We didn't win. We were 4th or 5th, but we made it. Same thing, Katie Wadden with Noble Drilling. They set the intermediate record. They went on to set a record. Oh, let's set up this race.
So we've got race number 7. Tim Hortons Intermediate Men, stake number 1. Shell Iceberg Gold. Crew Torbay, Cindy Thornton Real Estate. Coxswain Graham Roach, Noah Bradbury Stroke. Kyle McGraw, Matthew Renouf, Lucas Roach, Josh Parsons, Joshua Bonnell. Few hockey players there. Manager Trina Roach.
And on stake 3, we have in the Miss Tubular crew Penny Kia, coxswain Gord Delaney, stroke Ian Morris, Thomas Dyer, Tyler Hallwell, Ty Mitchellmore, Nathan Ryan, Luke Power, spare Liam Bridger, and manager Charlene Devereaux. Devereaux is a lakeside household name here.
We're getting some big-time hockey players coming up here. I'm seeing them all. Stake number 5, Shell Dictator, crew Subway, coxswain Lenny Williams, Nicholas Haw, stroke Carter Lush, Brady Crane, Philip Clark, Evan Woodman, James Bishop. No spare, no manager.
Nope, just rolling solo there. All right, so
again, we got some future.
That looks like the Subway crew. Yes.
With coxswains Jennifer Brown and Melissa Snow, stroke Mackenzie Carroll, crew members
all right.
Hines,
Oh,
Jessica Campbell, Fernanda Zidell.
So this looks like it's a 3-boat race.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. It's a 3-boat race. Subway is on stake 5. Here's the intermediate women and the masters women getting their medals. Again, this race was sponsored by Rogers, so we have the Rogers representative giving out the medals for the race, the Platinum Jubilee medals for the 204th Regatta. So interesting to note, the reason this is a 3-boat race is because there simply wasn't enough crews in this category to fill the spaces. So what they do in that event, safety-minded at all times, they leave a space in between 1, 3, and 5, which is good because especially at the men's kegs, at the long course kegs. See, even I say it wrong sometimes.
Oh,
but
we're getting there.
At the long course kegs, it can be quite tight, and if there's any distance or space at all between crews, there is a risk of a collision.
Right.
So it's always nice to see, especially with these intermediate men, there's a little bit of wiggle room and space when the men are turning the boys so that there's no collisions, which has happened before. So great shot there of the intermediate medal winners.
JAT Excavating.
JAT Excavating. coxed by Jennifer Brown, getting their medals. So she was rowing today and coxing today. So we have a set of cousins in that boat. Mackenzie Perrell and Renee Hines are cousin. And they are great-grandchildren of the late skipper Jim Ring, who broke the record with Smith Stockley back in 1981.
Now, there's a rowing family
Absolutely
right there.
incredible.
There's a rowing family.
Just a legend around these parts. Skipper Jim Ring. So exciting that these connections live on and are still spoken of today. And that's why the lore and the tradition around the regatta is just as important as, you know, sitting in the boat and doing it. It's not
and
just
this is not
sport.
a pressure thing too. As a family and they grow up, and whether it's sons, daughters, or grandkids, you know, they don't become pressured to kind of be, but they just feel blessed. They feel like it's something that they're fortunate to be able to pass along and to continue along. We see it from the coaching aspect. They just don't stop rowing. They start becoming involved in coaching and coxing and things like that. So great to see, great to be a part of.
I would say the right P word more than pressure is passion.
Passion.
When you get into those family, you know, those family relationships of, you know, they want to do like their parents did, their grandparents did. In this case, Skipper Jim Ring, rest his soul, was their great grandfather. So this is absolutely incredible to watch the JAT Excavating get their medals and go away with smiles on their faces, which is what we love to see.
I think they feel honored as well. So.
Rowing with a time of 5:33.16 in State 2, Steers Insurance.
So, as we see these boys line up, we have some race results from race number 6, the juvenile women, which took place at 10 a.m., or it was scheduled for 10 a.m. In first place, we had the UCW juvenile ladies, coxed by Gord Delaney, who you see out here again in this race we're about to watch. First place with the time of 5:33.96. I think because that's a high 5:33, they won't be back again tonight, but I want to wait until I get my ducks in a row to confirm that. Stake 2 was also in second place. Coxswain Leon Murphy took Cowan Heights Dental Center Ace Locksmithing at a time of 6:06 in second place. In third place, Martin Surveys with Jennifer Brown, 6:25.72. Fourth place on Stake 5 was Outer Cove TLC Nursing and Home Care, Shannon Power. Stake 4 was in fifth place with Brendan Chafe, time of 6:59.51. Chess's Fish and Chips, Hayward's Fuel and Delivery Service. Look, they're just announcing race results now. You heard it here first, folks.
Right off the hot off the press.
Hot off the press. We got a well-oiled machine here today. The Rogers ground crew bringing us results.
For your up-to-date results.
Absolutely incredible.
Stay tuned to the Amanda Callie Show.
So this is the Steers Insurance ladies crew. So we have here Steers Insurance. We've got Cindy Roach was the stroke. Mike Shea, coxswain, in the boat, and on the screen here, Sarah Anthony, Carolyn Cody, Jennifer Brown, Kim Horwood, Rhonda Bridger, Spare Leona Rockwood. All right, so we're about to get another race underway here. That looks like, is it Mayor Danny Breen?
Mayor Danny Breen. He's going to be joining us shortly after 11.
We'll get to talk to him?
Oh, he's coming.
Excellent. So he's getting them ready. Mark Janes, longtime Royal St. John's Regatta Committee member, shot off the gun. And that was some of the graphics there for race number 7. So these boys are rowing the full course, long course, because of course in the junior category, you know, that's another change this year. The squirt category has been renamed to junior. Those boys used to only row the half course. So these boys are going all the way down because we are watching a juvenile boys race here now. It's a 3-boat race. Oh, sorry, this is an intermediate. This is intermediate, not juvenile. Yeah. And so we've got Subway here, coxswain Lenny Williams, stroke seat Nicholas Ha. Behind Nicholas, we have Carter Lush, Brady Crane, Philip Clark, Evan Woodman, James Bishop. Here in the screen, you have Graham Roach. This is actually his sister's team, or his sister's real estate business is sponsoring this team, partially Town of Torbay, Cindy Thornton Real Estate. I'm from Torbay originally, so I'm proud of these guys putting it all out there on the
The
oar.
Roach family too, stepping up big time.
Absolutely. So these guys are off to a great start. It looks like the Gord's team. So Gord made a very fast turnaround. He's in race number 7, and he was also on the program in race number 6. So in cases like that, sometimes the regatta committee will help out, and they do something called hot seating, and that's when someone goes from one boat right to the other. That's what we used to call it anyways, because we've talked about these crews who do so much, and these coxswains who do so much. They jump from one boat in one race to another boat in the next race. Great shot of the Subway boys going down the course.
And so many rowers are multi-sport athletes, so many of them that put in time. And I mean, you think of starting in January, and then there might be still in the middle of playing in different other sports, whether it be basketball, hockey, or whatever that might be. So many seasons cross over, and that in itself takes a certain strong commitment as well, because we know rowing starts so early in the mornings, and then we find that other sports continue late in the evenings and things like that. So it's incredible to watch the commitment, the dedication, both family, partners, everybody that's involved. As sports cross over through the seasons as well.
Absolutely. The early mornings, people say, why do you do it so early? Absolutely, because the water.
Yeah.
The wind is the lowest in the morning. Yeah. The water is usually the best at the crack of dawn, and so that's why the rowers get up to make it happen. I just want to speak a bit about, I mentioned Gord Delaney was in race 6, and now he's in race 7, and he is coxing the Penny Kia intermediate men down the course here. And just a little note, all of these boys, athletes, come from the town of Logie Bay, Middle Cove, Outer Cove. So I'm from Torbay, but I really respect the tradition and talent of rowing that has come out of the town of Logie Bay, Middle Cove, Outer Cove, LBMCOC, the Devros, the Hickeys, special mention to Bert Hickey, who was my longtime coach, and Mike Power, who's helped out my crew, the Verso crew this year. Ty Mitchellmore is from Portugal Cove, but certainly the majority of those boys coming from Logie Bay, Middle Cove, Outer Cove, along with like the Devros, the Durans, the Powers, the Hickeys, you name it. There's such Mark Perry coming from Outer Cove now, and just the Cadigans. So you see these names sprinkled throughout the program, and whole communities like the Torbay, town of Torbay, got their name in the sponsorship for Graham Roach's crew. So absolutely so great to see these long-standing rivalries, I will call it, in a friendly way, camaraderies thriving here at the races today.
And we also want to mention Ian Morris is the son of Greg Morris, who passed away in Cougar Flight 491. He was a 2019 Hall of Fame recipient with the Outer Cove Intermediate crew as well. So again, some incredible history and some special connections.
An absolutely beautiful memorial to the Cougar Flight on the other side of the lake. And I remember when Mayor Denny Breen presented, he opened that memorial. Absolutely beautiful. Lots of loss there, and we remember them all today. Back to the races. Going into the turn first on stake 3 is Penny Kia. Gord Delaney, guess how many years experience he has in the regatta? Just guess.
I'm gonna throw out 37.
30 plus.
Oh.
30 plus. So you were very close. I don't even know if he is 37 yet, to be honest, but the majority of these crews have rowed to championships, and not only in the senior men, senior women's, but he's molded and developed champions out of junior crews, formerly called the Squirt crews, the Squirt, juvenile, and now he's with intermediate crew. So he has significant wins in every single category. Also in his boat, there's connections to the Hall of Fame with names in Logie Bay: Dyer, Morris, Whitty, Power, and Devereaux. And currently rowing in this race on the screen against coxswain Graham Roach is Nathan Ryan's uncle by marriage to Nathan's aunt. And Nathan Ryan, of course, is sitting in the 2 seat of Gord's Penny Kia team. So You know, I've rowed in the boat with my cousin before, and I was happy to have her in the boat, but in this case, they're actually rowing against each other, so really interesting to see how these results play out here. And rowing back down the pond, just heading to that 6:30 mark.
Look at the Memorial Cup.
The College of the North Atlantic Juvenile Women. Rowing in state 2 with a time of 6:06.93.
When you start talking, I'm going to take that away from you, and that should be working now. If it's not, I'm going to give this back to you.
Okay. So I'm just going to test out my mic here to see if it's working. I'm going to count to 10 and see if this mic is working. And it is working. All right, so they're getting organized here and calling race number 8 as we have a shot of the race number 7 going down the pond. This is Graham Roach's Torbay Cindy Thornton Real Estate. And now it's the drone coverage again, showing all of the boats, or just 2 at least. And they're gearing up for the 1050 History Maker, where the women are going to row the long course officially for the first time ever in an exhibition display, which is my crew Studio Verso. So I'm really secretly getting excited for that, but we're keeping the focus on this race here now. They're going through the half course kegs at a time of 7:30. So they're entering their 4th quarter here now. And they're getting towards their finish. So they're starting to think about getting their stroke rate up, and this is where that training comes in. So you want to stop, your legs are burning, everything is telling you to stop, but you absolutely have to keep going, because if one person gets out of time, one person catches a crab or catches water as they call it, that could take the boat to a complete stop, and that is what we don't want to happen here. So Gord is encouraging his Logie Bay, Middle Cove, Outer Cove, Penny Kia boys, and one Portugal Cove add-on to push very hard. They can certainly see the town of Torbay. Graham Roach is hot on their heels, and they're trying to get that distance established. Such a great row here for these intermediate men. The fitness is what's going to take this crew home. Great rowing here. You can see the legs coming up, coming down on every stroke as they try. So it's not just the height that gives them the reach on their oars, it is also their ability to pull themselves up with their shins to the front of their seat to get that long reach. That's what we heard the Fine Strokes crew talking about, trying to get a long reach. Okay, so we're heading, we just passed the 9-minute mark. We've got the overhead shots of the Penny Kia crew. All these crews asked us to send a special thank you to their sponsor. You can see this is when it gets hard to keep your head in the boat. So all you want to do is look at the other team, see who's around you. Can you stop rowing yet? Guaranteed that's what's going through these boys' heads right now. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Every single stroke. And they cannot wait to hear that gun go off, which indicates not only the start of the race, but also the finish of the race. So they're just really working it here now. Great time going. Excellent job. It's really so important to see people in juvenile and intermediate categories excelling just like these boys are doing here now, men, because they are the future of this sport. Excellent row. Wow, they really came in strong.
I love what you say about them being the future of the sport. I mean, that is so incredibly important to always have that funnel, always have that coming through, and for them to be a part of it as well.
And absolutely, we need, hopefully, you know, in a couple years, it'll balance out, because one time there were way more male crews than female crews, and now the balance has gone the other way. So we need these boys to recruit all of their friends and get down here and get the boys rowing again. We'd love to see them come out and try the half course. come out and row the long course, just get your butts down here. And at the regatta, it's a great sport. And we've got the third place crew coming here now across the line. Excellent work. Steve, you got this?
Oh yeah, Travis, good to see you.
That's Steve Callahan.
Nice to meet you.
So we're back here now, and we couldn't come pondside and have a little rowing day without throwing in a little bit of hockey. So I'm thankful that Travis Crickard has stopped by with the Memorial Cup, the hardest trophy to win, right?
I've been told that a few times since I've been home.
This is my background, so I'm going to say that this is the hardest trophy to win, obviously. Congratulations on you winning with the St. John Sea Dogs.
Yeah.
You can tell, but the Memorial Cup is the obviously the trophy for the Canadian Hockey League Championship. Encompasses 3 leagues, the Western Hockey League, OHL, Ontario Hockey League, and our Quebec Major Junior Hockey League as well. So we've got almost 60 teams, if I'm not mistaken. So a very incredibly hard trophy to win. And Travis, you were a coach with the team. You can tell us a little bit about, I guess, your story and your journey. But again, congratulations.
Thanks so much. Really happy to be
it
here.
Home. Bring it home.
That's probably the best part of all of it, having the chance to bring it home. But yeah, started with the Sea Dogs this year, and kind of worked our way through a really, really great regular season, and then the team made a coaching change during the playoffs, and Gardner McDougall, who's the head coach at the University of New Brunswick, came in, and we had the chance to work with Gardner for about 40 days.
That's incredibly tough.
Oh yeah.
You know, to go through a coaching change like you had, and you were gearing up, you knew you were going to be hosting, then to make a little bit of an early exit, not always fun, but then to keep the guys focused as a coaching staff, you're a part of that, is incredible. I know from just my background what that must have been like, and to stay focused, and then to bring it home in the end.
Yeah, you know what? It could have been, I think, a really negative experience, just practicing and working out and scrimmaging for over 30 days. But I thought Gardner and some things we did as a team with the players put a really kind of positive spin on it. And the guys were ready to go once the first puck dropped to the Memorial Cup.
And for those of you who don't know about the history of the Memorial Cup, obviously then, you know, it's in recognition of the soldiers in the past and sacrifices they've made and those kind of things. So that's a nice little spin, and obviously beautiful that we have the Royal St. John's Regatta as well in memory of that. So just a special moment. We're glad to see you to bring it around, and certainly that you came by. But Amanda?
I got one question for you. My question is, do you like the show Shoresy?
You know what? I do, but I watched Shoresy before seeing Letterkenny, so I didn't really understand it. And my wife and I recently had a baby boy. He's now 2 months old. So when I'm awake at night feeding him, I went back and rewatched Letterkenny to understand Shoresy a little better. So yeah, love Shoresy.
Another shout out for Shoresy. We're getting a lot of...
I'm not sure if my mic is on, but if you can't tell, Shoresy is my favorite show. And it's so funny. And congratulations on your Memorial Cup. This is absolutely amazing. And your baby boy, big congratulations on that too.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anyone down here wants to get a picture with the cup or see the cup, you're more than welcome. I'm going to be here for, I think, 3 or 4 hours. So.
Yeah, no, that's great. And is there any particular place, or you just kind of carrying it around, just lugging it around?
I'll be here, around here for a little bit. Then I'll be at Kitty Vitty Brewery's beer tent. They have a little setup there for me to...
It's been a busy time for you. I mean, I've followed a little bit on social media and I've seen you've been around, and, you know, you got your feet at Chess's, was it? Or
Leo's.
Leo, sorry. Sorry, that must have been a place of choice, but obviously that's good. You got that in you, and a little bit of extra insulation put on there. The Memorial Cup has had a history here in Newfoundland too. I mean, we've had opportunities to see it before, but it must be just so special.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Just a chance to actually bring it home.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had the chance to be with some championship teams before, and you get a trophy, but never actually get to bring it home and share it with family and friends and just your hometown and all the places that you love to go growing up. Really, really cool, busy schedule for me the past 2 days,
So when does it leave?
Leaves today at 4 p.m.
Tight schedule?
Tight schedule. Heads on a plane to Nova Scotia to one of our players, Ryan Francis, home next,
So again, just to keep a little bit of quickness, but you know, this is your moment. As much as it's a team moment, this is your moment, bringing it home, you know, being a part of you know, Newfoundland Now history. A little bit about yourself. Let's just get a little selfish. Like what, you know, we played a little bit of hockey, came through. What was your successes just quickly, and then now how'd you get involved in coaching?
Yeah, so I grew up here. I moved when I was 16 to kind of pursue playing hockey as high as I could, but I really wanted to bring it here today because I grew up rowing on the pond and played rugby too. But basically, coaching started for me after I finished playing college hockey in 2010. And I've kind of worked my way through the 3 leagues in the Canadian Hockey League with Ottawa, and then Kelowna in the Western League, and then found myself in St. John, and kind of during that time as well had an opportunity to coach with Team Canada 3 times. Twice with the under-17 group, and most recently won a world championship with the under-18 group, which was incredible in itself.
Go around the pond and a little fist bump and give some luck out here. I mean, I'm going to get you to buy my lotto tickets. No, really good. It's good to see because obviously your perseverance has come through, and to be able to you know, be at a championship level, something you'll never forget. I know there'll be rings probably coming around at some point in time, which are kind of nice to have and all that. So listen, we saw you coming through. We couldn't miss the cup. We're glad that you popped by and just share some time with us. And for those you get an opportunity not only to take in the regatta today and all the races, you get a chance to come by and congratulate Travis and see the Memorial Cup.
Thank you very much, and I have to say this because it's a thing that our team's been doing. If we do any interviews, we have to look in the camera and say something. The cup don't sleep.
Love it, love it. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Enjoy your day.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I am here with the winners of the Masters category for female race number 5, Steers Insurance, who just inched into the championship race. Congratulations!
We're delighted to get there, Amanda. Like, it's really hard to believe. We decided to row Masters this year, and we've been together for the past 2 or 3 years. First year we started training was, of course, COVID year, so we didn't get to have the regatta that year. But the last 2 years, been on the ergs from the winter on, training hard. We wanted to still be competitive, but of course, decided to be Masters. We're all in our 40s and 50s, and we're delighted to actually have made a championship because the Universal Corp, we're getting their awards there now. We just got in ahead of them by the skin of our teeth, and my daughter rows on that crew, so it's kind of exciting to be.
So you have just knocked your daughter's crew out of the championship?
Yep, at the ripe old age of 48.
And you don't mind it either?
No, it's all great. It's all great. Steers Insurance have been awesome sponsors. They've been with us for a very long time, and we hope we make them proud this afternoon.
First year I ever rode in '95, Steers Insurance sponsored me, so.
They are long-term contributors, yeah.
Long-term contributors, great people, great sponsor, and you guys represented them so well today. We've been watching all the crews who've crossed at 5:33, and there are at least 4. So your 5:33.1 just got you into the championship race. I'm going to pop down here and talk to the coxswain, because I saw you standing up there at the beginning of the race. What was going on?
Just trying to keep the girls in check, keep their emotions under wrap, and try to do the same thing for me while I was doing that, really.
Yeah, well, you must have done a great job of it.
Yeah, they're experienced oar persons, so just let them do the work and try to steer them in the right direction.
All right, so let's hear from some of the girls in the boat. How was it for you, Kim?
Oh, it was great. It's always a special day when you get to row a solid race with these girls. They're almost more like family now to me than friends. A lot of us have been together a long time, so this is one for the books, for sure.
This will be our first
First championship race ever. So Sarah and I are new to the steers group from the past 3 years. So this is our first championship together. So it's going to be amazing. I'm on the pond since I'm 15 and have been working towards this for so long. So to anyone out there, dreams do come true.
Championship. Isn't that perfect? Well, big congratulations. So Jen Brown, right? And Sarah, it's their first championship race, been working towards it their whole lives. Tonight, tune in. It's going to be epic. Huge congrats, guys. You had such a great row. I can't wait to see your row tonight, but I'll be on a plane, so I won't see it, but I'll watch it later.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you so much.
Great job, guys.
Thank you, guys.
So much again. Again, we see the winners. I love the passion. Love everything. And we're going to talk about race number 8, Prime Creative. Shell the Broker, Crew Verso. I can't wait. I've been waiting all day to read out this one. Coxswain Emma Ramsey, Katie Wadden, Alyssa Devereaux, Jane Brody, Nancy Beaton, Stephanie Davis, Connie Duffett, and Spearman Hancock.
Yours truly.
And Christine Power. You can't leave. You're not allowed to leave. You can't leave me here. Stake number 1.
Stake 2, the Oz Network, is RBC Dominion Securities. Coxswain Michael Thistle, stroke Elissa Orbasley, Ella Mate, Ava John Checkar, Kate Kelly, Caroline Ryan, Holly Frew, Sprayer, Maria Witten, and Coach Anna Walsh.
And stake number 4, Shell de Henley, Crew Eastern Valve and Control, Coxswain Deanne Smith, stroke Molly Ann Smith, Kate Bruce, Nia Green, Eva Sullivan, Elle Sullivan, Ava Bishop, and Coach Amy Bishop.
And on stake number 5, in the Smith-Stockley, we have Blue Key Realty, Coxswain Deanne Smith, stroke Valerie Ryan, Duffy Earl, Neva Fudge, Lisa Gillum, Leslie Kiley, Maria Kukas, Spear Lindsay Freeman, and Coach Emma Ramsey.
So we're getting real close here now. They're ready to start. Looks good. Everybody's positioned.
I am absolutely so excited for this race. Gail Malone and the first female gunner, first female president of the Regatta Committee, and then starting it, who we spoke to earlier, is Noelle.
Yep.
So she is starting the race. And so this is a huge deal. This is the first time any women's crew has ever rode the full course. That's the full 2,250 meters. It's great to see that not only, slide seat background people step up for it, but a bunch of crews from different backgrounds have stepped up. Val Earl has come out of, I guess, rowing retirement. I don't think she's rowed in the last couple years, who's in the picture here. Sisters Duffy Earl and Val Earl are number 5 and 6 in this boat. Cox by Denise Carew. So Denise Carew taking Blue Key Realty down the long course. And here we have, it's either RBC Dominion Securities or Eastern Valve and Control. It does look like Michael Thistle in the coxswain seat. I know him because he is on the St. John's Rowing Club siding seat side. And we have here Alyssa, Ella, Ava, Kate Kelly, Caroline Ryan, Holly Frew, and Maria Witten going by. They are going by the boathouse there now.
And this is history. This is history right now, to see this, take part in this, to enjoy this. This has been our goosebump moment, and I know I can see it in your face just how proud you are, and I'm just proud to be sitting next to you to watch this and see how this plays out. I love to see this. I love being a part of change and watching this happen. Again, it's just an incredibly, incredibly proud moment.
Absolutely. So here we are back on the Blue Key Realty. Denise, we've seen her out a couple times already today. So we have, speaking about multi-sport athletes, number 5 in this boat, Duffy Earl, is the head coach of the Mount Pearl Marlins swim team. Yeah. So both Duffy and Val have a history in swimming. Started as competitive swimmers and both transitioned to rowing, and they're certainly in a good position to stroke that boat down this long course race and make history with these other 3 crews here. So really nice to see them out. Really proud of all 4 of these crews. This is some younger crews here, the the RBC Dominion Securities. Most of them intermediate age, future of the sport. You can see they're in a close-ish second. In the number 1 stake is Studio Verso. So for those maybe not in St. John's, Verso is a new spin and rowing studio. So you can go there and indoor do rowing training and spin training. It's accessible, inclusive environment. They've been an absolutely incredible sponsor, gave all the girls complimentary memberships so they could do spin and rowing training at the studio as they've put in their work to prepare for this long course. Nice. My former M5 crew mates, many of them in the Verso boat. So Katie Wadden is listed as stroke, but she's actually sitting in 2. And in the stroke seat is Stephanie Davis, who went to Canada Games for rowing in 2009. And I had the pleasure of being her coach at that time. Number 5 is Alyssa Devereaux, also from M5. Jane Brody and Nancy Beaton of M5. Then we have Connie Duffett, and Christine and I were their spares. So that is the Verso women. Most of them coming from a slide seat background, and if they didn't start with slide seat and eventually made their way over there, both Christine and Connie have rowed slide seat plenty. Just because it's a little bit more of an opportunity to fine-tune your technical skills. We say the blade work. I think you might call it stick handling. And yeah, so it's just that you kind of get to appreciate the length of the stroke and some of the finer aspects of the entry and the exit of the water when you're working on slide seat. That makes you even more prepared to come over on the
upper body
fixed
strength
side.
be more important in slide seat?
I think it's equal. You know, it's really, rowing is a whole body workout. Your legs are important, your back is important, your arms. You got to have all systems firing on this race.
And certainly core strength, for sure.
So here we go. They're past the short course kegs and moving into the turn. I know that Verso is going to be looking to go under that 11-minute mark. They have not yet managed to do that on this course in an official race. They did do it in practice. It was a 10:55 in practice, so they're on pace to do that now, but they'll have to keep it up. And this was not a heavy training year for them like we've trained before. And they're certainly going to feel that now coming up into this 3rd quarter. So having the inside scoop here, I know that they're executing their race plan 3rd quarter right now. They're doing strokes for their coach, Mike Power. They're doing strokes for legend Mike Power, who helped out with the Crosby's men when they broke the record there. And we can see the other teams rowing into the turn here. Quite a bit of distance in between first place Verso. It looks pretty close between RBC Dominion Securities and Eastern Valve and Control. Gotta give a shout out to Ava Bishop. She has done a couple media hits in the past couple days on the mark and again on Crosstalk, absolutely representing the future of this sport and gender equality so well. So big shout out to her. She said that her team started this year and they didn't even have the long course as their goal, but when they heard the opportunity was available, they knew it was for them. Absolutely.
So we just want to reiterate, we are watching history in the making. This is the first long course for the women and first time running it. Long time coming. And again, enjoy the moment. We're watching them as they compete and bringing home right now what appears to be a really great time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what we wanted to see, what we hope to see, and no doubt that we were going to see it. But again, we're seeing future here and just history in the making. Absolute history in the making.
The Verso crew, they're in this race to, even though there's no competition beside them, they know that this is the first time women have rowed this distance, so they want to go down and put down the best time they possibly can. So don't think for 1 second they're letting their foot off the gas pedal just because there's nobody next to them. They're doing all the self-motivation they can.
They're going now.
To go as far under 11 as they can. I cannot wait to see what the clock says. At this point, they're just motivating, thinking about their intrinsic, their internal drive. Why are they doing this? Heading through the short course kegs here, and they know that they're heading into the final quarter of the race. Should be a big motivator for them here. Emma Ramsey in the captain's seat.
She's got to be pushing the buttons now. She knows they're all intertwined. I mean, it's just, again, I love to see this. This is incredible. It's history. To be able to make change, to step up, to make that decision, to be a part of it, to be a game changer is incredible to watch.
So I got the chance to race with these girls in Harbour Grace, and it was the first time I had Emma for a race, and I asked her what she likes about the regatta, and she said, you know, the tradition. So even though she's coming from the slide seat side, it's great to be a part of this. Great to be able to advance the technical aspects of rowing. And this is an all-female crew doing a distance that was raced only by men up until right this second. So huge deal. And also a little bit on the Eastern Valve control crew. The crew is made up of 4 16-year-olds and 2 18-year-olds. So everyone under 18. Molly Ann Smith and Ava Bishop have been rowing together since the crew started 6 years ago in the Learn to Row program. Great shot of Verso right there. So their moms, so Molly Ann Smith's mom and Ava Bishop their moms are Deanne Smith, who's a coxswain, and Amy Bishop, who's a coach, have been with them since their first regatta. And all of those Eastern Valve folks, moms and daughters, are students, alumni, or family of St. Bon's College. The youngest rowers, Eva and Elle Sullivan, are identical twins, which keeps it interesting in that boat for sure. And the newest addition to the Eastern Valve control crew, Naya Green, is actually competing against her mom in this race. So her mom is rowing with the Blue Key Realty on stake number 5 with Valerie and Duffy Earl. Here we see Verso going by the marquee, so the girls know that they have just maximum 1 minute left. They are well under the 11-minute mark. They will be pleased with this row. They really need to pour it on now if they want to set a time that's going to last forever. Way to go, girls.
So you may be home, you may be watching this now, you may be a young aspiring rower, and this is something for you to really gear in on. This is something for you to be proud of. This is something for you to aspire to. You know, maybe you took part in rowing over once or twice and you just gave it a try, but now you want to come out, maybe you want to compete at the Masters level. This should be inspiring for you to watch. This is something that you should be excited for. This is history in the making to be able to watch that these crews, all of them, every one of these are winners. Every one of these are winners.
I have absolute goosebumps now. The girls are about 10 strokes away from the finish line. They are way under their best time ever for this course. Absolutely crushing it. Wow. 30 seconds off of their best time ever, which was done in practice. They are all spent.
Incredible.
My heart is in that boat right now.
30 seconds off your best time. 30 seconds. In the moment, stepping up like that, 30 seconds in the moment, it's absolutely incredible. Look at the excitement.
I'll just mention Alyssa, who just splashed the water there in 5, has a 6-month-old, had the baby, had Abigail, beautiful little girl, and she said the other night she's doing this for her daughter. And same thing, Katie's sitting there in 2. She had a baby. You know, in the last, they just heard their time. You can tell that's what's going on. They heard their time, arms go up, they are happy. So Connie Duffett in 1 seat, her daughters Ella and Allison also have rowed in this regatta today. Man, oh man, what a row for those girls, women.
And we've got 3 other champions right behind them. I mean, when in life you make a decision to do what you want to do, you become a champion, and these are all 3 coming right in as well. Incredible times with people that have stepped up. It takes somebody to show you the way before you can know the way. And when you're shown the way, that's when things are creative. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Great finish there by the RBC Dominion Securities. So close, especially when you considered how far they rowed. Big cheers at the end of this race. Eastern Valve and Control came in 3rd, followed up by the mothers of the 3rd and 4th place teams in the Blue Key Realty, who are just finishing up. History in the making. Awesome job. I can't even believe it. I feel I need to take a selfie or something. This is what we do at times like this. Oh my goodness. So great that they are going to be.
No excuses in life. You really, if you can just right now, just visualize, just look at this. I want you to look at the faces. I want you to look at the expressions, how they're all cheering each other on. They're cheering on who's coming in. This is incredible. It's really beautiful to watch. It's really beautiful to be a part of. Again, this is what life is about. It's about taking opportunities and making the best of them.
There's the Blue Key.
Living
Realty
in the
team.
moment. Making the best. If you're sitting at home and you're living a life that's filled with excuses, you can drop them right now and you can look at what these extreme athletes have done. They've stepped up, they've made a decision, they have created history. History.
Incredible. I've got goosebumps, tears in my eyes. Ah.
Beautiful.
You can feel it in the air here. There is so many people lakeside. So many people came out just for this race. This has been the story of this regatta. Whew. I need a minute.
You deserve a minute. You deserve a minute. It's incredible. Incredible to watch. I'm blessed, and I will say on behalf of Amanda as well, we're thankful to even be a part of this. Certainly thank you to Rogers Television for giving us the opportunity to witness this today, be a part of history, and just to be able to call and watch this has been incredible. Again, just trailblazers.
Absolutely.
Trailblazers.
Wow, back to us. I could watch that coverage all day. I'm going to be watching that race again. They're going to be so pleased with that time, 10:27. They were near the 11-minute mark at the time trial, I believe, but
11:05, 11:05.
yeah, and it was windy on that day. So not only have they got better pond conditions today, slightly better pond conditions, but they've improved. They're getting used to rowing that race because some crews don't like to compete in Harbour Grace because it's the Sunday or Saturday before this regatta, so it's too close.
Yes.
But we are in a situation where every race at this new distance you learn something. So that as many times you can do it, the more you're going to learn, the better you're going to get.
Yeah.
The girls went out, they rode Placentia, they rode Harbour Grace, they rode the June Day races. They're here again, and they're seeing the results, the fruit of their hard work.
Look at them coming in.
My God, Connie, Katie,
Yeah.
Nancy Beaton.
Let's hear the stories.
Nancy's daughter, Billy, is I'm sure here. Jane Brody, Jane's sister, is home from the States with her husband and their dog Roscoe to watch this day. Alyssa Devereaux, parents Roz and Owen Devereaux. I know they're lakeside, so happy. Steph Davis.
It's gonna get noisy here.
Oh, gonna get loud, and I can't wait. And Emma Ramsey coming across from the slide seat side. So she's not only coxing the Verso girls, but she's coaching other girls in this boat. So every morning or every night, she runs across from the slide seat side, she jumps in the fixed seat boat, she goes with these girls, and it's great. They took her on as this is her first year coxing fixed seat, but the girls having rowed so long with M5 and so many other crews like Noble Drilling and the names are escaping me now, even though it was all part of it, part and parcel one day. They've really mentored Emma, showed her the ropes, and learned from Emma as well. So just like the young teaching the old and making sure everyone stays fresh. So huge claps from coming around the lakeside this year. The safety boat was there to make sure that race went off without a hitch. Here we see the one of the younger crews. This is the Eastern Valve and Control with so many family connections. We mentioned Molly Ann Smith just rode against her mom, and Ava Bishop. Molly Ann Smith rode had her mom in the coxswain seat, and Ava Bishop was rowing against her mom on the Blue Key Realty crew.
State 3 with a time of 10:18:28.
In the future.
Yeah. So the cheers are going up around us here now as the official times are getting announced, and I think it's about time for a break, so we can all go.
We're gonna need a little emotional charge here.
I gotta go get some tissues and just absolutely congratulate all the crews in that first historical moment.
Folks, we'll be right back after these messages.
It all started when I racked up some serious debt. Interest payments were going up, creditors were calling. Janes and Noseworthy came up with a plan. Knowing that the phone was going to stop ringing and that I was not in this alone was a huge relief. Bankruptcy or a consumer proposal or whatever help you get is not the end. It's just the beginning. A chance to start again with knowledge and support and people in your corner. Are you ready? Get out of debt. It's okay.
Learn more about Leah's story at janesnoseworthy.ca.
Focused on quality and convenience, there isn't much you won't find at Marie's Mini Mart. Home-style breads, sandwiches, plus a variety of artisan breads and delicious single-serve desserts available exclusively at our Frecker Drive location. Marie's Mini Mart, with 25 locations wherever you go, there we are.
Hello, I'm Lloydetta Cueto. I'm here at the rooms where we just finished recording a Sharing Our Culture series. This is a place where you get to meet amazing individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds who are making significant contributions to the social, cultural, and economic development of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Hi, I'm Carl Wells, getting ready to record another edition of Carl Wells Point to Point. It's a program where I chat with members of our community and they talk candidly about their lives and careers, from their earliest dreams to their greatest triumphs. I think you'll find it informative and entertaining. Please join us for Carl Wells Point to Point, right here on Rogers TV.
And we're back, and I am pleased to be joined by Mayor Danny Breen. How are you?
Steve, good morning.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
This has been a fantastic morning, and I can see the pride in your face and how proud you are. I will officially say we're back. And it's been a great day so far. We just witnessed history, so we'll just touch on that a little bit, but we had some changes to the regatta this year, and the women just rode the long race for the first time. We believe unofficially 10:31.
Yeah.
So that was incredible to watch. Incredible.
Yeah. Great initiative to have the full course and the half course initiative, and have the females rowing the full course. And hats off to them. They had a great time.
So this has been a special day. I feel like it's kind of symbolic that we're kind of back to normal or normality. But it's been it's been almost like a flagship. We've had some festivals and some concerts and things like that, but this really is, this is the largest garden party in North America, arguably the world. So this has got to be a proud time for you too.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the regatta is more than just races, and is more than just a garden party. It's part of our culture, part of our heritage. It's in our blood here that the first Wednesday in August is a special day in St. John's. And I know as an East End townie, it's a particularly special day for me and going back to our family. So it's just great to be back, and it's a great way to be back.
It's great to see the smiles. Like, it really is. I know it's been a part of a process and at times sensitive, but this is really great because the smiles tell the story. The smiles tell the story of what everything means. So it's been great to see that.
Yeah. The regatta's always been known as a time to go down and try your hand at the cash wheel or to watch the races, but also time to see people that you haven't seen in a while. And used to be people you haven't seen in the past year. Now it's people you haven't seen in 2 years. And
even more.
So people are getting acquainted again, seeing people and renewing those friendships. So it's just an incredible event. And I'm a lover of the regatta, always have been. And there's a lot of people down here that share the same views.
And on that note, is there been a special moment for you at the regatta? Like, I've been reaching out to so many people. They've shared, they went to the regatta with their grandfather or their grandmother or whatever that might have been for them. Has there been a special moment for you?
Yeah, I used to stand with my dad at the end of the path. Excuse me. I watched the first race of the day, and Mom would come down and she'd stand up by the cash wheel, and it didn't matter if Mom won, people around her won. That was important to her. And so everybody had their thing. So we come down in the morning with Dad, go home, have lunch, come back with Mom in the evening, and then back for the championship race. So it was a big day.
I appreciate you sharing that. it's a busy time here. It's a busy time in the city, and we've not only had that, but not only the province. You know, so many people are planning their trip or their tourism or their trip back home, which is come home year, around the regatta as well, and around some other events and that. So this is not only a timing thing, but this is a big time for our province.
It's a big time, and some of the things that we've done in the city over the past couple of years, the pedestrian mall has been big. Kitty Vitty turned into a walking only on the weekends with the food trucks and the vendors. That's been huge. And if you look at the crowd at the George Street Festival over the past few days, it's just been fantastic, and to see those local performers too having that kind of success there in full houses. It's just been fantastic, and we got more to come. We still have the Tally 10 going to happen in October, and on August 22nd, we have a parade for Alex Newhook with the Stanley Cup. Stanley Cup parade in St. John's is quite exciting. So
we've just had the Memorial Cup come by our desk.
That's right.
Travis Crickard was here, and obviously we've got a great parade coming up. The Stanley Cup comes back to St. John's again. Alex has been an incredible ambassador for our province and our city as well, and our little minor hockey association that we know so much about. So we've got some great things coming up, and the weather. Could we not ask for any better weather here?
Well, you know, I sometimes take credit for the weather because I get blamed for a lot of stuff I had nothing to do with. I take credit for stuff.
Credit you can get.
Right. So the weather has been fantastic, and you know, we as the weather goes, we go sometimes too, and it's cooperated so far. You know, even the decision yesterday, I think, to cancel the regatta was a good one, because we've got a great day here, a great day for the crews, and giving them an opportunity to capitalize on the hard work that they've put in all year.
Very much so. This has been a great year. I said before, you know, Newfoundland and St. John's, obviously living here, the greater metro area, you know, we've been leaders. We've been leaders in the world. We've had to make some tough decisions, right or wrong, it doesn't matter. We had to make the decisions. That's been some of the toughest thing we've had to do. And in doing so, we've been the leaders in the world. And when we're the leaders in the world, that makes us proud, but it also... it's resemblance of what we are as a community and how we come together and how we do things together, right or wrong. That's what we do. So it's incredible that way.
You know, we've followed advice and we've reaped the benefits of doing that. And you know, we've gotten great leadership all along, and you know, we're getting through it, but we're events like this really help us.
I do. I think we're through, and I think we're there. So Mayor Danny Breen, thank you so much, especially for sharing your story. We really appreciate it, and I thank you enough for coming by and sharing some time with me.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Rogers, for their dedication to the regatta over the years. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. We'll be right back after this. And we're back. We're getting ready for the next race here now, and the shotgun ready to take off. Thank you again, Mayor Danny Breen, for stopping by. We had a great chat, and I certainly appreciate you sharing your personal story. You know, sometimes we take on roles and the responsibilities that come with those roles. And for you to come by and share a personal story with what the regatta means to you, I can't thank you enough. So thank you very much for opening up that and coming to us today. So we're off and running. Love to see the stakes of this race, if possible, then we can talk about those. In the meantime, we've got some results. Here we go. We are the Sobeys, race number 9. General Worker Senior Women's Race, bound to be a good one. Stake number 1, Shell Miss Tubular. The crew, Avalon Animal Hospital, Coxon, Jennifer Brown, stroke Andrea Power. Number 5, Yvonne Knight, Kelly Wist, Dina Kavanaugh, Angie Bartle, and Annette Larkin. Spear, Jen Clark, and Christina Hope Ennis. Again, race number 9, stake number 2, Miss Tubular, crew Jet Excavating. You can get the drone view there. Get the drone view.
Sorry,
It's
I'm
just
back.
absolutely amazing.
Stake number 2 in the Miss Tubular, JAT Excavating, Coxon Graham Roach, Stroke Mackenzie Perrell, Renee Hines, Jessica Cantwell, Fernanda Zettel, Amber Pollitt, Cecilia Martino, Spare Candace Pollitt.
And in stake number 3, Shell Pomerleau.
Pomerleau.
The crew O'Day Earl, longtime sponsors here at the Regatta. Coxswain Frank Gogos, Stroke Ashley Bradley, Ashley Rumsey, Julia Von Reedy, Nikki Kernew, Allison White, and Jessie Lynn Pinsett, Spear Shauna Gallagher.
And race or stake number 4, the Shell, the Jerry Angel, Crew Steel Auto, Coxon Yvonne Knight, Stroke Talia Soper. Behind her, Jessica Milmore, Amanda Harmon, Harnum, Laura Daw, Pamela White, Jenny Cotter, Deidre Halliday, Michael Shea.
And in stake number 5, Shell Dictator, crew Sisters in Fitness, Coxon Darrell Price, Stroke Pam Fagan, Jennifer Parsons, Michelle Porter, Jennifer Murphy, Juanita Bungie, and Kelly Murphy.
And Spare Cheryl Coates.
Thank you. So we're there.
I just got back from the little celebration party down there. There's a lot of emotions going around, a lot of tears. It's really nice. You have the 2018 Oz FM crew is there to present the trophy to the Verso women, which we'll be capturing now in a second, but a lot of emotions. There's Owen Devereaux himself here on the sidelines. My God, legendary. Yeah, and so he just said, Mr. Owen Devereaux from the sideline says, this is better than 2018, and that's a little bit of history in 2018 because it was our 200th regatta, and now in 2022, more history is made as we have the first time the women row the long course. So I think we're going to have some of the Verso. Sure, he won't. He's just right there.
Hey.
All right, so we got here.
Yeah,
take a break.
Harry.
And now we're watching this race.
Can I get Owen Devereaux in with them?
Look. All right, so we've got the race going on. 5:27. And we're getting there, and I'm also sitting here with parents of Verso rower Alyssa Devereaux and her parents Roz, Ryan Devereaux, and Owen Devereaux. couple of regatta legends in the making. So as we go through this finish here now, what is on your guys' minds?
What a phenomenal race we just experienced watching the women row the full course for the first time. We're still without words, to be honest.
Absolutely, me too. And it's the, woo! We just see these women coming across the finish line here now. Everyone's spent again. And Owen, what does I just heard you say from the sidelines, better than 2018. What do you mean?
Well, as you know, you'll remember the crew 2018, the M5 crew set the course record for the short course. And it was phenomenal then, but like seeing Alyssa and the Verso crew and yourself being a spear, you know the connection, and it's so great that it's a record breaking in my mind because the barriers that were knocked down. And we always knew that that women worked as hard and could do as well, and technically rowing and that. And just to see the phenomenal time that they rode is just, I'm almost in tears.
I think Alyssa is in tears.
Yeah.
And also, so now the M5 girls who in 2018 we got the short course record, and now the Verso crew, which consists of many of the M5 women, has a long course record. So huge accomplishment for Alyssa.
This is amazing. This is so amazing, and this is something that's been fought for and talked about since our days in the 70s and the 80s. And you know, I don't know if I ever thought it was going to happen. So it's like a dream come true.
Absolutely, and you guys have put in your time on the lake, on the committee. You've been a part of this movement for so long, so there's no way to convey to people at home how the vibe here right now, how special it feels.
It was like a championship race, actually, going around the pond. There was different sections of just people cheering, and like we had our own little section cheering, but like we could hear it all over the pond. So there's a lot of people tuning in to how special this race was, and the groundbreaking. It's absolutely fabulous, absolutely.
Absolutely, and I did mention earlier about the technology, so we had the drone shots of the race, and we used to have the chalkboard bookings where you guys met.
Where we met. Where we fought over chalk, where Owen hid the chalk so that their team would get at the top of the list.
What's up? We all good? All right.
Just gonna share the mic.
Okay. Live TV.
No, she wanted to know if we could share the mic, and what she talked about was like we used to have to, after 5 o'clock the last boat to go out, you'd have to put your name on a chalkboard. And so mysteriously every time I'd go in and I'd hide the chalk, and we managed to chat it up a little bit, and it worked out okay for us. It worked
out okay. I'd say you got amazing, successful children and first grandchild this year.
Yes, and she's here in her little Studio Verso uniform right there behind the lines.
So Studio Verso, not only did they support the crew, but they also got uniforms for all the grandbabies and the daughters, because yeah, two of the girls just had babies, Katie and Alyssa, and they managed to put in a full winter of training and row this historical distance. It's just so impressive.
It's a proud moment for everybody, and it's not only people with rowing background and people involved with rowing. I'm hearing it from the city, from the town, from everybody around. It's shouted out everywhere, I have to say.
Absolutely, and you know, some people are surprised that it hasn't always been this way. Like, well, how come women's crews always haven't rowed the distance, and why couldn't men always row the short course? But that's just how it's been, and now it's going to be different, and people can start to choose whichever distance they want. Because, Owen, please just tell people that it's not easier to row the shorter distance, is it?
Oh, by no means.
No.
Alyssa said one of the biggest things they found this year was a little bit easier on their heads.
Yeah.
The long course, because the short course it's just a sprint from start to finish, and you don't really have time for your head to settle in. Whereas the long course, there's gaps in that where you can settle into a different stroke and approach the different quarters differently with stroke rates and whatever. So it's a completely different course altogether in your mindset. And there's times when I rode the full course, I would have loved to row the short course.
Absolutely, and I think the girls have been saying that people are embarrassed, oh, I don't want to row only the half course, but it's absolutely challenging. It's no lesser of an event, for sure.
Okay, well, you go to the Olympics and you talk about the 100-meter versus the 200 meter.
Exactly.
And it's no different.
No
It's no different. There's challenges in each, and there's some runners can do both, and there's some that can't, and they specialize. So it's just a distance. It's not a gender.
No,
not a gender.
Exactly.
And as my loving family continuously tells me, it's 2022, Dad.
It is 2022, and I'm sure I could just step aside and you guys could host this regatta because you have so much to offer. You've done so much for this community. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for Alyssa. I just love her, and I'm so glad little baby Abigail is here to see this piece of history. We're going to have a break now, so I'm going to throw to break.
Come share in the joy and laughter with Spirit of Newfoundland as they celebrate 25 wonderful years. Join your favorite Spirit performers as they toast a quarter century of fun, food, and fantastic music. For ticket information and upcoming events, check out spiritofnewfoundland.com or phone 579-3023. Spirit of Newfoundland, a proud sponsor of the Royal St. John's Regatta on Rogers TV.
Hello, my name's Regatta Quaco, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sharing Our Cultures Incorporated. At Sharing Our Cultures, we focus on engaging school children and youth from diverse cultural backgrounds as they integrate into the society in Newfoundland and Labrador. We connect them with the locals and community partners for opportunities to improve their socio-cultural and employability skills, and most importantly, to make new friends. It's great to be back at the regatta, it really is, and Sharing Our Cultures congratulates all the participants and applauds their supporters on this 204th regatta.
Hi, I'm Darren Hand. We have an exciting new show coming this fall called Pocket Universe. We introduce you to a variety of artists, filmmakers, and actors who share my love of sci-fi, horror, and all things out of this world. Newfoundland and Labrador has so many talented people in this genre that we can't wait to have them tell you their stories. Watch out for Pocket Universe coming this fall to Rogers TV, Channel 9.
Backyard Bartender is returning for another season. I'm your host, Brian O'Connell, and this season we're going on the road and visiting some unique, historical, and members-only clubs in St. John's. We'll explore great wines and cocktails and make a few unusual drinks, some of which have almost been lost to history. Join me for another season of Backyard Bartender as we drop in on some interesting bars in your backyard. This season on Rogers TV.
Do you know what race we're on? All right, we're back here at this buzzing Kitty Vitty Lake, trying to compose ourselves after this historical rowing of the...
You're good. You're good.
The what?
Yeah.
Am I good? Am I looking okay?
You're good.
Of the women's first ever rowing of the long course distance, 2,500 meters, as opposed to the regular 1,250. They just crushed it. So everyone's really excited. We had Owen Devereaux and Ryan Devereaux on, parents of Alyssa Devereaux. New mom in the Verso crew, really poured her heart into that race just then, as she always does. So we're hoping to grab those Verso winners and speak to them. But for now, we're just going to, where are we?
We do have some race times just to confirm, especially race number 7. The intermediate men's, the 3-boat race. And we have first place winners were Penny Kia with 10:18:28 official times. Penny Kia 10:18:28. Number 2, Torbay Cindy Thornton Real Estate 10:23:87, and Subway came in at 11:03:92. So that was our race results for number 7 race. To get those, the official times as announced. Thank you again, guys. And we're getting set here now.
All right, we'll set up race number 10. City of St. John's Labour Senior Women. On stake number 1 in the broker is, again, longtime sponsor, P.F. Collins, Susan Collins and her father, longtime Regatta Committee members, coxswain Craig Button, stroke Robin Montague, Krista Gorman, Elizabeth Witten, Charlene Gooby, Sherry Lomond, Tara Bolt, and Donna Billard. Some of these women also work at P.F. Collins, so that's pretty cool.
Stake number 2, President's Choice, crew Keith Bradbury, Remax, coxswain Jim Carroll, stroke Katie Handrigan, Ashley Lee, Lauren Sinclair, Jessica Hanley, Lydia Stansbury, and Katie Fraser.
Awesome. And on stake 3 in the Henley, L&B Concrete Construction, coxswain Kevin Greeley, stroke Tammy Poirier, Robin Dalton, Karina Greeley, Connie Cornick, Jeannie Snow, Karen Slaney, and spare Kelly Benoit.
And they're off. Good.
Okay, so we're getting off to a clean start here. And this is race number 9. Is it? Oh no, this is race number 10. We just announced all those names. So here we're looking at the stake 5 crew. Nutra Holdings. Oh, maybe that's not stake number 5. We're still in the first minute of racing here. So this is definitely Jim Carroll closest to us. So that is his crew there. Katie Handrigan in stroke seat.
The Keith Bradbury Remax team.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I did not know Katie and Lauren were rowing this year. They are both friends of mine. They rowed years ago, but definitely this is their first year back in a while. So it's great to see them down here doing their thing. Ashley Lee in number 5, Lauren Sinclair, Jessica Hanley, Lydia Stainsbury, Katie Fraser right in front of us. So Jim Carroll is the father of Lauren Sinclair. Lauren's maiden name would be Carroll, longtime Outer Cove rowing family. And here in the closer to the screen now is the RMHC sponsored by McDonald's, Derek Mercer's crew, and L&B Concrete Construction, coxed by Kevin Greeley. So there, as you can see, the difference now in the comparison. So when they're rowing the long course, it's around the 5-minute mark when they head into the turn, and now we're pushing through 2 minutes, and they will be, they're heading into the turn now. Whew, it is a muggy day down here.
We're getting a little warmer now.
Yeah, the winds are still very favorable for the rowing conditions, but definitely warm. So a little word about Keith Bradbury Remax. The crew originated when two friends who first rowed together at the age of 12 decided to pull a team together for some exercise and fitness. A little bit of hard work and a lot of laughs. 2 new rowers in the Keith Bradbury Remax boat, coached by the one and only Jim Carroll. As I just mentioned,
Legend.
Jim's daughter Lauren is in the boat with 5 of her friends who didn't know anything about what they were getting into, but now they love rowing too. So they want to send a big thank you to their sponsor, Keith Bradbury Remax. Oh, so what's happening here is someone just lost an oar. And now they have to get back in sync. So if someone loses an oar, it's like on the recovery.
Yeah.
So when they're moving back to start the catch again, it kind of catches water.
Yes.
And that slows the boat down. Just
Looks
happened
like she's
again.
got it there now.
Yeah, and then she kind of just lost it again, but we seem to have made a good recovery from that.
Yeah.
So that seems to be 6th seed Katie Handrigan seems to be struggling a bit. That could happen for many reasons. It's not necessarily the rower's fault.
No.
Sometimes the balance goes off and it's just impossible to clear the water, and it's not any fault of the rower. But they're making up for it here now. They're pouring it on extra. Great job.
Times are looking great.
They sure are. And we hear shouts and cheers for the Ronald McDonald House and the PF Collins crew. So I do know that the PF Collins crew on Stake 1, this year's crew has 4 new additions to their boats, and some of them haven't rowed in 10 years. So it's so wonderful to see people like, Ed Williams, who's been away from the sport for 15 years, these women for 10 years, coming back to it. Some of them don't start training till maybe March, April, but they do it, they make it happen. This is looking in the bottom of the screen here, the red coxswain, probably Ronald McDonald House. Oh, I wish we had a drone shot so we could see.
Well, you know about wishes. They sometimes come true. And I'm sure we'll have a drone very shortly.
Well, years ago there was no such thing as drones, so I'm really...
Here we are now wondering where they're to.
Yeah, that's right.
We are certainly spoiled by the amazing crew of Rogers Television.
Yes, and a big thank you to Rogers for having me and Steve here today. Okay, we got some drone technical difficulties. No big deal because there's no technical difficulties out here on the pond. Wow, 5:47. Their time in time trials for Jim Carroll's crew was 6:21.
Wow, we were just crushing times today.
So they took off a good 30 seconds. You can see the ducks going everywhere. Next to them, L&B Concrete Construction, RMHC, sponsored by McDonald's, Derek Mercer's crew, and then coming in on Stake 5, Nutra Holdings. And you can see the camaraderie here as Jim Carroll waves to the other boat just to congratulate them on a great race, and the fans for coming out, and just an excellent day of racing so far. And that completes race number 10, and we'll see coming onto the screen here now in the green shell, the Smith Jockley Nutra Holdings. So we can see there Emily Stacy in the bow, Lauren Shallow, Lindsay Gulliver, Jessica Coombs, Valentina Selves, Trinity Cleary, and Kate Boland.
And we're back. I'm joined now with Premier Andrew Furey. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I gotta tell you. So this week, I was doing some speaking at a hockey school.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was at a hockey school.
I could use hockey school myself.
No, let me tell you. I was at a hockey school this week, and I was doing some speaking. I was in front of 40 kids, young hockey players, and there was this young man with the most beautiful curly locks that I could ever see. Handsome fella. And before
He gets it from his mother.
before I could even speak, I heard, "Do you remember me?" And there's my future person in the politics, I'm sure. What a speaker!
Not if his mom has anything to
Obviously,
say about
your
it.
young son. He's a great young man. Great young man.
We're very proud of him.
And love having him. Love interacting with him. It's been a couple of years now, so I love seeing him. Thanks for joining.
Oh no, happy to be here. Happy to be here. And what a historic day.
Unbelievable. We're
Yeah,
just watching it live play out, and just incredible to be a part of. Literally goosebumps going through my arms.
Mine too.
What does it mean to you to see that?
Well, I mean, it's such a historic event to begin with, and then to have history within a historic event is just absolutely spectacular. And frankly, was inspiring.
Yeah.
I mean, I've rode this course many times, and it's about time we saw some, women rowing this long course, and I hope it's the first of very, very many to come.
Oh, it's going to be. Obviously, this is a bit of a symbolic day, I believe.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
More than just history. I think for us as a province,
200 years. I mean, and
204.
Today,
incredible.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And in good time. Like, we've gone through some sensitive times, as you may be aware, over the last couple of years. And in doing so, coming out of that, I think this is a great symbol of really as a community coming together. We've had to navigate through. We've had to stick handle through some times.
We have indeed.
And now this has been really symbolic. We see the faces, the smiles tell the stories. And to be able to see that around Pondside, I think that's got to be a proud moment for you.
It is indeed. I mean, as a former rower myself, to experience it from that side, but then to have the memories, as I'm sure many of the viewers do at home, of coming down here as a kid, and then to have that taken from us.
Oh.
And now back again is just a really special moment.
And we're back fully now.
And to see the garden party and the concessions, and I can't wait to get a plate of chips and some Indian food.
I've been smelling it all day. I've been smelling it, so I'm coming forward too. Obviously, you've been a former rower. You've been, this has been a big part of your life. Have you, is there something special about this? Like even beyond the rowing, as a family as well.
It is. I think some of my earliest memories as a child are coming to the regatta.
Yeah.
It's like Christmas in the summer.
Yeah.
And as I kind of aged, I kind of became a rower and then started taking my family down here. Yeah. And there's something truly special and unique about the regatta, and it's not. I've had some time to reflect on it and think on it, and it's not the fact that it's weather dependent or that it's one of the oldest continuous sporting events. It's the sense of place. It's the sense of home and sense of community. And look around here today. Everybody's involved. Everyone is pitching in. Everyone's celebrating. Yep. And coming out of the pandemic, as you suggested, to have come home here, be a part of the regatta, it's just it's fantastic, and it gives us all reason for hope and optimism for back to normal.
This is a celebration.
It is indeed, and it should be.
And coinciding not only with history making on the regatta side, and coming together, and being a part of decisions together. Being part of making decisions together, I think is special that way. Certainly the community strength to come home here. I mean, how could we not tie this in any better than that? To have come home here, 2022, and people plan around the regatta.
Oh, do they ever?
Plan around the regatta. Yeah. So this has been not only that, a great day. And
I just talked to somebody in the crowd who had 42 people home. Yeah, all centered around the regatta. Yeah. I come home here, but then centered around the regatta, and had the opportunity to travel the province a lot in the last few weeks, and come home here is just on boom. It's really injected. It's injected a degree of enthusiasm into communities, and this one is no different. I mean, just look around. It's fantastic.
It's been fantastic to see, and again, we hear the stories because so many people love to share them, and now that's what this is about. That's what this makes this exciting, is the stories and what they mean to us. We've had people share and get emotional here today. Fantastic, and again, it's that sigh of relief, and you can be yourself again and be 100%. A part of that community, and it really feels like a special day as we see along the ponds.
It's more than the races and the concessions that were taken from us in the last couple of years. It was a sense of place and a sense of purpose and community. And this is our place, and this is our time, frankly. And to kind of look around and see everyone back, and the concessions back, the bouncy castles back, it's just absolutely spectacular.
I'm gonna have to go by the fish pond. That's the only way. It's the only way I can really bring something back home is drop it in.
I used to do the frog flip.
Yeah, If you didn't leave with a hot dog, you really weren't here, really.
Well, I'm leaving with a belly full of hot dogs and French fries and India Gate.
It's looking good. It's really good. You know, as we progress onwards, this is also like, where do we go from here? I mean, I know like we've got so many other celebrations. We just touched on a little bit. Alex is bringing home the Stanley Cup, and you know, we're just wrapping up kind of George Street Festival, and you know, we're still going to have our Telly 10. But is, you know, some other things that you're looking forward to?
Well, I'm looking for the Telly 10 being over. So I just trained for it, and then it didn't happen.
Have you trained for that?
I am. I'm registered to do the Telly 10. Hopefully the timing works now. But look, Come Home Year was meant to reinvigorate all festivals across the province, events like this, but it was meant to do more than that. It was meant to really inject some money, but some enthusiasm, some enterprise back into some festivals that, you know, over the years had waned a bit. And then because of COVID-19, some of them would have disappeared. So, you know, Come Home Year is more than just about this year. We're excited to welcome everyone home or to their new home. But we want this to trickle down into further years, and so I think you'll be excited with more that's to come, and stay tuned.
I have said many times that the province of Newfoundland has been a leaders in the world. You know, first to rise, first to get up in the morning, and first to say hello. But the tropical island of Newfoundland has been the first to lead the way, and in doing so, you know, we've made the decisions, we've lived through them, we've gone through them, we've come out better because of it, I believe, and you know, now we're rolling, and let's keep it going.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been through tough times before, and we've always come back. The Regatta has come back from tough times before, and here we are again. And that's what makes us special.
This is a symbol of being a part of a team.
100%.
And here we are, we're part of a team again, and I can't thank you enough for coming down,
always
sitting
a
with us and enjoying it, and sharing your stories.
I'll see you on the Telly 10 route, hey?
Well, on the route, but yeah, no, thanks again for coming down.
Always a pleasure.
I hope you have a great day today, too.
Always a pleasure.
All right, thank you so much, and we'll be right back after this break.
Hello, my name's Regatta Quaker, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sharing Our Cultures Incorporated. At Sharing Our Cultures, we focus on engaging school children and youth from diverse cultural backgrounds as they integrate into the society in Newfoundland and Labrador. We connect them with the locals and community partners for opportunities to improve their socio-cultural and employability skills, and most importantly, to make new friends. It's great to be back at the Regatta, it really is, and Sharing Our Cultures congratulates all the participants and applauds their supporters on this 204th Regatta.
It all started when I racked up some serious debt. Interest payments were going up, creditors were calling. Janes and Noseworthy came up with a plan. Knowing that the phone was going to stop ringing and that I was not in this alone was a huge relief. Bankruptcy or a consumer proposal or whatever help you get is not the end. It's just the beginning, a chance to start again with knowledge and support and people in your corner. Are you ready? Get out of debt. It's okay.
Learn more about Leah's story at janesnoseworthy.ca.
Backyard Bartender is returning for another season. I'm your host, Brian O'Connell, and this season we're going on the road and visiting some unique, historical, and members-only clubs in St. John's. We'll explore great wines and cocktails and make a few unusual drinks, some of which have almost been lost to history. Join me for another season of Backyard Bartender as we drop in on some interesting bars in your backyard. This season on Rogers TV.
Hi, I'm Carl Wells, getting ready to record another edition of Carl Wells Point to Point. It's a program where I chat with members of our community, and they talk candidly about their lives and careers, from their earliest dreams to their greatest triumphs. I think you'll find it informative and entertaining. Please join us for Carl Wells Point to Point, right here on Rogers TV.
And we're back. Thank you again, everybody, for continuing to join us here today. It's been an amazing day so far. Thank you to Premier Andrew Fury for stopping by, having a great chat, talking and sharing his stories as well about what it means to be a part of the Regatta. So I want to thank some sponsors. Obviously, we couldn't do this without you, but first of all, I'm looking forward to filling my belly, the Spirit of Newfoundland, for catering today. And provided by Spirit of Newfoundland. Looking forward to that. Fantastic crew. always with some real special delights. So thank you so much. Well, we have a barbecue that we're giving away. And if you can visit our Rogers booth, and located at the top of the pond, and fill out an online ballot for that as well. So that's a barbecue. Great season, great summertime, and hopefully you get to win that. Donated by Home Depot. Thank you so much, Home Depot. Thanks, Steel Hotels. Amazing crew at Rogers Television that are from all across the province, and an opportunity, make sure that you stay at Steel Hotels. The Jag restaurant, absolutely beautiful as well. And my little is nice and comfy on the was donated by Leon's Furniture for us. Donated. Take them home. Left here, but thank you so much, Leon's Furniture, for the comfy chairs. Comfy chairs. Great, thanks. So, and we continue on. Sponsors have been fantastic to be a part of. Thank you so much. Again, we couldn't do it without you. And I just want to give another shout out to the Rogers crew. They are the best. They truly are. The work they do is second to none. The professionalism, so much driven on volunteers. Cameras, audio, fantastic, directing everything today, and everybody behind the scenes. You make us look good. Thank you so much. So we're getting ready. We've got some winners over here getting their medals, and Amanda has left me again. She's getting ready now to do some interviews. Again, watching how this is all developed today has been fantastic. Been a part of history. We're seeing that play out here now with Studio Verso. You know, the senior women long course. And for those of you who don't know that, this is the first time in the history of the 204 years of the regatta that the women have rowed the long course. And we will never look back. We will never look back from this history-making event. So I'm excited about that. The cheers are coming. Amanda will have them shortly for an interview. And, oh, she's a part of it. I'm sorry. She's a part of it as well. She's over getting her medal as a part of the team. Part of the training staff, so she's covering double duty here today. So that's great, but she will get an opportunity to be a part of that team as well. Again, history-making day.
In the sport of rowing overall, but particularly for women in the sport of rowing. So I think it's incredible that they donate this trophy, and members of the crew are actually going to present the trophy.
Just listen to that. It's just beautiful. Again, it's part of history. As we can see, they got their families, newborns, all part of it as well. Just incredible to see, be a part of something special. I mean, we've seen people here be extremely emotional, just being a fan of it, just watching it, and how many people that have been involved, the commitment it takes, the dedication, the support at home. And we've said that so many times. You cannot pursue your passions or your goals in life unless you have tremendous support at home. The early mornings and the late nights and the schedule bouncing, everything that's involved with that, absolutely beautiful. So again, it's a special moment. It's special to see everybody to be a part of it. I love seeing even Amanda. She's been next to me all morning. We've had goosebumps. We've shared the goosebumps just to be a part of that. Again, this is a special moment. I'm sure you're watching, and if you are, I hope you can feel what this moment means to the young women, to anybody that's aspiring. You know, I think that we look for people to be game changers, be changers in history. There's been so many people that have been a part of this moment. There really is no excuse for you to seek out and live your dreams. They've done so. We've seen it at so many levels. This is a real special moment. Look at the smile, and I'm just even my partner today, Amanda, and everything that she's done as well, and her passion for the regatta. I think second to none really. We're blessed to have her here today. We are blessed. At some point when she composes herself, she's going to get an opportunity to speak to the winners, and we'll hopefully get a chance to that. Official time, 10:28:76. 10:28.76. 10:28.76. Absolutely stunning. Beautiful. And I just want to also reiterate as well, for women's crews that took part in that race, you are all champions. You are all champions. This is not about first, second, third, or fourth. You are all champions. You have shown the way, you've paved the way, so to speak. You know, you have all generated what it's like to step up and be a life changer. You are all part of history. So again, all winners today. All winners today. History in the making. History in the making. Verso women's crew. First official race of the senior women long course. If Amanda has composed herself at all, she'll get, yes, she's got the mic in hand. There was never any doubt. Never any doubt. She takes her part over the side. I can't thank you enough for allowing me to be a part of this, to be able to call this event, to be able to be a part of this means the world to me, and to see this play out in real time. Everybody's just collecting themselves. Again, we see the families. You can't imagine the dedication. I mean, just for us to be able to show up and just to be able to see the event, but the amount of dedication, starting early. This is a 12-month sport. They look after each other. They take care of each other. You know, dieting and commitment is incredible. So proud. Look at the families, you know, the young daughters of the team. I mean, they are going to be obviously part of the future of the regatta, and it's so great to see. They're so excited. Look at the smiles on their faces. Incredible, incredible. I am so proud to be a part of this moment, seeing it play out. And again, we're going to go over to Amanda, not only part of the team, part of history as well, as she's with the winners.
Now? All right, I am super pumped to be standing here next to my best friends and the women who just rode the first official running of the long course at the Royal St. John's Regatta. This is an epic moment in history. I'm so excited to be here with Jane Brody, Connie Duffett, Stephanie Davis. How was it out there?
It was amazing. Honestly, I don't even really know if we have words yet right now, but the feeling down at the lake this morning, it was just incredible. We compared it to the feeling of when you're down here for a championship race, but I think today is even more special because everybody here knows how momentous this moment is.
Exactly. There's such a great buzz and vibe at the lake. And Connie, what do you think, having two girls up on the podium with you? What can you say about this summer?
Yeah, this has been an amazing summer. I said we're doing this, you know, for future rowing, for the females of the sport and the males for the sport. And so, yeah, I have two girls rowing, and now they'll know no barriers to being able to row. They can row whatever course length they want. So it's an absolute historic moment. As Jane said, it was amazing down here. It was electric. We had people, young girls with signs out cheering us on, saying "Go girls," and there's people cheering all the way down to the full course. There was people past where we would normally finish rowing, and we could hear them cheering all the way down, which is absolutely incredible.
Absolutely incredible is the words for it. And I'm going to talk next to Stephanie Davis, who was the stroke, the metronome, the goalie. Stephanie Davis, how was it out there?
It was really special. Like the other girls alluded to earlier, like the atmosphere down here today is incredible. When we were turning the long course kegs, there was a cheering section down there, and every 50 or 100 meters there was
Seriously? There was a cheering section all the way down there?
There was a cheering section all the way down there. So we heard all the yells, all the encouragement all the way up, and it was really, truly an incredible experience today.
Oh my goodness. And Nancy Beaton and her daughter Billy Cutler, what is happening?
It was a fantastic race. Super fun. We had a great time.
Great time making history, and we've got here Katie Wadden, the legend herself, and her youngest, Sam and Jacob. Katie, Tell me how it was out there.
Oh, it was incredible. It would have been a little bit more incredible if we had a 7-seater boat with Amanda Hancock in there.
I did my best.
No, it was awesome. It felt like everybody, I don't know, this started 30 years ago, and yeah, it really felt like everyone was a part of it, so that was really special.
And what about having the OzFM 2018 alumni crew donate the trophy? Like, how great is that?
Yeah, women supporting women. So it just felt like icing on the cake to have them up there. I looked up to them, you know, when I was a young girl, and for them to support this. And I know it started with them. Like, hi, sweetheart. It's this collective voice that's been growing and growing. And finally, we've been loud enough that change has happened. And yeah, it was special. Yeah.
It was so special. And I just want to chat with Emma Ramsey, who was the coxswain. And I was saying on air how you do the slide seat rowing and then you come over here. You've had such a busy summer. Tell me all about it.
It's just been amazing to just be so immersed in the rowing community on fixed seat and slide seat, and be able to be in the boat with these ladies who inspire me so much, and I love motivating them because they motivate me. So.
And you motivate us, and your name in the program in 30 different places has not gone unnoticed. So thank you for all your hard work. Thanks for everything you do for rowing. And we're missing the legend herself, Alyssa Devereaux. She's probably breastfeeding, but that's what we're supporting here in this gender-inclusive environment. And huge congratulations to these girls, my besties, Studio Verso. Where is the sponsor?
They were right behind us.
Okay, big cheer. Woo! Thanks, guys.
Jacob wants to say hi.
Good boy.
And we're back. Thank you again, Amanda. A very proud moment for her to be a part of that team, and not only part of that. She's been fantastic. We're going to recap the races now shortly and go over what's happened so far in the morning. After that, we're going to take a little lunch. And before the lunch, we're going to have a 30-minute interview that Donnie Power did for us with Honorary Lifetime President of the Regatta Committee, Mr. John Perlin. But we're going to go over the race results now. From race number one this morning, finishing first was High Flow Dralic with 5:08.41. Cal Group came in behind that, 5:20.09. Robotham Mackay and Marshall 5:23.54, and check out how close this was. Atlantic Towing 5:33.23, and First General 5:33.28.
So many women's crews hovering around that 5:33 mark. Race results for race number 2. India Gate, time of 5:33.42. Pushco Pharmacy, 5:49.4. Momentum Health, 5:50.49. And we're saying all the hundredths of a second because it does matter today.
Yes, it does.
Sensible Gear and Discovery Chiropractic, 5:50.57. Lambs Ladies, 5:53.29.
And race number 3, finishing first in the men's, NTV, 9:32.37. Newfoundland Power, 9:46.85. Capital Home Hardware, 9:47.62. O'Brien Engineering, 10:19.78. And Lambs Run, 10:52.25.
Race results for race number 4. Fine Strokes, the time of 10:03.39. Andrew McDonald General Contractors, 10:29.07. Piatto Pizza, 11:10.97. Smith Stockley Lakers, 11:23.13. Canadian Armed Forces, 11:15.81.
And results from number 5, Smith Stockley finished first, 5:23.77. Steers Insurance Ladies, 5:33.16.
That puts them in the championship, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable. We have seen some incredible history today. Number 3, JAT Excavating, 6:08.44. Spindrift Brewery, 6:16.77. And Kent Building Supply, 6:43.12. I think this was my favorite race. I don't know.
Race results for race number 6. UCW Juvenile Ladies 5:33.96. Once again, we see that magic 5:33. Wow. It's going to be quite the race for 4th and 5th places in the Women's Championship. Cowan Heights Dental Center Ace Locksmith 6:06.93. Martin Surveys 6:25.72. Outer Cove TLC Nursing and Home Care 6:57.16. Chess's Fish and Chips / Hayward's Fuel and Delivery Service 6:59.51.
And race results for number 7, Penny Kia 10:18.28, Torbay Cindy Thornton Real Estate 10:23.87, and Subway at 11:03.92. That was a fantastic race.
Yeah. And race results for race number 8, which took place at 10:50, the absolutely historic moment, seeing women row the long course for the first time ever. Studio Verso with a time of 10:28.76. Wow. I can't pick out the times for RBC Dominion Securities, Eastern Valve, and Construction, and then the other team in that race was the Blue Key Realty. Okay, here we go. RBC Dominion Securities 11:42.89, Eastern Valve and Control 11:51.28, Blue Key Realty 12:29.02. Yay, women.
You can't say that enough. I'm pretty sure we did. Race results number 9, St. John's Home Hardware 5:53.41, Steel Auto 5:57.94, Sisters in Fitness 6:03.68, Avalon Animal Hospital 6:12.22, and O'Day Earl 6:16.76. So again, we have, it was an amazing morning.
It was
really
so great.
This
I
was
wish
amazing.
I could stay for the whole afternoon and the championship races, but unfortunately, I'm going to step aside. Who's joining you this afternoon, Steve?
We've got some great people joining other people this afternoon.
Oh, not you, not you.
We're going to take a lunch break, actually. We're going to get filled up. Again, I just want to throw out a quick shout out to our sponsors. We have Leon's Furniture for looking after our bums.
Spirit of Newfoundland.
Spirit of Newfoundland is going to feed us now shortly. And we've got Steel Hotels. And we've also got a barbecue. Home Depot Barbecue, up at the Rogers Boot, located top of the pond. The energy here, we want to thank all the people for sticking around this morning, having a great time as well. We're going to have an interview. Donnie Power took 30 minutes to sit down with Honorary Lifetime President of Regatta Committee, Mr. John Perlin. It's going to be a great interview. I can't thank you, and I'm going to a little high five here.
It's such a great honor to meet this legend, former NHL scout.
Former.
Callahan himself. Callie.
They cannot match the passion that this person has for the regatta. Unbelievable. It was my pleasure to sit next to you and ride shotgun along next to you. I am just here for the ride shotgun. You're absolutely amazing.
I hope we get to do it again
Thank you so much for
sometime.
your insight. Amanda, you're absolutely a rock star. So safe travels. We'll be right back live after lunch.
Hi, Tom. Hi, Andrew. Bye.
Thanks, guys. It's a privilege to be here today with the newly minted Honorary Life President of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee, Mr. John Perlin. John Perlin needs no introduction to anybody who's been following the regatta, but I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction just to show you what he's done outside the shores of Kitty Vitty Lake. He's a former past president nationally of Duke of Edinburgh Awards, president of the Wildlife Habitat Canada. He's past chair of Community Sectors Council Newfoundland and Labrador, past chair of the Salvation Army's Newfoundland and Labrador Advisory Board, currently board chair of Rising Tide Theatre, and is chairman emeritus of the Kitty Vitty Rennies River Development Foundation. That's just a couple of things, but today he's the honorary life president of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee, and we'd like to thank John Perlin for allowing us into his home. Great to see you.
My pleasure to have you here.
What did you think when you first found out about the designation?
I think, Donnie, you know, I was blown away by it. You know, when Noel Thomas, Kenneth Thomas called me and said this is what they wanted me to do. And I was really greatly honored because, you know, while I've had all kinds of other distinctions given to me, a peer group nominating you as an honorary life president is really very special.
Absolutely, yeah. You should be honored. And it's not your first recognition down at the, you've been in the Regatta Hall of Fame since 94? 94. So that oftentimes people say in sports, a Hall of Fame is the the pinnacle of where you can be. So what was that like? Let's take me back to '94 when you were inducted.
Well, I think I can owe the nomination to
Well, welcome back to Roger's coverage of the 204th anniversary Royal St. John's Regatta, the Platinum Jubilee Regatta this year. With me is Siobhan Duff, certainly no stranger to the regatta community or the regatta itself. Welcome, Siobhan.
Thanks, great to be here.
Excellent.
Fabulous.
Well, it's my pleasure to be back on the desk. Last regatta that I had this opportunity was a COVID regatta, and it's a much safer and healthier day here today, thankfully very much.
Isn't that the truth? Wow.
So, Siobhan, you've been involved in a lot of this for a long, long time. And you know, what is the one piece? You're not rowing regularly right now.
Yes, but not here.
Okay, so what do you miss from being away from Kitty Bitty Lake?
Oh, you miss home. That's a slam dunker, right?
Sure.
I mean, you miss the rock.
Yeah.
You miss your rowing family. You miss your biological family.
Indeed.
That's what brings us back every year.
And that's the one thing about Kitty Bitty Lake here and the Royal St. John's Regatta, is that you know, it is a huge community, an enormous community of athletes and volunteers and vendors and so on. So. It's fantastic. So we've got a guest up momentarily. The Honourable Seamus O'Regan is joining us, the Minister of Labour. We look forward to chatting with him. And of course, then we're going to get started in on the races in a little while as well.
Yes.
So we will be back in just a moment, I presume, with Seamus. And really look forward to calling the next couple of races, because there's a couple of very interesting crews in there and some real interesting individuals.
Absolutely.
So I'm not sure who's going to interview Seamus. If we'll keep going if he's not ready. Siobhan, when you saw the race a few minutes ago, first time that you know, a female crew has rowed that long course, how did that feel for you?
I said to somebody who asked me earlier, I actually found myself getting a little choked up. It was such a special moment, yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah,
and
so glad to be here to see it.
To see the dedication of those crews to make that happen, and of course the work that they've done with the Regatta Committee and the support that they had, the committee as we went through.
Yeah.
And you know, it's really great to see that there was as much interest as what there was for this first time.
Astounding in a way, in the sense that this has been in the works, as you probably know, for 30-something years. The initial correspondence came from our crew back in 1989, beseeching Maureen Dunn at the time to consider this. So we'd sort of almost forgotten about it. And then to hear that it had been, obviously there had been people working behind the scenes, this concept had been resurrected this year. It was just amazing.
Absolutely.
And all of our crew, the original Oz crew, were here to see it.
Indeed.
Which was exciting too, you know, just to be able to be here pondside and witness it. Yeah. It was great.
Yeah. And it was great to see the collaborative process that took place. So it's you know, everything about this sport is governed by tradition, but when it comes to diversity, we've been very, very you know, it's really important that we advance those things. We've done some great work. So listen, Seamus is ready now, so we're going to go over to Seamus, and when we come back, we'll talk about that more.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
It all started when I racked up some serious debt. Interest payments were going up, creditors were calling. Janes and Noseworthy came up with a plan. Knowing that the phone was going to stop ringing and that I was not in this alone was a huge relief. Bankruptcy or a consumer proposal or whatever help you get is not the end. It's just the beginning. A chance to start again with knowledge and support and people in your corner. Are you ready? Get out of debt. It's okay.
Learn more about Leah's story at janesnoseworthy.ca.
Focused on quality and convenience, there isn't much you won't find at Marie's Mini Mart. Home-style breads, sandwiches, plus a variety of artisan breads and delicious single-serve desserts available exclusively at our Frecker Drive location. Marie's Mini Mart, with 25 locations wherever you go, there we are.
Hello, I'm Lloydetta Quaco. I'm here at the rooms where we just finished recording a Sharing Our Culture series. This is a place where you get to meet amazing individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds who are making significant contributions to the social, cultural, and economic development of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Hi, I'm Carl Wells, getting ready to record another edition of Carl Wells Point to Point. It's a program where I chat with members of our community, and they talk candidly about their lives and careers, from their earliest dreams to their greatest triumphs. I think you'll find it informative and entertaining. Please join us for Carl Wells Point to Point, right here on Rogers TV.
Well, welcome back to Rogers coverage of the 204th anniversary Royal St. John's Regatta. I'm Brad Power, immediate past president of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee, and it is my great honor to have with me this afternoon Seamus O'Regan, the Minister of Labour. Welcome, Seamus.
I haven't been behind the desk doing TV since Bev Thompson was sitting next to me. So,
Absolutely.
how you doing, Bev? Now
Very
over
good,
to Jeff
very
with the
good.
weather. It's wild.
You're no stranger to the desk, though.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm
Done that
glad
for
to make
many
the
years.
desk finally after many years.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what have you seen around the lake as you've been walking around?
Oh, we're back. You know,
amazing, eh?
I think if you look back at the history of the regatta, you know, its long and storied history, the regatta always meant more after collectively we'd been through a lot. And we have been through a lot.
Yeah.
COVID was rough on everybody here.
The past couple of years, to see the changes just here on the dock alone, in terms of the fencing that was required, and having to sanitize your hands, and sanitize the boats after every use.
You know, I mean, just the organizationally what you had to do.
Well, we
so
learned
to be
a lot.
back to slightly normal, I think for everybody is great relief.
It is, and it shows. You can see there's thousands of more people here, and of course
I
the
wish
garden
we'd had
party's
better
back.
weather.
Listen, this is great weather.
It's like St. Pete's out here these days,
This
for goodness
is
sake.
phenomenal weather for rowers. It's the humidity is a little lower than it was yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think it was a difficult call for the regatta committee yesterday. It really was. But as you know, difficult decisions have to be made, and I think it worked out.
I just thought to myself, that crowd are spoiled now after the summer we're having. They're like the slightest bit of imperfection. But I think you guys made a good call. Today's, I think, perfect for racing, perfect for conditions, and maybe a few records. We'll see.
Absolutely.
But I think it's just, like I said, you know, we've been through a lot. This is the past 2-3 years have been really rough. And when to see regatta back in full flight, I think it's just a sign to everybody that, oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
We can get back to life, maybe. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the one thing that we're hearing is that the vendors are so glad to be back. And last year when that decision was made to cut the garden party, the vendors agreed 100%.
Yeah.
They didn't want to put themselves at risk or whatnot. But when they came back to submit their forms this year, they said we're just so happy to be back with the family that's been created around the lake. And if you look at some of the vendors that are here, as you know, having been here for many, many years, growing up and in your later years,
graduating from Fish Pond to Crown and Anchor.
Exactly. It's the same vendors.
Yeah.
There's lots of new ones too.
Yeah,
but a lot of long history here of vendors and families that continue on, and charities that have been here for many years. So, what is your favorite memory of the regatta?
And just to add to it too, like the fact that you've got Asian food that's available here. You know,
diversity
when I say
of food
Asian,
is
I mean,
amazing.
Just the diversity within that. I mean, it's incredible, and people lined up for it. Like this place has changed.
Lineups too deep over on the other side.
I know. I know.
So speaking of that, my favorite experience here was always the food.
Yes.
What was your favorite experience at the regatta?
I would say increasingly it's the food. You know, I mean, like I said, you know, you graduate from the Fish Pond to the Crown and Anchor, and it's just people. People are in a good mood. You know, almost every time, invariably, regatta, people are in a good mood, and it's just nice. I just walk around. People are generally, you know, even with politicians, you know, happy.
Absolutely.
It's nice. It's really nice. It's a great relief. It's been, like I said, it's been tough. The past few years have been tough on all of us, and mentally particularly. And I think just get out and enjoy it. It's just great. I'm just elated.
No, it's great, and it's one of these things. You know, it's the team that operates this, the volunteers, the athletes themselves. They were all just waiting for that green light, you know, as the pandemic was going on. And I remember the day when we pretty much started to give the indicator that we were going back to normal. And they were elated, absolutely elated. And I saw many of them here today. And at the beginning, it was almost tears. Right?
Yeah.
So Seamus, we're going to tee up the next race. We've got race 11 coming up, which is really great. It's the VOCM Commercial Senior Women 4 race. On stake 5, we have the Telegram. That's in the Telegram rather. It's TLC Nursing and Home Care.
Right.
Coxon Rich Bailey, long-standing participant here at the Kitty Vitty Lake.
There she goes.
And we've got. I've lost my list, but I'm going to jump in. Let me see. Where are we to?
Wear your glasses.
Yes, I certainly need them, don't I? Senior Women 4. So we've got, and actually, I'm going to hang on, James, because I'm not 100% sure what race we're on, if that's the 4 or the 5. I can't remember what came up. But we want to thank you for coming down. Really appreciate it.
I'll leave you to it.
Great to see you. And what the viewers are seeing on the screen now is one of the female crews making their way down to the short course kegs. And I want to send out a big thank you to our sponsors who've made today's broadcast possible, including Home Depot, Sharing Our Cultures, Spirit of Newfoundland for providing all the food and whatnot. We've got Leon's, Steel Communications, Marie's Mini Mart, and of course I'd be remiss if I didn't throw out a big thank you to all the volunteers that are here with Rogers Television making today's production happen. So a big thank you to them. So I'm joined back at the desk again with Siobhan Duff. Siobhan, what are these girls thinking as they're going down the pond there? What's going through their head right now?
Well, the women's course is a bit like a drag race. You're not thinking much. I mean, it's just so intense at that point. They're just heads focused ahead and trying to get to that women's turn, and it all happens so quickly. You really don't have a chance to think. But as I'm sitting here looking at these conditions, these are
amazing.
This is a once in a decade.
It really is.
So I got to give full kudos to the committee. You played roulette yesterday, but they made the absolute right decision.
And for those that don't know, many people believe that it's an individual that makes that decision, but for our viewers, they should know that 50 volunteers come together on Regatta morning at 5:30 at the museum here at Kitty Vitty Lake, and they make that decision based on the forecasts and whatnot. And it's not an easy decision, let me tell you. Having been former president and former captain of the course, there are a lot of considerations, and there's that mix between the sport and the garden party. But most importantly, it's all about safety. And if you can't put off those races safely, then you just can't do it.
Exactly.
So they're reaching about 2 minutes now.
And what you're seeing here is the product of another excellent decision that was made by the Regatta Committee some 35, 40 years ago, which was the concept of time trials. So at this point in the afternoon, you're not looking at crews that, for the most part, have any significant hope of getting into a championship spot. But you're also, as you can see from the drone footage, looking at one of the closest, most exciting races of the day.
Absolutely.
And this
Very
is
close.
the beauty of this particular system that was crafted in the early 1980s, which was the decision to seed crews according to time so that it made for exceptionally exciting racing throughout the entire day.
Exactly.
So as you see the women now coming in, you've got 4 crews simultaneously turning hard rudder on a turn. Just speaks to the caliber of the event.
It really does. So the other crews that are racing here, you see 4 crews on the screen. We mentioned previously that on stake 1 was Pilot. So on stake 2 is the residents at Littledale. Stake 4 is Rest NL, and on stake 5 is TLC Nursing and Home Care. We've got a couple of notable crews here. First of all is Pilot. This is a first-year crew that's come together. They're new to rowing, but they were brought together, Siobhan, by long-standing participant Michelle Murphy. So that's great to see, long-standing participants bringing new people into the fold.
And coxswain by no other than Tina Hunt.
Exactly.
Tina Hunt Ring.
Exactly.
So lots of experience in that boat.
For sure. We've got the residents at Littledale. They told us that all you have to do to start rowing is you got to find a group of people who challenge and inspire you, spend lots of time with them, and it will change your life. And that's what they said their experiences. And of course, coxswain that crew is Fabian McGraw, who Fabian, a well-known coxswain, quite an accomplished coxswain, but also a fantastic volunteer for the Regatta Committee here at 4:45 and 5 o'clock in the morning, helping us take out those boats. So a big shout out to Fabian for that. So they're on their way back now. They're almost at the boathouse. When they come up toward the marquee, Siobhan, what are the coxswains saying to those crews at that point?
Well, I mean, it obviously depends on so much. It depends on the caliber and experience level of the crew, and it depends on where they are seated in their respective race position, and also in what their goal is for that day. But I think you'll have most coxswains looking for, if a crew is able to do it, a little bit of a rate hike and a little bit of an intensity hike, because it's sort of like close your eyes and just empty the tank at that point.
Yeah. I remember when I rowed that the coxswain would say, keep your face forward, focus on the back of the individual in front of you, or you could look at your own oar. But how hard is it for those crews to keep their eyes off the banks with so many people?
Well, I mean, again, that's a caliber of experience. I'd say it's a little bit harder for them to keep their eyes off the competition if they're close than the banks. Then nobody on the bank is a threat to your your medal. But as you can see, Tina has this particular crew in our view, which is the Pilot crew, rowing beautifully, and they've got, looks like a tight race. Hard to see there, but she's just keeping them at a long, steady, lengthened out stroke.
And as you said, this is one of the tighter races of the day.
Yes.
It's great to see these crews so close.
It is.
And the conditions here at Kitty Vitty Lake, albeit humid, it is a great day for racing.
Yeah.
And the crews have said throughout the morning that they couldn't ask for better pond conditions.
Yeah, it's absolutely what you dream about.
Yeah.
It's what you dream about, and it's, you know, what's equally as unusual is that it looks to be holding throughout the day.
Indeed.
Sometimes you can get this type of conditions early in the morning, but then it tends to deteriorate.
Well, that was the big thing yesterday with the humidity. You know, if you look at the Telly 10 having been postponed, you know, I just go back to the Regatta Committee's decision. While the wind was obviously a condition yesterday, that humidity was just too dangerous for the rowers. Yeah. And if people recall back to our 201st anniversary, you know, we had individuals dropping like flies up on the boulevard. It was so warm. Yeah. And, you know, that the impact on just walkers alone. But, you know, try to do that when you're going, you know, 25, 30 strokes a minute for a couple of minutes down the pond.
Exactly.
And it can be quite dangerous. So the unofficial time for this race was 6:02.
And I would say if you were talking to the Right Honourable at the time, but there was a slight delay on that clock, so it's probably going to be closer to about a 6:07.
Fantastic.
When we picked up the time. But either way, an incredible race for a crew who were not seeded to win that race based on time trials times. So they've obviously done a lot of work in the last couple of weeks.
Yep.
And a significant improvement of almost a minute.
Almost
from
40
their,
seconds, yeah, that's
from
amazing.
From their
And
time.
in your experience, you know, a competitive crew, how much time will they make up between time trials and regatta day?
I mean, so a lot of that too, Brad, will depend on what conditions were sort of prevailed at time trials. From what I understand, the conditions were not terrible, but not great this year.
Yeah.
So a lot of a significant change in time would be reflective of probably different conditions. And most experienced crews might be expected to improve by 5 to 10 seconds, and that gained through adjustments in rate and preparation for high speed rate. But when you see the big gains like this, it's oftentimes going to be reflective of a crew that maybe had a little less experience and gained a tremendous amount in that last period.
Yeah, for sure. Well, folks, for those of you watching the broadcast, we really appreciate your attention today. We're here on the dock of Kitty Vitty Lake, just outside the Royal St. John's Regatta Boathouse. This is the 204th anniversary Royal St. John's Regatta, the Platinum Jubilee Regatta, celebrating Queen Elizabeth II and her reign. And, you know, I'm so impressed at how many people have come back to the banks of Kitty Vitty Lake so quick. You know, 10 o'clock this morning, there were thousands of people around the lake. And one of the, I guess, things that has really taken off in recent years, similar to years ago, was the Regatta Eve celebrations. And the reason this was triggered, because I looked and saw a couple of the ladies in the boat there, and they were so proud to be over for Regatta Eve, but they had to leave early because they had to go home and get prepared for the race. So it's been a great couple of days, no doubt.
Oh, for sure. And it's like you said, it's become more of a thing to come down the night before sometimes. Yeah. There's close to as much of a crowd here that night as there is, and it's like old friends. Jim and I will come home, you know, after being away all year, and you can't go 2 feet without knowing somebody.
Yeah.
You know, and we absolutely look forward to that every year.
Yeah. Any regular day, you might be able to get to the other side of the pond in about a minute or 2 minutes walking, but on a day like this, you're an hour or more trying to get over to the other side.
If you're lucky.
Yeah. So in the background, the viewers are hearing the medal presentations that are taking place as well, and so you'll hear those in the background. But we've got a guest with us here. Quite happy to have this guest with us because I know all the wonderful work that she's been doing. So we're going to welcome Jennifer Brown, who is the Director of Rowing with the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee. Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Happy to be back at a full regatta. It's a wonderful feeling. Exciting.
Absolutely, and it's been really exciting leading up to it because you played an integral role with a lot of these crews. So tell us a little bit about that.
So I guess it started early May as soon as we got onto the pond. So the role this year for me as Regatta Director for Rowing Relations was really about getting out there and meeting all the crews, you know, talking with everyone, making sure everybody was getting out for their spins. Safety was a big part of it, making sure everybody's following the flow of the pond because there's a lot of things that go into, you know, being on the pond. It's great when it comes to Regatta Day, but the practice and the lead up to it, there's a lot involved. So, you know, it was a pleasure for me to really get out there and kind of, you know, meet all the crews. And as they go out and you see them in the races, I'm like, I spoke with them and been out with those guys to help them out a few times. So, you know, it's really about community down here. So being a part of that community is wonderful.
For sure. Siobhan and I were just talking about that community recently, and you know, you've seen many crews come and go down here, Jen. What does it mean to you, though, to see so many young crews that continue to participate?
Oh, well, for me personally, I started down here when I was 15 years old. So I was a part of the first ever female intermediate age group race. So I believe at that time there was only 2 of us. And to see how far, it's come with the juvenile and junior, intermediate, the squirt crew this year. I was lucky enough to actually have 3 crews, a squirt, a junior crew, and an intermediate crew. And to see them at the beginning, not knowing how to row, and then at the end, they're so excited and can't wait to come back next year. I mean, these kids are our future.
Yeah,
that's, that's who's going to keep the regatta going. And the more we can get them involved and, have them a part of this rowing culture, the better it is.
Well, of course, the squirt crews were brought in as a developmental division a number of years ago, but the Learn to Row program is still active as well.
The Learn to Row program is fabulous. We've had lots of people come in and come down early mornings. Getting groups of 6 people together can sometimes be a little bit difficult. So we've tried to help out with kind of, adding people in where we can. The Learn to Cox as well. That was another big one for us. So, the Learn to Row along with the Learn to Cox gets more people out on the pond, allows more people to have that advantage to give it a try and to see if it's something that they'd like to continue in the future with. So I hope we can keep that going, and the funding for the Learn to Row is amazing as well. It's a big help for us.
Canada has been a great sponsor of that program.
They've been tremendous, yeah, and they've done it for numerous years. So thanks to them for sure.
Jennifer, one of the biggest parts of our operation here at Kitty Vitty Lake is the staff that make it happen. And what do you want to say to them today?
Oh, my boathouse staff. So every morning I'm down here usually around 5 a.m. and, they get here around 4 a.m. to get all the boats out. So, Johnny Hart, Tim, TJ, there's so many people involved in getting the regatta ready. You don't realize the amount of work that someone like Johnny Hart puts into cleaning up the boats, fixing the boats, the rudders, the pins, and everybody that rows looks to them. They're the ones that they go to get these things done. So without them, we wouldn't have a regatta.
Absolutely.
Without their help and their dedication and, their pleasantness on the wharf in the morning at 4:30, 5 o'clock, not everybody can do that.
No, that's right.
Not everybody's so happy to be here at that hour. They love it when they get on the pond, but they're dockside. Yeah. So, and some of them give up rowing to be able to help so that all of us can get out there and row. So hats off to the boathouse staff led by Johnny Hart. A tremendous, fabulous job. And we're all thankful for, for all the work that they do. And even today with, lifting a boat down off of the, the lift, there's nothing that they wouldn't do to make sure that this regatta happened.
Yeah. And Siobhan, you can attest, the maintenance of these boats is so important. Right?
Outstanding.
One wrong oarlock can throw off an entire spin. Right?
Oh, and if it happens on Regatta Day, it's going to affect every single race.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we just replaced, I think, some ropes. Johnny was checking the boats and noticed that when he, pushed on the rope a little bit, it was frayed, and if that snapped during a race,
it's over.
It's over. So replaced all those ropes just, the other day, and not a hitch.
And it's not as though you can go up the Kenmount Road and buy yourself a new boat.
No.
These shells are very unique and made with a mold. There's almost 20 of them that are here. But the reality is you can't just go buy new ones. You've got to maintain what you've got. And, the hope is in future years we'll be able to replace some of the ones that are there. But in the meantime, we've just got to treat them good, and we've got to respect them and make sure the maintenance is done.
We do, and that was also a part of my duty is, to make sure that the coxswains coming in knew how to, park their boat properly and, come in on the proper angle. Anything that we can do to keep those boats safe and,
And
so
instruct crews on entry and exit into the boats is huge as well.
Exactly,
right.
Dropping things into the boat. We always make sure that they're laid in nicely. There's lots of little things that go a long way to, keep these boats going for us.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
No, it's, obviously with any organization, you're going to see change. And one of the big changes in recent years was the renaming of the courses. So we've no longer the ladies and men's kegs, it's the short and long course. But this year we expanded to allowing women to row the full course, which is a wonderful, wonderful addition to the group. To the number of races we have. What have you been hearing from the rowers about that this year?
The rowers are ecstatic. I mean, as women, we love the fact that now we have a choice. So, I believe, I'm on the regatta committee, but for years I wasn't. But I always felt that the regatta committee and anyone down here did respect women, did respect us in the short course. I mean, Siobhan, you know, in their role and breaking records. I mean, we had respect, but now we have a choice.
That's right.
We have a choice to row the short course. We have a choice to row the long course. And even for the men as well. Like, the men can now come in and row that short course if they wish, you know, and I would love to see more men get back at the regatta. You know, and we thought maybe this too would be a, you know, something for them to be able to come back and, you know, the younger crews row that short course, and even some crews who wanted to retire because the long course was just too long.
Exactly.
Now come back, you know, do the short course. We want to see you, and you'll be the record setters. You know, we need those men to come in now and row that short course and set the records.
My own personal experience with rowing, I rowed the short course for a number of years, and I only rowed the full course once, and that was my last year rowing. Had nothing to do with the fact it was the long course, but if I was able to row the short course in a senior crew or juvenile, I definitely would have done it.
Yeah.
So that is a great opportunity to have available there too.
It's wonderful, and congratulations to all of those crews that, you know, because I know there were some that came in last minute to, you know, to be able to add to that long course. So good on them, and congratulations to those first-time rowers of the long course.
Absolutely, congratulations indeed. And Jen, you had a couple of crews yourself this morning.
I was very fortunate.
Did she ever?
Yes,
Oh.
I did. I rode this morning, and we just scraped into that championship race in the number 5 spot.
A win is a win, Jen.
Oh, a win is a win. And then I had my young intermediate crew who came second. And then I had another crew that came third. So, and they're my youth crews, and what a pleasure to have them.
Excellent.
Right?
Jen, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you. I love being a part of the regatta. It's amazing. And this community is wonderul.
Excellent. Glad to have
I'm
you.
just wondering when you have time to sleep, figuring all that in.
One day I'll sleep after the regatta.
Doing the math there.
Indeed. Well, the crews are getting set up for the next race, and this is the race number 12. And before we go on to that, I want to flick out a big thank you to our sponsors who made today's production a possibility. Got Home Depot, Sharing Our Cultures, Spirit of Newfoundland, and the food and whatnot that Spirit of Newfoundland provided was amazing for the volunteers that are here and the staff. So big shout out to their team, and big shout out to Leon's, who've created this wonderful desk that we're presenting from here today, and of course Steele Hotels and the team with John Steele and all his crew. They've been fantastic with providing accommodations and whatnot for the broadcast. And we've got Marie's Mini Mart, who have been very helpful as well. And you know, one thing, Siobhan, that people don't realize is that, you know, there's so many facets to these operations and these broadcasts, and the sponsors are a key part of that. Without them, it wouldn't happen. Simple as that. And the same can be said for the crews. The sponsors of these crews, the sponsors of the boats, all of those sponsors and organizations are fantastic.
And you look at, as you know, some of the names repeat year after year after year. We have such tremendous, long-standing and loyal sponsors. But if you look at the fact that there are 70 crews, there are 70 separate community entities that have had enough interest and enough generosity to be a part of and sponsor crews, right from the squirts up to the senior men's championship crews. And it's a huge financial commitment.
Absolutely.
And,
so as I said, we've got race 12 coming up. So on stake 1 is in the Lamb's Palm Breeze is Hennessy's Excavating. Their coxswain is Lenny Williams. Stroke Brianna Mercer Williams. Number 5 is Lee Mercer. Number 4 is Caitlin Lush. Number 3 is Sarah Young. Number 2 is Brooklyn Forward, and number 1 is Erica Butt. On stake 2, in the Stroke of Power, we have the Port Rexton Brewery with coxswain Gloria Brown, Stroke Terry Lynn Hoskins. And then we have number 5, Samantha Williams. Number 4, Tori Costello. Number 3, Jessica White. Number 2, Melissa Power. Number 1, Susan Hardy. And their spears are Amy Brown and Ashley O'Brien. And Siobhan, how about you tee up stake 4?
Number 4 is rowing in the Smith-Stockley crew, Martin and Associates, with coxswain Dave Curran, stroke Monica Martin. Number 5, Valerie Ducey, Leanne O'Neill, Tiffany Powlett, Renee McGraw, Christina Stone, and spearing for them in a case of catastrophe would be Kara Courtney and Carla Ryan Lamb. Next stake, stake 5, the Miss India, is the Shell, the crew, professional chimney services. Coxswain, the very experienced Jackie Warfield, stroke Miranda Heffernan-Berry. Megan Hibbs, that's interesting. My daughter, Megan Hibbs, not the same one. She's up at the house, so I know that's not her. Carla Hodder, Anita Lockyer, Raquel Penny, Evelyn Rogers, with spares Stephanie Broders-Fleming.
And while the race record for this one is about 5:29, most of these crews are rowing around 7:20 to 7:50 mark. They've been training really, really hard, and there's one crew, Port Rexton Brewery, and this crew are made up of all registered nurses and x-ray techs, and obviously they've had a tough couple of years.
Wow, that's fantastic.
What a wonderful thing they're doing here today.
Yeah, that's what you call reclaiming the world and reclaiming life as we once knew it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Then my heart will be in some respects in that boat.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah.
And another crew that I want to point out is Martin and Associates. Now, this is a new crew formed this year. The owner of the company, Monica Martin, is rowing in the crew on stroke. But it's interesting to note the number 4 is Leanne O'Neill, a former executive director of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee.
That is correct.
And Leanne broke off an oar last regatta as she was turning the kegs. So this is a bit of redemption, I think, for Leanne to be able to row a full race with a fully functioning oar.
Well, she must be quite something.
She was.
Because I've known that to happen. That would be the second time I've ever heard of that happening in the last 40 years.
Yep. Well, they went around the kegs, and I was on one of the motorboats at that time, and I looked down and I saw her stop rowing, and I thought, it's pretty odd for even when they or to not pick up rowing. And when I looked, I saw her waving around this broken oar handle. So anyway, when she got back to the boathouse, she was quite upset because, of course, she had been training all year. But Siobhan, in your experience, like boat malfunctions and oar malfunctions, they do happen.
Of course they do.
But it can be devastating for that crew, can't it?
And as I understand it, if the rules are as they always were, that a malfunction can be called back in terms of calling off the race within the first minute.
Yes, yeah.
Malfunction within the first minute, but after that, it's unfortunately each man for himself, and it's just a tragic thing when it happens. But it happens.
And just going back to the importance of good maintenance on these boats,
absolutely, tying exactly into what you guys were discussing earlier.
It's incumbent on our work on the staff here to make sure they're
as you said, it's a year's effort, and not only for the person to whom that.
That's right, exactly. I'd like to note that there's a contest ongoing before we jump back into the race. It's about to start, but there's been a barbecue provided. Really appreciate Home Depot stepping in for this. So anybody interested in entering to win can drop by the Rogers booth on the top of the lake and enter a ballot. You can also like Rogers TV St. John's on Facebook, or you can call 701-8608. And, the wrong number, 757-9600. And the information is there on the screen for our viewers. The road race is about to get underway. It's we've got one more crew lining up. Those kegs, there's a lot of pressure on. What's been your experience?
It's obviously the sentinel moment for the coxswain is the turn, but this right here is the most nerve-wracking 4 to 5 minutes of any cruise here. Because once the race starts, but in this few moments when the crew is starting to line up, the biggest difficulty would be in this situation a prevailing east or probably north or south prevailing wind from an angle. So getting off a little easy because there's very little wind, so it makes it a little easier for them to straighten these boats up. But it's still a job. It's still a job, and it's like you say, when things get started, the gun goes, it's going. But in these few minutes, they're all trying to line up their crews as straight as possible, extend their toggles.
You introduced the crew there on Stake 5, and you talked about Jackie Warfield, and of course Jackie is one of the busiest coxswains here at Kitty Vitty Lake. This year has multiple crews, and in previous years I think the maximum she had at one point was 8 crews.
Wow.
This is it's really important to crews to have a reliable coxswain, and people like Jackie are here all the time, And that's one thing that I've found, that there's 8 or 10 coxswains here that take multiple crews and happy to do it. And they, we wouldn't be able to function without them. Simple as that.
Yeah, and that's why the Learn to Row is a very important initiative. I would even give the nod to the Learn to Cox as the more perhaps what's going to be the more impactful initiative, in the sense that so often the missing link or the limiting factor is the ability and availability of finding coxswains. Coxswains not only skilled in racing but in coaching.
That's right. Yeah, and that has been a challenge even before COVID. Finding individuals that have that amount of time to commit. As a rower, how many hours a week were you here at Kitty Vitty Lake?
I mean, it obviously would vary, but an experienced crew would be down here potentially up to 2-3 hours a day, and that's not even touching the time spent off the pond, but just towards getting the water time necessary could be a couple.
So the race has started. They're off to a good start there, and as you said, Siobhan, the rule is that within 60 seconds the race will be authenticated and they can continue on. So if anything happens in the first 60 seconds, it will be a false start and the race will restart. This current race, there's another crew I want to highlight, Professional Chimney Services. So they've got 4 of the 6 individuals are all brand new to rowing.
Oh, wow.
2 of them have 1 to 6 years experience, and of course Jackie being their coxswains. They've spent a lot of time on the ergs at the boathouse. And, it makes me think, and I've always wanted to pose this question to a championship rower, like, how important is land-based training to the on-water training?
Obviously, it's everything, and especially in Newfoundland, where there's a relatively shortened season of access to the water, and then even when you can get on the water, you know how the wind is here. So from a point of view of preparing a team for the conditioning that's going to be required, but also just for learning the technical aspects of how to process a stroke and body movements and all the sequencing, you're not going to go very far without it. Let's put it that way.
So they're at about 1 minute and 30 seconds. They're down past the boathouse, just past our vantage point here at Kitty Vitty Lake, and this is a close race as well. And this is not surprising. At this point in the day is where we're seeing a lot of crews race that were very close in time trials, obviously, and it's very odd that you'd see a crew at this stage in the day would be 5 or 6 boat lengths back. Now, it's always possible. But the crews that we've got out there now seem to be going neck and neck again. We're about less than a minute now away from the kegs. And on the screen, our viewers can see the numerous safety boats that are down around the kegs to make sure that the rowers are safe as they go around. Siobhan, I also keep going back to my own experience here about when you turn around those kegs, there's all kinds of different things that coxswains may do. Some people like to hook on to the buoy, which the Regatta Committee doesn't certainly recommend, but others hold water, others back, what would you recommend? How would you recommend a crew take on that turn?
Well, there again, there's no one perfect turn. It's going to depend on the wind conditions, and it's also going to depend on the strength and experience of the crew. But generally speaking, and the women's turn is approached actually a little bit differently than the men's.
Each host on the camera.
But a slightly wider turn where there's less loss of boat speed is probably for most crews of average strength going to be the approach. There's a lot of if you want to say obsession with timing the turn and how many strokes did you take and how many seconds were you stopped, but it's as important how quickly you come out and at what angle. So there's really not a perfect turn. You have to almost change it from day to day depending on the wind conditions as well.
And you can add a lot of seconds to your time if you have a bad turn.
And especially in the women's course, because what you're seeing, if you have nowhere to make it up. The men have a bit of a difficult turn. That's still devastating, but they have a 5-minute row to try to figure it out.
That's right, exactly.
The women are, if you come off of a bad turn, buddy, it's over.
Yeah. And as you said, there's no wrong turn. Individuals sometimes go in wide and they make up the time elsewhere. There's others that go in for that quick turn and are 10 or 15 strokes just trying to get that boat going again and then fall behind, and others that excel in that situation. So you're absolutely right. There's all kinds of ways to do it, but there's no
know
out.
what your crew's capabilities and experience level are, and like I said, what the wind conditions are, because that's hugely impactful.
Absolutely.
And the problem with these poor crews, if you want to consider this a problem, is they've been training in gale force winds all summer, and now they're rowing on something they haven't seen
That's
before.
right. That's right. Now it has been a pretty good summer for wind. We haven't.
Oh,
Hasn't
is
been
that
too
right?
bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
I stand
Now,
corrected. I was
back
under
in
the
29
understanding you guys had a tough go with it down here.
2019 and 2021, we had very, very tough years, but this year hasn't been too bad. I would venture to say there's been less red flags than previous years. Yeah. But we're looking at...
We only got to town a couple of weeks ago, but I thought you guys had a bit of a higher wind summer.
No.
Well, you had a lot of sunshine, and maybe that's why I assumed it was windy.
We did indeed, absolutely.
Because usually one equals the other.
And we're looking at Port Rexton Brewery now, who's on stake number 2.
Yeah,
they
so
seem to
this
be in
is
the lead.
a little bit of an upset in that this crew was clocked 25 seconds behind Hennessy's Excavating in time trials, so they're having quite a nice row for themselves. And this would be your medical team?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, God love them for that.
They're passing the marquee now.
Yeah.
And a big thank you to Tom Cod Media for the drone footage today. It's something we brought in 2018, and it's really changed the way that we watch these races and call these races. Yeah. So big thank you to the team on Top of the Pond for doing that.
Yeah.
And you're right, Siobhan, that is it's very tight between those two boats, and 1 and 2.
Yeah, yeah. And if for them they pull this off, this will be an upset, and one they're probably going to be pretty pleased with.
Well, it is warming up here on the dock at Kitty Vitty Lake, let me tell you, and there's hundreds and hundreds of people around cheering on their favorite crews and cheering on their family members. What a great day for our 204th anniversary Royal St. John's Regatta. This race is almost finished. We'll see the winners in just a couple of seconds. And as you can see in the background of that image there are a lot of people up at the top of the pond. And okay, and they go in about a boat length and a half behind. Well, congratulations to Port Rexton Brewery on winning this race.
I suspect they will be very pleased with that time.
Absolutely, a bit of an upset with Hennessy's Excavating, who have come in second. And looks like third place team will be Green Martin and Associates. Congratulations to Leanne O'Neill and her team. And another well-known coxswain with that crew, Dave Curran. My God, Dave has numerous crews and well-known down here as well. And Jackie Warfield coming in on stake 5 to round out fourth place. That was a great race. It's always good when you, not unfortunate for Hennessy's Excavating, but great for Port Rexton Brewers to have that upset. This is what stories are made of around the regatta, is upsets in races like this.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I want to thank, again, the volunteers and everybody that's making this broadcast happen. Rogers Television is a very important part of our community. It's a great privilege to be here on the desk today, Siobhan, with you. And
I would agree.
It's one of these things that as you grow up watching these broadcasts, you look at people like the D. Murphys of the world, the Don Powers, and so on. And I grew up watching all of them thinking, one of these days I'll be over on that desk, and lo and behold, here I am today.
Oh, I didn't realize you had those kinds of aspirations.
Oh, I did. Those and many others, but anyone that knows me knows that I'm not short of a word, so. Oh, yeah? This kind of thing is perfect for me.
Yeah.
But again, just going back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, a big thank you to the volunteers, and I'm seeing a load of them moving around over there now. My understanding with Rogers, almost 50 people that it takes to make this production happen, and it's just like the operation of the boathouse and the dock, and it takes an army to put off these races.
And it's become synonymous with Regatta Day, I think, for most of the viewing audience in St. John's, and if there is any interest outside of the Avalon, there's a bit. But this Rogers equals the Regatta.
Absolutely.
Equals coverage, and has for decades now.
And we do want to say hello to everybody across Newfoundland and Labrador. Of course, this is broadcast on all Rogers channels right across the province. So hello to those in Central and Western and elsewhere. And we have all kinds of great information coming up and more great races. And I know that we've got a really great couple of championship races that are it's going to shape up to be a really interesting night.
Fantastic, and notable that there are masters and intermediate entries in the women's championship, which I think is fantastic when you look at the fact that there are 3 age categories. Almost had a daughter rowing against a mother by just a hair.
Wow.
Rhonda and Abby Bridger, but it was down to the wire.
Wow, wow.
And there's also an intermediate crew that's qualified for the men's championship. So I think that speaks to our hope for the future.
Indeed,
definitely
it does.
In terms of the longevity of rowing, but specifically fixed seat rowing.
So those that are watching closely will notice that we've gone now to the fiberglass boats. So we see the stroke of power in front of us right now. In your experience, Siobhan, what boats would you prefer, the wooden boats or the fiberglass?
So it was always tradition in our later day. In our younger years, there was no choice. We had the native, the blue peter, the caribou. Yeah. Those were I'm going back to when Christ was in the woodshop days. But as the newer shells came into existence in 1991, and then subsequently the fiberglass shells, I think the nod would have always been given to the wooden shells. And that may have no basis in science. That might have just been folklore. Because as you know, once crews got it in their mind, the voodoo, that a boat was faster, that was the boat everybody wanted, and it might have not been one shred of evidence to support that there was any physical difference in the boats. But certainly rowers would tend to find the wooden boats a little tippier. So again, a better boat for a smoother crew might not be the easier boat for a crew that was a little more inexperienced technically.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Now with the fiberglass boats, of course, they are the newest here at Kitty Vitty Lake.
And newness is generally good. I mean, in terms of it's had less weather beating and less age.
Yeah, no, and the from what I've heard from the crews, there is no real true preference. Those that row fiberglass like those because they get used to them because they're the ones that are out most commonly. Yeah. Years ago they used to say those were the practice shells, but of course the organization got so big and there were so many crews, we had to have all kinds of boats out there, an extra set. And right now we dock roughly 11 boats on any given day here at Kitty Vitty. And that's a lot of movement, a lot of people.
Which is astounding because I said when we started rowing in the early 80s, you had 5 shells.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
No, yeah. And it's a big undertaking to maintain them. Big shout out to our boathouse manager and assistant manager for doing their part to keep things going. It's every single day that we come down here, there's something else being done. And it was just 3 years ago that we had the white bottom boats refurbished. Yeah. And of course, they were the preference for the following regatta after that. But the amount of work that goes into that refurbishment. If I recall, the shell house was completely commandeered for almost 3 weeks for each of those shells. And of course, it has to be done every couple of years to make sure that they are operating at their peak ability. But what we've heard from a number of the rowers and crews is their fear that the weight of these boats has changed. And of course, that's quite possible with their usage and being out in the water and whatnot. But have you ever rowed a boat that you felt was sluggish? Have you ever had a row that you just thought that the boat wasn't working for you? Have you ever had that kind of an experience?
Yes.
Are any of those boats still here?
Not that I'm aware of.
Good.
No, I'd go back to the Miss Caribou, who again sort of got a bad rap back in the day.
Yeah.
But those were ancient shells, and they'd been on service at the lake since the 1960s, probably.
Yes, indeed, yeah. And of course, all the standardization that's been done as of late has been a real game changer for the sport too. Yeah. The standardized seats, the standardized footings, really puts everybody at an even playing field.
Unbelievably fair, and just when they decided to do that, all I could think of was, why didn't they do that 30 years ago? It certainly makes everybody's life a lot easier, and it's just more fair. It's fair, but it's also more comfortable.
That's right. That's right.
I don't think anybody who's ever taken a stroke on Kitty Vitty Lake needs to me to explain what happens to your back end.
To your bum. Well, my fiance came down to fill in for a crew just a couple of weeks ago, and she came home and she said, "Look, I've got another callus," and it was the first time she had a callus since she rowed last year. And she was very proud to be able to show me, but that is a real thing, right? Blisters and calluses on your hands. It's not easy.
It's the things we do for love.
Indeed, indeed.
Love of sport. Rite of passage every summer to get calloused up.
Yes, exactly.
I won't go into any more detail than that. No.
But it does happen, and this is what you have to do to row here at Kitty Vitty Lake. it's more enjoyable than we're making it sound to be now.
Yeah, we may be turning off some of the juveniles.
Exactly. No, and Siobhan, I think it's worth noting as well that we just a couple of weeks ago the Regatta Committee honoured with an honorary life membership Mr. Mike Hickey.
Oh yeah.
And Mike being a long-standing member of the Regatta Committee, but Mike was instrumental in those standardised seats and footings. And I remember him telling me how much hesitation there was on behalf of all the crews to accept these changes, because of course they felt that they did have that competitive advantage. Years ago, what were some of the things people did to try to get a competitive advantage? Now, whether they ever got it or not is a different story. But what did they try to do? I remember seeing longer seats. I saw people put more cushion on their seats. So what have you seen in your years here?
That would be a big one. The length of the seat would probably be the single most important or differentiating thing you could do, because it would lengthen out your leg drop. Bringing in their own footings that had specific components to them. The use of the notorious Jigaloo, which
indeed.
was so rowers will use everything from Crisco to Palmolive soap to slide their seats.
And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. We're just going to go to a break. We'll be right back after these messages.
Hello, my name's Regatta Quaco, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sharing Our Cultures Incorporated. At Sharing Our Cultures, we focus on engaging school children and youth from diverse cultural backgrounds as they integrate into the society in Newfoundland and Labrador. We connect them with the locals and community partners for opportunities to improve their socio-cultural and employability skills, and most importantly, to make new friends. It's great to be back at the Regatta, it really is, and Sharing Our Cultures congratulates all the participants and applauds their supporters on this 204th Regatta.
It all started when I racked up some serious debt. Interest payments were going up, creditors were calling. Janes and Noseworthy came up with a plan. Knowing that the phone was going to stop ringing and that I was not in this alone was a huge relief. Bankruptcy or a consumer proposal or whatever help you get is not the end. It's just the beginning, a chance to start again with knowledge and support and people in your corner. Are you ready? Get out of debt. It's okay.
Learn more about Leah's story at janesnoseworthy.ca.
Backyard Bartender is returning for another season. I'm your host, Brian O'Connell, and this season we're going on the road and visiting some unique, historical, and members-only clubs in St. John's. We'll explore great wines and cocktails and make a few unusual drinks, some of which have almost been lost to history. Join me for another season of Backyard Bartender as we drop in on some interesting bars in your backyard. This season on Rogers TV.
Hi, I'm Carl Wells, getting ready to record another edition of Carl Wells Point to Point. It's a program where I chat with members of our community, and they talk candidly about their lives and careers, from their earliest dreams to their greatest triumphs. I think you'll find it informative and entertaining. Please join us for Carl Wells Point to Point, right here on Rogers TV.
Live broadcast of the 204th anniversary Royal St. John's Regatta Platinum Jubilee Come Home Year. I'm Brad Power. I'm happy to be hosting this afternoon, and I am very excited to introduce Keith Power from Spirit of Newfoundland.
That's right.
Who joined us. Hi, Keith.
No relation.
No relation.
Yeah, it's nice to be here, though.
I'm sure there's some relation along the way.
You never know.
You never
It's
know.
Newfoundland and Labrador. We're all connected.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm delighted to be here. Sorry about the shades. I'm leaving them on. I've been squinting all day. I think they're ingrained in my face, the wrinkles. So this is what you get today.
Well, you came dressed properly. I'm the one that's sweating here. You've got the short sleeve shirt on. You're the smart one.
Well, you know, you can teach an old dog new tricks. Right? Come on now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Keith, you're with Spirit of Newfoundland.
Yeah.
Very, very busy time for you folks.
It is.
What have you just celebrated?
Well, our summer is busy anyway, and this year, as you just said, we celebrated 25 years.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah. I mean, now I wasn't around 25 years ago, but But the company itself turned 25, and it was a huge celebration. We had people back from all over Canada. Patrina Bromley came home from the States, and of course the whole family that still stay that live here in St. John's and the surrounding areas. It was huge. Yeah, 2 beautiful nights at Holy Heart Theatre, and everyone and that supports Spirits throughout the years has been there, and it was just a time. It really was, yeah.
Keith, we were talking earlier, myself and Siobhan Duff, about the, it takes a lot of people to make these kinds of events happen.
Yeah.
The Spirit of Newfoundland certainly understands that, and my experience with you folks, that there's been a load of performers on stage at the same time. How does that work? How do you guys practice? How do you...
I know.
That's a big undertaking.
I know, it's insane, and the 25th anniversary really put that to the test for sure, because you only see half of it, right?
That's
you see
right.
all the beautiful musicians and all the cast members on stage. That's only half the battle.
Exactly.
On the back we got all the crew and the technicians and the lighting and the sound, and then when we're at our home at the Masonic Theatre, we have the cooks, the hosts, the servers. It is a huge village, but we've got the best one, I tell you.
For sure. And how many people are involved with Spirit of Newfoundland?
Now, Brad, I didn't come here to do math.
No, I'm very intrigued, because
I don't know, to be honest. There's just
every show I've seen has at least a dozen people involved.
Yeah.
You double that for the production team behind the scenes and all that stuff. It's a huge organization.
It is, and not everyone is in every single show, so there is some breaks and some switching in and out, especially Christmas time. I did say it. I said the C word in August.
It's coming.
It is
It'll
coming.
be here before we know it.
It is, and it's our biggest time of the year. And so we have a double cast for those as well. So there's at least 30 people, performers and tech and staff on our Christmas shows.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, Keith, I want to ask you this, because I've been asking. I asked Seamus O'Regan. I've asked Siobhan. What is your favorite memory of the Royal St. John's Regatta?
My favorite memory, okay, if I'm not allowed to say the beer tent, I'll have to say no. I mean, coming as a kid, it's like one of those things you did every single summer with your family. You come down and it's just sunshine and games, and that's all I remember as being a kid. And now my older years, it's the curry.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
You gotta head to get the curry.
It's all about the food, the food. Have you ever rowed yourself?
I have not.
No, well.
I had to check my muscles there.
After 25 years, Spirit of Newfoundland should have a crew in the regatta.
Stop it. I said that last year. But you know what? Shelley said to me, Keith, you got to row when you're in shape. You can't row to get in shape, because that's when you're going to hurt yourself.
Well, listen, that's good advice on behalf of Shelley Neville. I'll give her credit there.
Definitely.
Keith, one thing that we're noticing here today is it seems like everything's back to normal. So how has the pandemic impacted Spirit of Newfoundland, and are things back to normal for you guys?
Yes, they are. We actually grew during the pandemic. It didn't hinder us more so than let us expand. So we actually, moved into a lot of online things, a lot of video production and editing, which is great. And now we can continue that going forward. And we also learned that our venue, well, we always knew, but we kind of tapped into a different market for our venue, for people to come in and rent. So instead of us doing our shows, it's a nice space where anyone can come, anyone can rent it out, be it a band, a dinner, a wedding. Of course, we do lots of weddings there. So yeah, just the multi-use of our space has really expanded.
Excellent. We've got about 50 seconds. You've got a busy fall season coming up. What can we expect to see from you folks?
Well, I mean, all of our shows are still in the repertoire. Like, once we open a show, it kind of has a lot of life in it. So we're running those. We also have a few new products coming out this fall. I won't give away too much, but we're bringing back an oldie called Patty McGinty's Wake.
Oh, fantastic.
It is hilarious. We do have a jazz series coming as well. Basically, just go to spiritofnewfoundland.com. You'll see all the information there, and look at our calendar and come see us. We've actually also started a kitchen party, which is fantastic, and most times you'll get Arthur and Freddie from the Navigators.
Fantastic.
It's a full sense of community down there.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, Keith Power from Spirit of Newfoundland, thanks for joining me here at the 204th anniversary of Royal St. John's Regatta. It's been a pleasure to speak with you.
Awesome. Thanks, Brad.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, our next race is setting up on the top of the pond. We've got 3 crews in this race, and Siobhan is now getting back in place with me as well. Welcome back, Siobhan. So this is race number 13, the ALC Club Senior Women 7. So on stake 1 in the CBC is Premium Waste Services. Coxswain again, Jackie Warfield. She's busy out there today. Stroke, Terry Hodnott. We have number 5, Sandy Badcock. Number 4, Nicole Andrews. Number 3, Shelley Collins. Number 2, Molly Dillon. And number 1, Iris Bussey. And the coach is Keith Bussey. On stake 3 in the Seahawk, we have Ridgeline Industrial Services, Coxon Rich Bailey, again, second race in a row for Rich, or second race in the last couple of races. Stroke, Olivia Bettles. We've got number 5 is Stephanie Cadigan, number 4, Allie Wilkins, number 3, Jordan Sullivan, number 2, Zoe Park, number 1, Brianna O'Brien, and their spare is Jenna Evans. And Siobhan, how about you bring in number 5?
Stake 5 Marine Institute, the crew, TNT Carboneer, Coxon, Lenny Williams, the stroke Tara Walters, the crew, Sarah Yetman, Michelle Mercer, Lisa Howell, Reagan Reynolds, and Samantha Clark, with spares Pam Short and Jennifer Hearn.
And this race is only three stakes, and so of course we space out the crews on stake 1, 3, and 5 for safety reasons. But that sometimes can upset a crew because they prefer to be on stake 2 or stake 4. Have you ever had an experience like that, Siobhan, where you weren't able to get the stake that you wanted? Now, you were usually with the crews that were posting the fastest time, so you always got a good choice. But have you ever been in that second or third stake?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
how does that work? Has it been a challenge?
It can be if it's not the crew, if it's not the stake you've trained for. But any experienced coxswain knows that you probably need to do a little bit of training on all the stakes, so that it's nothing is something completely foreign to the crew when the day comes.
Yeah, so they've got a real race now. Past the 1 minute mark. While we're watching this, I'm just going to give one more plug.
We had a little bit of a mishap there, but that's rapid recovery. Number 2 lost it and got a roar back very quickly and very clean.
Absolutely.
And that's something that anybody who's rowed long enough has done more than once.
Every now and then you'll see a coxswain that kind of sits up in the boat a little bit higher than others. Now, it's usually because they have a comfortable seat or something there. But can that be detrimental to the stability of the boat if the coxswain's sitting up too high?
I think it absolutely could. And you also see some of the old style coxswains who sort of have a forward backwards thrust. And I can't imagine that I would think the steadier the coxswain can be, the less of a problem, the more of an advantage that would be for the crew. Absolutely. Let's put it that way. Yeah. But traditions die hard down here at the Regatta.
Indeed.
As you know. Yeah.
Well, it has to be warm out in that water now. I'm sure when they spray a bit of water, they're quite happy to be cooled off.
Because we're roasting here, so you know they are out there. Yeah.
So, Premium Waste Services, they've been together for almost 4 years, and it's a family tradition in the boat with Cox Jackie and number 2, Molly, and their third cousins. And of course, rowing runs in their family. But it's not just a rowing crew, but they've told me that it's a bunch of great friends as well. Their training starts in the fall, and their coach, Keith, of course, has been part of the team from day one, and he keeps the team in check. And I've seen some of his training taking place in the boathouse. It is rigorous and tough, but hopefully we'll see a great performance from this crew today that will prove that their training and all the hard work that they've done has paid off.
And as they turn the kegs, you're seeing a slight advantage actually for TNT Carboneer, who are coming out of that turn first. Hard to differentiate them actually from Ridgeland Industrial Services, coxed by the very capable Rich Bailey, but it's pretty well a dead race coming back now between stakes 3 and stake 5.
And Ridgeline Industrial Services, they're doing great, but that's a new crew with members who've rowed previously. But they do have a couple of first-time rowers there, and they are very grateful for their sponsor, Ridgeline Industrial Services. And we mentioned a little earlier about what some of the challenges are when it comes to forming a rowing crew, and it's not as easy as just finding 6 rowers. You've got to find a sponsor, and you need to find a proper coach and a coxswain and so on. But in recent years, some of the crews have really struggled with finding sponsors. And the Regatta Committee has done what it can to kind of support it. But, if there's any individuals out there listening today who were considering sponsoring a team in the Royal St. John's Regatta, well, you need not look any further than today about the exposure that you'd get. And they need to realize how important these sponsorships are to the crews for paying their registrations and you know, ensuring that they had the rowing clothes and the uniforms and so on. It's so important, and you know, we have so many dedicated sponsors that have been around for many, many years. You know, I think back to Smith Stockway, Siobhan.
Yep.
They've been sponsoring races and boats and regattas for decades, and without them, it wouldn't happen.
It absolutely could not, and they have a entry in this year's regatta, as they probably have for almost every of the last 50s. So you've seen a pretty good upset here, as stake number 3 have taken about a boat length off of stake 5, TNT Carboneer, in that last. And it's at this point that a coxswain, if he's going to ask for a little extra, he's going to ask for it. Last 30 seconds of this race, still a very close race with no open water.
Yes, because on time trials there was almost 20 seconds between these crews, a little over 20 seconds. Premium Waste Services rode 8:05.35. Ridgeline Industrial Services rode 8:27.32, and TNT Carboneer they rode 8:58.20. So some good times happening here today, and that, you know, primarily can be chalked up to the great conditions.
Yeah, and the great efforts of the teams, obviously, as well. But yes, conditions are close to ideal.
So while this race finishes, I'm just going to read out the official race results for race number 12. That was the senior women's race number 6. On stake 2 in the Stroke of Power, Port Rexton Brewery placed first. Their official time was 6:18.31. In second place was Hennessy's Excavating with 6:24.20. In third place, Martin and Associates, 6:35.99. And came in fourth, Professional Chimney Services at 6:46.23. And that's the official race results for race number 12.
And I can assure you, in the race we just witnessed, those girls will be ecstatic with a very respectable time of 6:07 unofficial, coxed by Rich Bailey. Really nice technical rowing, evident there in the last 30 seconds of that clip, which is quite characteristic of Rich's deep experience in terms of the technical aspects of this sport.
Yeah, and that's something to be said for the experience that these coxswains and managers bring to the boat. And we've seen some new crews over the years that, with the experienced coxswain and coach, have become championship crews almost overnight, it seems, you know. And it takes a lot of dedication on their side of things. It's not just being out in that boat. It's you know, coming up with your program on land, and you know, figuring out how many splits you're going to do each race and how long you're going to go for. And I saw a crew out there the other day. They were rowing in piers again. Now that's something I haven't done since I was part of a brand new crew. But they were working on their timing, and it was an experienced crew.
Yep.
So even the experienced crews work on those things.
Especially experienced crews.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's like golf. There's never a perfect stroke.
No. Exactly.
Never.
Well, Rich will be very happy with his performance in this race. There's no doubt, and he's again, as you said, Siobhan, he's been around many, many years, and same thing with Jackie Warfield. I can't talk enough about Jackie and the support that she's given her younger crews and the younger rowers, and made sure that they've had a great experience, but also learned something new every day.
And if you look at the thousands of people that have contributed and participated to this event, and they are in the thousands, you probably have a sentinel group of 6 to 8 coxswains who've carried so much of that, done the heavy lifting in terms of availability and accessibility to the Learn to Row program to the junior crews. And it's uncanny to me that you can see individuals who carry 5, 6 crews.
That's right, indeed.
Well, I mean, I don't know how they work. I don't know how they stay married. It's a lot.
No, it's certainly a challenge, but you know, when you're committed to something and you love it, and that's what rowing's all about. It's the love of the sport, right? It's we don't come down here for the great pond conditions some days, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So of course, what our viewers are seeing on screen now is the presentations of the medals from, I believe, race number 11. No, race number 12. That's Port Rexton Brewing Company that I see there, I think. Yeah, this was the race number 12, District Senior Women's. Yeah. No, and it's great to see all these presentations taking place in the new Winners Circle here at the Kitty Vitty Lake. A big thank you to the federal, provincial, and local government for their support of this as a legacy to the 200th anniversary. It's really a game changer for our prizes and presentations, isn't it?
It's unrecognizable. It's such a facelift. The boathouse is close to unrecognizable from what it was even 5 years ago. And as you said, a big impetus for that obviously was the incredible work that was done around the planning committee for the 200. But this is, I've been on a lot of boathouses and I've been on a lot of race courses all over the continent. And this is a first-class facility, inside and out.
Absolutely. So Siobhan, you mentioned that you row at your home as well in Tennessee,
yes.
correct?
Yeah.
And I presume that's sliding seat.
That's right.
So what do people say when you say we're the fixed seats?
They say, "What?" You know, Jim and I were just on vacation in San Sebastian a month ago, and we were gobsmacked. We almost fell off the wharf because we saw that it's a huge cultural entity in the Basque country of Spain and France, and they were fixed seat boats, albeit they had 13 seats. We were off our heads, and then we walked into the restaurant and it was on the TV as a local sporting event, just like we'd watch hockey. So, you know, we're not the only weirdos in the world, but it's certainly something they scratch their heads at, and they can't really, you know, look, nobody can understand this unless you're from here.
Absolutely.
And you know, and if you're from here, you can't understand it any other way. So
I agree.
It is what it is. But you know, we have obviously there's been a lot of crossover, and there's been a lot of cross participation between our sliders and our fixed seat. And I think our sliders have brought a lot to the fixed seat regatta. And I think, frankly, the fixed seat experience is, you talk to most sliders and they'll tell you that they look more forward to this than they often do to national events.
Absolutely.
There's just nothing to parallel the community involvement and the nostalgia and the tradition around this event.
And it's an interesting point you make, you know, the interaction between the sliding seat and the fixed seat here at Kitty Vitty Lake. So for those that don't know, there's the St. John's Rowing Club in addition to the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee. And we've got, you know, this wonderful little club that operates down there. They've got a Learn to Row program themselves. And both organizations integrate seamlessly and operate seamlessly here at Kitty Vitty Lake. But, you know, the one thing that I've always pointed out is that there's so much potential for growth with both of those sports and bringing them together. You know, one group feeds off the other most years, but there's so much potential. But the difference between the two I've found is, you know, you need to be more of a technical rower and a skilled rower and a strong swimmer and those kinds of things when you're in the sliding seat. Whereas fixed seat can, you know, pretty much anybody can sit in that boat and safely, you know, pick up an oar and go. But I may be wrong. You know, how challenging is sliding seat versus fixed seat?
Well, it's like short course, long course. They're different. It's like squash and racquetball. They're different. There's a lot of crossover skill. You probably won't be in the water in your first time in a fixed seat shell. That is true. They're more difficult to tip, as any big team boat is more difficult to tip than, say, a single or a double. You can't get away with as much in poor technique, but to say that sliding fixed seat doesn't, at the highest level, fixed seat requires just as much technical finesse. There's no doubt about that. It's just different, and the load is different. The heaviness is different.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this marks the point in the day where we're going to jump into some junior races. So 3 o'clock, the next host is going to tee up the Domino's Junior Men race, and we will we'll give some details on who's racing there. Actually, we're going to tee it up, and then we're going to go to an interview. So we have race number 14, Domino's Junior Men. And Siobhan, how about you start off on this one?
On the stake one in the Smith-Stockley, again, our long-standing sponsor and friend is Quinlan Boland Barrett CPA crew, coxswain Gary Squires, a veteran of the pond, stroke Ethan Power, Andrew Squires, I believe that's an offspring of the aforementioned coxswain, Theo Noseworthy, Luke and Mead, Luke McGraw, Aidan Boland Cashin, and the spares Gary Carley and Nicholas Pine, or Gavin Carley, excuse me. On stake 3, stroke of power, crew Madsen. We're getting some overhead interference there. Coxswain Darren Hyde of Outer Cove fame, stroke Seth Hyde, probably also no coincidence there. Andrew Piercy, Logan Mann, Ethan Walsh, Luke Piercy, Grant Clark, spares Jack Toms, and Jackie Hyde. Stake 5 in the Miss India, Panicon. Coxswain Mike Rudofsky, stroke Rowan Antle, crew Luke Rudofsky, Gavin Barrington, Ryan Moland, Dominic Winter, Braden Conan, spare Drew Gogol and Ben Nosworthy, and coach Gerard Barrington, manager Simon Shanahan. Lots of family names, multi-generational family regatta names in that boat.
Absolutely. Well, the Barrington name alone, of course, Gerard Barrington being the coach. You've got Gavin Barrington, who rows in that crew, who is a grandson of John Barrington, well-known Hall of Famer and championship rower. And also interesting to note that Darren Hyde is the coxswain on Stake 3. Darren, again, another championship and Hall of Famer himself.
Yep, and offspring. So that's great. You know, it's amazing to me to come back and see, and crews not just competing, but competing at a competitive level against their children or their parents, respectively. That's pretty unique. The community aspect of this sport is just unparalleled.
Well, Siobhan, we've only got a little bit of time left, and but I want to note the crew Madsen. They're just recently into the junior category, and of course, you know, the junior category used to be the midget category, and I'm really glad that that's finally been changed. So this group, as a squirt crew, went out and rode one of the last races on our regatta day in 2019, and of course the wind had come up. And Darren, being a very, very experienced coxswain, he kept his crew calm, and they came in singing when they came into the dock, and that's how he kept them calm. And just the other day, I was over at the Regatta Eve celebrations, and Darren and I were chatting, and his son Seth was there, and he said to Seth, Seth, do you remember this when when we did this? And he said, I do. He said, we were all so scared, and then we started singing, we were good. So.
Oh, wow. That's something they'll never forget.
They will never forget that experience. And I remember being the captain of the course and being petrified, worried that something was going to happen to them. I was more worried than they were. They felt as comfortable and safe as possible.
And I'll say this, for what my opinion is worth, those boys are putting on a clinic out there.
Yep.
That for a junior crew, they are demonstrating pretty darn good technique, just excellent body flow. They're doing what we always say is when you know you're doing it right is you're making it look easy.
Absolutely.
And
this is Quinlan Boland Barrett CPA on Stake 1 that we're speaking about, and it's there on the screen. Interesting to note as well, of course, Gary Squires, former president of the Regatta Committee. So we have another individual who's been involved in this sport for a long, long time. And they seem to be a boat length ahead or more at this stage.
They're sitting in good shape here. And it's just about now that a coxswain at the women's course is thinking. He's starting to think, and he's starting to think very hard about how he's going to approach his turn. He's got about 15 seconds, if that, to figure it out. And he's got to commit to a plan, and he's got to execute it. And he's going to probably have a set of rosary beads in his back pocket.
I remember coxswains telling me over the years that they all have a special spot that they pick on the White Hills down there. And they'll go for that spot, whether it's the oil tanks down at the bottom of the lake, or whether they line up with one of the long course kegs and head toward that. Obviously different coxswains have different strategies, but it is important to make sure that you're not touching that rudder really frequently, because of course every bit of friction slows that boat down.
Exactly. It's just there was one unfortunate. I don't know if this was truth or wives' tale about the guy who decided to choose Bill Pittman's cow as his point back in the day when Bill had some livestock on the point. But I really don't know how well that turned out, or frankly, I don't even know if it was true. But that was always said to us in the early days. Just make sure you don't pick livestock as your coxswain's pointer.
So right about almost at 3 minutes in this race, they're rounding the kegs. Siobhan, I want to thank you for being here with us.
My pleasure.
Great to see you again. And you and I have worked on a number of initiatives over the past couple of years, back to the 200th, but we've never really been able to sit down and have a chat. So it's nice being able to do that today with you.
All we're lacking is a cup of tea.
Absolutely. So we were going to have another host and guest come up now shortly, and I look forward to coming back for the championship races this evening, and look forward to providing some commentary on the great crews that have qualified for those. And I believe we're going to be doing the shell draw in just in a couple of short minutes in the boathouse. For those of you that don't know, those crews that compete and post a time that will get them into the championship race, they'll meet at the boathouse, and all 5 crews will pick their boat and their keg. And in fact, the championship races are the only ones where you can do both.
That's right. That's right. Years ago, I mean, there have been subtle changes to the proceedings over the years. We used to be able to pick morning stakes and kegs, and that was considered a huge advantage. And I think for purposes of safety, it was initiated some years ago that stakes would be designated by time, and that being fastest to slowest, 1 to 5, just to ensure less opportunity for entanglements on the kegs. And that's probably a wise idea. That stakes were not up to the competitors, but up to the course of their time having been posted in time trials.
That's right.
It keeps things cleaner, and you haven't seen a lot of collisions in the last 20 years, but you used to.
Yeah. And we went to about 5 kegs from 4 kegs.
Yeah.
So that, of
makes
course,
it a little tighter again.
It
and
has
again,
indeed.
that was probably coinciding with the course change to a 5-lane course.
That's right.
So there's very little room for error, and it was a thing, especially on the men's course, where if you had a crew that was much slower than you coming in to your south side, or excuse me, to your north side, it was quite possible you could be tangled up, and that would be devastating for a competitive crew.
Absolutely. Siobhan, I just want to thank our sponsors again, all those that have made this possible for us today. We've got Home Hardware, Marie's Mini Mart, Leon's, who loaned us this great desk here in front of us, Sharing Our Cultures, Spirit of Newfoundland, Keith, that we just had here with us. Big shout out to all those individuals, and thanks so much. And of course, Home Depot, one of our most proud sponsors, who's working with us today to hold a contest. And you can win a barbecue. So to enter to win, you can drop by the Rogers booth on the top of the lake. You can enter up there with a ballot. You can like Rogers TV St. John's on Facebook, or you can phone 701-8608. And now that's not the same number they put on the TV earlier for me, but this number is the one they wrote in front of me. So either someone's entering the contest or someone's getting a lot of phone calls that they don't want. So we're at about 5 minutes and 45. That's the final
unofficial
race.
time, yeah, for premium waste service. For my apologies for Quinlan Boland Barrett CPA.
And Madsen came in
by
second.
Gary Squires, yeah, and a commanding win and a lovely race for those youngsters.
And Penny Con into 3rd place. Fantastic. Well, congratulations to all crews, and we've got a lot more racing to happen throughout the day. And Siobhan, again, thank you for being part of this, and love being able to pick your brain, and I hope we'll get this opportunity again. And I want to wish everybody in the races later this afternoon, I'm sure you join with me
we'll be here.
in wishing them luck and safe rowing. And it is fantastic to be back after a couple of years of not being able to do this.
Amen on that.
Absolutely.
Amen on that.
Well, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back to the 204th anniversary Royal St. John's Regatta on Cable 9, Rogers Television St. John's. I'm Brad Power, your host for the last segment. Look forward to seeing you again at the championship races around 6 o'clock. And until then, take care.
Focused on quality and convenience, there isn't much you won't find at Marie's Mini Mart. Home-style breads, sandwiches, plus a variety of artisan breads and delicious single-serve desserts available exclusively at our Frecker Drive location. Marie's Mini Mart, with 25 locations wherever you go, there we are.
Hello, I'm Lloydetta Quaco. I'm here at the rooms where we just finished recording a Sharing Our Cultures series. This is a place where you get to meet amazing individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds who are making significant contributions to the social, cultural, and economic development of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Hi, I'm Darren Hand. We have an exciting new show coming this fall called Pocket Universe. We introduce you to a variety of artists, filmmakers, and actors who share my love of sci-fi, horror, and all things out of this world. Newfoundland and Labrador has so many talented people in this genre that we can't wait to have them tell you their stories. Watch out for Pocket Universe coming this fall to Rogers TV, Channel 9.
Come share in the joy and laughter with Spirit of Newfoundland as they celebrate 25 wonderful years. Join your favorite Spirit performers as they toast a quarter century of fun, food, and fantastic music. For ticket information and upcoming events, check out spiritofnewfoundland.com or phone 579-3023. Spirit of Newfoundland, a proud sponsor of the Royal St. John's Regatta on Rogers TV.
And welcome back, everybody. This is our official coverage on Rogers TV of the Royal Regatta. And who am I joined with but the queen of all things business, community, government, regatta. I mean, it's hard to know where to start. Siobhan, how are you?
Fabulous, Donnie, and it's so good to see you here today.
Oh my God.
Lakeside, what a great day it's been.
It's a tale of two Codys, I'd say.
There
right?
you go. One from St. John's and one from I think you're from Outer Cove?
Yes, Logie Bay, Outer Cove, Middle Cove. And may I take a moment to say that the history of Regatta Times is rich in our little community. Scattered record, I'm not going to bore you with it right now, but I'm sure you know all about it based on your many years working with the Regatta. Tell me, how amazing is it to be here this year?
Outstanding. I can say to you that because of the pandemic, it actually feels even more sentimental and powerful to be here today. And it's come home year, and we've got so many people here visiting. The shores of the lakeside are full of people meeting and greeting and welcoming their friends and their family again. So it is pretty special to be here today. Great races. Pond is perfect. The weather is even better. So it's quite a great day here at Lakeside.
And I'll tell you that it does take a few minutes of practice to get on that pond, am I right? Maybe
More
a
than
week?
a few minutes.
Maybe a couple of weeks?
Well, as someone from Outer Cove, you know how much time is spent on the lake. I will say I've rowed for 8 years, and it is a tremendous amount of effort.
Absolutely.
And even for the junior and the new crews, and we're coming up to race number 14, which is a junior men's, and it's so great to see 13, 14-year-olds coming to the regatta. That is how junior development starts, and it really makes a difference to have these young, powerful rowers come and learn the art of rowing. But they put a tremendous amount of effort in. It's not just the championship crews. It's not just the crews that have been down here for a while. But you take these new junior men's, junior women, and the squirts that are coming up a little later on this afternoon. They come down, they practice, they bond as a team, they are coached, they are encouraged, and they really do outstanding on the lake. And that is about the future of rowing.
That's amazing. And you know what? It's interesting that you say that, because I've noticed that so many of my friends and colleagues over the years that have been participating in the regatta, in rowing, they often go on to do great things in the community, in business, in leadership positions because of the commitment that it takes to actually be involved in the regatta.
That's a very good observation. I would tend to agree with you. I've had some really great people that have gone on to do very successful things in the community. It's that sense of community. It's a sense of pride of being involved with a championship race, with the races that are happening here, and everyone's a champion today. Everyone's a champion today. They've participated. They've been on the lake so long and so worked so hard this summer. So it is fabulous to see them here. But they do go on, and they've learned that sense of camaraderie. They learned the sense of community and how to work as a team. And I think that's successful in life.
I love that. Now, if I'm not wrong, Don, we are announcing the winners of the most recent race. We can work right on through it. Amazing. Oh, yes. Now, it's pretty amazing here to be looking right over it for everyone watching at home. Just over the monitor, just over the cameras. All the winning teams are getting up to be acknowledged for their efforts. Here we go right now. I mean,
that's fabulous, and it's so good. And in stake number 1, there was Premium Waste Services. In stake 3, there was Ridgeline Industrial Services, and in stake 5, TNT. And it's incredible amount. The coxswains that have been crewing here with these crews this year, people like Lenny Williams, Jackie Warfield, Rich Bailey. I mean, they've given a tremendous amount to the regatta committee, and of course to this event today.
And is it not possible without the local businesses and organizations that step up to sponsor, to help with these rowing crews' needs? And there are many, if I'm not wrong.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you're seeing some of the names by, TNT, for example, Ridgeline Industrial Services, Premium Waste Services are really, if I can say this, they step up to the plate, they encourage, they support, and they sponsor. And the regatta wouldn't be the same without them. And they're small businesses, but they're part of the community, and they know how important it is for the regatta.
I love it. And speaking of stakes for the next race, let's take a look here on the screen right now. This is who is coming up in race 15, the Browning Harvey Junior Women race. NTV Network, we see Daryl Price involved with the regatta for quite a while. the crew, Cole Air Contracting, with Sydney Jane stepping up. We have number 5, Allison Cluett, Emma Griffin, Vanessa Elliott Lynch, Brooke Hederson, Maggie Jordan. And you know, we got those spears. Where would we be without them? Some of the early mornings, I can only imagine. Maggie Breyer and Eve Martin, thank you so much for your dedication to your team. We have Jennifer managing, fantastic. Just seeing some things go on here now. And stake number 4, Marine Institute, the Sorensen School of Dance, Coxswain, Kathleen Shea, and the Stroke, Lily Howell. The team, Chloe Rogers, Maria Lockyer, Claire Healy, Cheyenne Field, and Sarah Bonnell. Sarah Butt, thank you so much for your efforts in the spear. And the coach, Evelyn Rogers.
Well, what's really great about this, Donnie, is these are junior crews. These are the crews that are learning. This is likely their second year at the regatta, and they're, as I said, junior crews are probably around 13, 14 years of age, and they are working hard this year. And you'll see some of these go on to win major championships and break records, as we've seen here today. And it's wonderful to see them in the boats. They've spent a lot of time here this summer. They've bonded as a crew. They have some great coxswains. For example, they have the Daryl Price, for example, and Kathleen Shea are the coxswains that are there helping out today. They're the coaches, and really teaching these crews how to make a difference on the lake today. And you'll see, look at the effort that those crews are putting in. Pond conditions are fantastic today. Wow. Have to say, and look at the crowds on the shore. Everyone's excited to see these young crews. Look at the strength, even in their stroke. Look. You can see them how deep and how they're pulling the water here today.
That's fantastic. And a little backstory under Cole Air Contracting. One of the teams competing is that the girls that are comprising this team are in a variety of sports, and they spend 4 nights a week on the pond. A little tip of the hat to Daryl, always there to make sure that hard work pays off, and he always keeps it fun. He's a longtime member of the rowing community, as you know, and he knows the lake very well. High-level winter sport participants on this crew as well, so they're year-round athletes, making sure they're in top condition to be on the pond right now, and look at them go.
Well, you're seeing a bit of the wind, a little bit of the wind picking up here this afternoon. Tends to pick up a little bit here, Donnie, in the afternoons. But, great pond conditions. Crews are really putting in top effort, and I have to say, I think that you're seeing some of the top crews of the future right here this afternoon. And really great to see the crews, in this age category. We will see in the next little while the squirt races come on the screen. Mm-hmm. That'll be coming up, I think, in the next couple of races are the squirt races after the junior women's. And I have to say that I'm very pleased to see 10, 11, 12-year-olds joining now the 13. This is a 13-year-old category. They'll put in tremendous effort, and they'll have the results to prove it.
Well, I hope so. And I'll tell you what, speaking of Cole Air, it's a message special from the crew to the sponsor. Phenomenal support over the last 2 years. A support system, they say, that they cannot thank enough for all that they do. Without Cole Air, they would never have had the successful season that they are having this year and last year. So on behalf of the Cole Air crew, they want to send a big thanks to the sponsor.
Well, I have to say, Donnie, again, we talked a little bit about sponsors, but there wouldn't be a regatta except for some of lots of small companies step up. They sponsor the crews. As I say, they encourage the crews. I've met some of the sponsors here this afternoon, and then it's important for the bonding of a team even to have a sponsor step forward and say, we're going to support you in your endeavors this summer and the hard work that you're going to put in. There's going to be somebody there. You can see with pride that they wear their uniforms, mm-hmm. and they work hard on behalf of their sponsors. So it's great to see, especially the small businesses step forward and to help make sure that the regatta is as great as it can be.
I couldn't agree more. And
But here they are. They're coming into the buoys now. Very important. As you see them going around these kegs, they're, you know, sometimes you'll hear them called buoys, sometimes you'll hear them called kegs, sometimes you'll hear them called buoys. But the unique thing about the Royal St. John's Regatta is the turning of the buoys. And so you're going to start to see how she's cutting in. This is the coxswain now is cutting in towards the buoys. She'll soon have stroke side, stop rowing, and bow side will literally take them around the kegs. So just watch as they do that. So now you see how stroke side is stop rowing. They're holding the boat, and the bow side is actually pulling the boat around. And she will start to she'll call them all together now shortly. She'll tell them to pick it up, and then they'll take 20 hard ones coming out of those kegs. You'll start to see them. See when they get everybody takes this person who's rowing next to the coxswain is called the stroke, and they set the pace of the boat. They're struggling a little bit now, but the coxswain will soon have them under control, and you'll see them coming together, and they're starting to pick up their pace now.
They're around her.
And so this is really where, when they come around the buoys, for those that have never rowed, that is where it's really, you know, you're tired. You've just come down this course. You know, it's short, but it's not. It feels like forever. And you come around those kegs, and you know your maximum effort is needed. And she's told them to pick up 20 hard ones now. So you see them coming together. They've pulled it all together, and they're working really hard.
Wow.
And they'll soon be back down the pond and coming towards the boathouse. They'll see it out of the corner of their eye. They know they're almost home. And they'll put on extra efforts now to drive it so that when they get home. And there's 2 boats in this race. One crew, Cold Air Contracting, and the other Sorensen School of Dance.
Indeed.
Under coxswains Darrell Price and Kathleen Shea.
Absolutely.
And they've put a lot of effort in it. And you can see them. I love this drone view.
Oh, look at that.
Isn't that beautiful?
Wow.
And you can see the effort. It's almost like the Olympics now, isn't it?
Isn't it?
It kind of reminds me of the Olympics, eh? And you can see them coming in.
Wow.
And the you know how they're in unison, and the effort that we're putting in. So 2 great crews. Great to see them on the pond today. And again, this is the junior women, and this is the Browning Harvey Junior Women race.
And now, after this race, before we bring it on in, we just want to remind you that we're going to have our boy Jason Piercy and Sam are going to be doing an interview soon enough with Danny and his family right after. And we're excited to see and tune into those folks and see what they got going on. It's never a dull moment. That's going to be a segment that we captured a little bit earlier. And we're excited to show you guys that. Now, you know, 4 years apiece for both of these crews. They've both been in the boats the same amount of time, and you're seeing that determination come through in this race, and it's getting close now. Look at it go.
Well, what's really interesting, you know, you see it with the drone. The lay of the lake is a little bit. You can see it from above. It's not straight across,
right,
as no pond or lake ever is.
True.
But if you looked across the lake, if you were sitting here pond side rather than looking from above, you would see that these crews are not as far apart as it looks from the drone.
You're right. It is quite deceiving.
It is quite deceiving, but I will say there's maximum effort. I think that you're seeing, you know, the crews putting in everything they can. They're coming into the finish very shortly, and look at just look at how in unison they are. They're about to cross,
boom,
and there goes the gun.
Go.
And I know there's a lot of celebrating going on in that boat right now. They're a little bit exhausted. You can see them all bent over.
Yeah,
they're catching their breath, and there you see the other crew just coming in.
Just like
As
that.
I said, they're about a boat length and a half behind. But a wonderful effort by both crews, and so glad to see junior women rowing. And you know, this was an important regatta. Women got to row the full course this year. As you know, women traditionally rowed the half course.
Now, why do you think that is?
Well, listen, when I started rowing, believe it or not, that was the first time women rowed turn the kegs.
No
yes,
way.
back in the 70s.
Wow.
So I came out in the late 70s, early 80s. Back in the late 70s, women rowed one way only. And it was only, I'd say, I'm going by memory now, but I would say it was the late 70s So I started rowing in the late 70s, and that was the first year I think we were able to turn the kegs and come back down.
You know what,
And
I think they saw you coming and they said, yeah, we better evolve at the speed of life or she ain't gonna be happy, you know?
And and now you can row the full course. So the short course and the long course. And this morning it was history in the making when women finally rowed the full course, and I was very pleased to see that happen.
I bet you were.
You know, I was we were a very strong crew during the 80s, and I can say that we always wanted to row the full course. Because it is, we weren't sprinters, we were full-out rowers,
right.
and sprinters versus marathoners.
Right.
And the marathon to us was going the full distance. But now, the incredible day today to have that happen, and I'm very pleased to see it happen.
Well,
and some
history
of the,
in the making.
some of the top rowers, female rowers, were involved in that today.
Well, wow, so glad to hear. And now, without any further ado, let's throw it over for an interview and get another perspective on all this.
Okay, so I am here with a whole bunch of some of the, man, y'all are so smiley, and you all look great. It's like, even, how do people look so happy and fun with blue and red and green tongues and lips and stuff? Are you all having fun?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so do you guys know this guy?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, because you're the only ones who do, right?
Please tell me, who is this?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the lovely and talented Mr. Daniel P. Q.J. Williams. That's about right, isn't it?
Yes, of course. Yeah. It's great to see you looking so well. Great to see you look.
Seriously though, like, of all of the things that could happen here, you know me and say it's good to see you. That's really kind. Yeah. But let's talk about these guys, because the regatta is more about this stuff. So you're the tallest. Does that mean you're the oldest?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it also mean that you got first pick of the slushie, or did everybody else serve first?
I got first. Everyone else did.
Oh, so you're like me. So you're like the big mouth that jumps in front of the line, right? Yeah. Kind of like Grandpa.
Yeah.
I think everybody watching already knew that. I don't want to take any more of your family time, sir. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
It's great to see you. Enjoy your day, guys.
Great. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you.
And right before we threw that great interview, and it's good to see Mr. Williams and his former Premier Williams and his family there. I was talking about the crews today that rowed the senior women's long course, and a shout out to Verso, and that's with Coxon, Emma, Ramsey, and some of these names like Katie Wadden we would know from having won multiple previous regattas, and so good that they had the opportunity today to set this new record, because it would be a new record because it's the first time this race has ever gone for the women's long course. So a great day, I think, on the pond today. And
that's fantastic.
And what I particularly like, I don't know how you feel about it, Donnie. You're from Outer Cove. You meet your friends and family around the lake. You always come down here, and people you haven't seen now in 3 years because of COVID, but people whom you haven't seen during the year, or people that you don't meet up with regularly, you get to see them at the regatta. And it's all part of the traditions and fun and community, as you said earlier.
And it's so fantastic because, yes, there's so many people around the pond. I mean, if you guys are not down here and you're viewing it at home, you cannot believe the number of people that are out this year. Is it, to your point, the return to the regatta in full force for the first time in a couple of summers? Is it the come home year energy that we're lucky to feel? A lot of family and support around the rowers themselves, and the number of people that are tuning in from at home here and around the world. It just reminds us of how significant this sporting event is. And I have to ask you, when you first got involved in the regatta, did you think you'd just be rowing for a few laps and off the pond again? Did you know that it would have become such a part of your life?
Well, I think after the first year, and I rowed with some incredible women, but I think after the first year it was in my blood. And the regatta never leaves you. And I rowed for 8 years, and I've been in the regatta committee for 30 years.
Wow.
30 years contributing to the regatta committee. I just taken an honorary life position.
Is this true?
Yeah, because of my position now with the province. I don't have the same amount of time to be able to give as a volunteer.
Of course.
But I'm still down here on regatta and time trials. I still volunteer and help where I can. and it becomes part of what you do. It's part of my love and my identity is to be here.
Wow.
And I can tell you there's a lot of years of experience on the Regatta Committee, but we're always looking for new people and new interests, and the next person is going to step up. So maybe one day you'll be on the Regatta Committee, Donnie. You didn't
I should
row.
be so lucky.
You should row next year.
Well, you know what? It is the commitment that I have been looking around and asking friends over the years, and they say around 9 months of time some teams put in to be in regatta ready. And that to me is wow. Race 16 on the way, in print squirt men race, stake 2, the stroke of Powell. That's an interesting name. You can tell that youth had a hand in that. That's the Outer Cove boys. Jim Carroll, a fixture in the rowing scene, with Gabriel Bartlett as the stroke. We got Matthew Stokes, we have Ben Roach, we have Drew Randall, Walker Hicks, and James Nixon. And our spear, no spear to have. And the manager, the one and only Brian Roach. I mean, if you want to talk about Logie Bay, Outer Cove, Middle Cove, he's the man. Stake 4, Miss India 2, the Outfitters crew, Steve Winters as the Cox, we love, stroke Luke Walsh, and then we have George Parmiter, Finley McGraw, Nick Winters, Caleb Yetman, and Matthew Earl. Thank you, Adam and John, as your spears, and Allison as the coach, manager, Angela Power. A lot of recognized names we're seeing here in this monitor going down through.
Well, as I said, this is a squirt race, so these will be between 10 years of age and up to 13 years or turning 13 years of age. So young crews, they go 1/2 the course.
Okay.
So they'll go down to what I will refer to as a short course kegs, and they get the experience of the gun, they'll get the experience racing, and there's 2 great teams here. They've put the work in. You'll see their coxswain now for their second crew pulling up in stake number 2. And as you pointed out, a lot of these names are very familiar. They know, their parents rode, or their grandparents rode, or their great-grandparents rode. A lot of them, a lot of history in these boats, and now it's their turn. And you're going to see that with the women when we get to the squirt women as well. You'll see a lot of familiar names because, of course, traditions. They want to follow in the tradition of their family and the tradition of their fathers or mothers, their grandparents, and now it's their turn on the lake. And these kids have been down here during the summer. It's been a great summer here at Lakeside, and you'll see now they're hauling up. So the coxswain now, you'll see the coxswain is holding on to the toggle. That's the rope that they're holding on. The gun's gone off. The tremendous effort. What a shot of adrenaline. Let me tell you, when the gun goes off, you get a tremendous shot of adrenaline.
I can't imagine. That's keeping you going right to the end.
Yeah, but now I want to point out, these are between 10 and 12 to early, just up to 13 years of age.
Wow.
But just look at the ability that these kids have, and they're just new. Like they might be their first, it might be their second year, but they are putting in tremendous effort, and it is a wonderful thing to watch a crew come together like that. And of course, some of them have great, they have other sports that they play. There might be hockey players, they might be soccer players, but they've also now contributing to the great sport of the Royal St. John's Regatta.
And Siobhan, I gotta ask you, sure, the boat's no lighter for the younger crews as it is for the older, is it?
They are actually the same boats. So they're no lighter, and nor the oars any lighter.
No way.
No.
Now that says a lot. No wonder
yeah.
it's only a half, because
Right.
you can imagine some of the big trainers who row year round and what it takes, and then they have the same up and coming 10 to 13 year olds sitting in these boats. I mean, it would make you wonder how they get through it, but that's the sport of it.
This is all about training,
Exactly.
and it's all about coaching.
Yes.
So you see, it's a very competitive race. There's a half boat? No, not even a half boat length between them. One is going to stake number 2, the other's heading towards stake number 4. I believe Jim Carroll's in stake number 2 with the stroke of power, and Steve Winters in stake 4 with the Outfitters.
That's right.
Is it?
Yeah,
So
the
crew-
Outfitters and the Outer Cove boys making it happen.
Yeah, so the crews are the Outer Cove boys and the Outfitters.
And listen, I got to tell you, the Outer Cove Boys crew are all brand new rowers. But now the rowers and the coxswain both live in Outer Cove, as we said earlier. Friends since grade 8, McDonald Drive Junior High, and they're all coming together to make this happen, from the ice rink and the softball field right onto the pond. And how exciting is it that they must be feeling in this race? Although they're feeling a lot more than excitement. It's adrenaline, as you said earlier, and they are giving her.
Well, they'll start to, as they're heading now toward the towards the kegs or the boys are starting to feel a little tired. I'm telling you. So the coxswains are telling them to take 10 hard ones for their school, take 10 hard ones for their mom. It takes a lot of strength. And a lot of, I'm going to say perseverance, strength and perseverance, because, there comes a point on the pond where everybody says, oh, I want to give up. I'm too tired to do this anymore. But that's where you dig deep. And that's where this sport, I think they're coming in, and it's stake number 4. It looks like it's going to get the all clear. Look at that.
Boom.
So there you go.
Yes.
There you go. And, fantastic job by stake number 4. The outfitters under Steve Winters is their coxswain with the stroke. Luke Walsh, George Parmenter, Finley McGraw, Nick Winters, Caleb Yetman, Matthew Earl, Adam Gardner, John Evans with the coach there is Alison Hobika, who's of course a rower herself, and Angela Power.
Amazing. One generation taking care of the next, and that is evident in what we are seeing right now. They must be so proud and exhausted.
Absolutely, and Outer Cove did an outstanding job. You see Jim Carroll now clapping and cheering on his crew, saying what a tremendous job. And of course, Jim has been both on championship and award-winning crews, and he's coached a lot of champion and award-winning crews. And who knows, maybe this is the future regatta. Maybe in 2030, this is the regatta team.
Well, I meet you here then.
Absolutely.
And now, what do you think about
lakeside.
what do you think about Placentia as a preparatory race that leads in to the regatta? Does one truly help pay for the other?
Well, it's certainly good to have multiple opportunities to go under the gun. Let me tell you, I can tell you anytime, because you have to realize the adrenaline that goes through your body when the gun goes off, right? So you're lining up, and you hear from the officials tower, "Are you ready, number 1?" And your stomach starts to turn. "Are you ready, number 2? Are you ready, number 3? Are you ready, number 4? Are you ready, number 5?" Then you hear the "all ready," you know that gun's coming. So it's kind of you gotta settle into that. You got to settle into that. So having the opportunity to go to Placentia and Harbour Grace is a great opportunity, and they're great long-serving regattas. So kudos to those committees that are doing those races as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And we do want to take a moment to acknowledge one of our sponsors, Home Depot, who do so much, and we are very thankful to have them participating in helping to make the regatta what it is. Home Depot, thank you so much for everything that you do to help the regatta do what we do.
And this is the Newfoundland and Labrador Credit Union Junior Women's Race. Pardon me.
Taking a look, you're lining up. More sponsor love. Leon's, thank you so much for what we're sitting behind and on top of here. The stools so comfortable, aren't they?
Aren't they fabulous? Nice furniture. Look how nice it is.
They've got me on the edge of my seat here today. I mean, it's fantastic. And of course, Spirit of Newfoundland, a 25-year cultural institution in our province, helping us to celebrate ourselves with every dinner and show. Big thanks to Peter and Kathy and everyone down at Spirit of Newfoundland for doing what they do, and all the catering being provided today. Fantastic.
They have done such great work.
Oh my God, they do so much. Jag, Steel Hotels, the Capital Hotel for accommodations. Thank you so much, Steel Hotels, for all that you do to help this 204th Royal St. John's Regatta go down smooth, the oldest sporting event in North America. Thank you so much.
But you know, it's interesting, Donnie, this is not the only place in the world where there's fixed seat racing. So I know in Wales, for example, some of the crews from Newfoundland and Labrador have gone to Wales to do fixed seat racing. So it is, while it's 204 years in Newfoundland and Labrador, I think it's, well, we are the oldest sporting event in North America. It's been around in other jurisdictions as well. So
amazing.
I guess we get some of our heritage from across the pond.
Well, boy, isn't that always the way? And now we're giving it right back, you know? So we're excited to see them come into play. And of course, at this regatta, beautiful weather down here at the pond. If you're thinking about coming on down, please hop in the car, park somewhere sort of close, and make your way into what is the largest gathering of family and friends and lovers of our sport that you're going to find this summer, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Metrobus, of course, has a shuttle all day long.
That's right.
So it's great to see so many, tens of thousands of people here lakeside today. Again, it seems as if we've come through COVID. Everybody, please practice safe measures as best you can today, and make sure you're getting your vaccines so that we can keep healthy and keep safe.
Now, Shimon, I don't know if it's your first time saying that, is it?
No, it's not.
Once or twice, I'm sure.
Once or twice.
And speaking of things fun to do, Jason Piercy, Sam Picco, dynamic duo and so many, down here at the pond having a laugh. We're going to throw over to hang out with them and see what they're up to right now.
We're taking a little intermission. It is buzzing down here. We're gonna talk to, just some average Joes, some average maybe Jasons. Oh, hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, fancy seeing you here.
I haven't been fancy in about 10 months.
How you feeling, Jason? How you doing? What's the vibe? What's the vibe today?
Hot and sticky, two of my favorite things. And I have never been better.
You look fantastic. It's lovely to see you out and about doing your thing.
I am as out and about as I have been, and I might look good, but under all of this, I'm all mismatched and put together, but I feel fair to moderate.
You know what? And we love you all the same, but you know what? I know now why they didn't ask you to do the dunk tank this year. We don't want to scare people.
No, like if all of the kids saw like all of the scars, like you see like a couple of them, it would be like really scary, and it's scary enough that you're getting in it.
Oh! I'm just worried about myself, Tanner, because once I get out of that water, it's not going to be clear anymore.
Yeah, I'm worried about the person who's in there next.
Oh! So listen, do you want to hang out with me?
Do you mean like on TV where people can see it?
I mean, where we do best.
Yes, absolutely. Can we go like look around and do fun stuff?
Yes.
Let's do it. For sure.
Play a game.
Oh, let's play a game.
Well,
And we are back, and now we are just going to zip right on through race number 14. That's the junior men's category. And we have 3 stakes in the water that rocked on that race. Smith Stockley 2, The Stroke of Power, and Miss India 2. And the crew names, Quinlan, Boland, and Barrett, Madsen, and Penny Con, 3 very well-respected brands in our city. Thank you so much. And the coxswains, we have Gary Squires, Darren Hyde, who is just the man, and Mike Radofsky, another longtime participant in our regattas.
Well, Gary's a former president of the St. John's Regatta Committee, and of course a former champion here lakeside. So as you can see, the traditions, the history, the longevity.
It runs deep. And of course, stake number 1, Marine Institute, Frontier Subsea for the race 17 upcoming, with Yvonne Knight as the coxswain. We have Clear as our stroke, Jane Kirby, Catherine Colford, Anna Thomas, Kate Pittman, and Violet Avery. And of course, manager Claire Avery doing her thing as well. Stake 2, the NTV Network, East Coast Catering. We have Kelly Bewes, we have Rachel Langdon, we have Riley Courtney, Avaya Churchill, Grace Norman, Bridget Connolly, and Isabella Byrne. And of course, we have Callie Sims, and she's our spear. Stake 4, the Telegram, Trina and Paul Noseworthy, cooperators. We have Pat Barrington. The Barrington name is synonymous with rowing here at the pond. And of course, Maya Moore as our stroke. We have Kaya Barrington, Delaney Andrews, Peyton Noseworthy, Allie Ryan, and Adrian Shanahan, with of course Callie as our spear. And stake 5 is the CBC. It's the UCW crew coming through. Coxswain is Chris Quinton, stroke Allison Duffett, Sierra Bennett, Jenna Mitchell, Emma Cook, Ireland Winters, and Maya Marmange with spear, Katie and Kate, and of course Shannon Costello as our manager. And here they are.
So again, this is Squirt Women. So the Squirt races were only begun, I'd say, within the last decade. And Paul Ring was instrumental in bringing the Squirt races on. They weren't prior to the last decade or so, but it's really, really good, as I said, for junior development to get the 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds involved, not having to wait till they turn 13, so it's good to have them involved.
For sure.
As you pointed out, lots of names that you're again seeing that have been traditionally down here at the lake, and newcomers, new people entering in, so it's great to have the new entrants into the regatta every year.
Well, I can tell you there's new names that you haven't even heard tell of before, which shows an amazing diversity and a growth in that feeling that all are invited to participate in the regatta, which must make all organizers feel amazing.
Well, it's good, and you know, it really is a credit to the sponsors, and I'll go back to that again. Sponsors really do bring together a crew, because with their support, with their financial support, with their encouragement, with their involvement, they really do help a crew gel together. And of course, you can't do anything without a coxswain in the boat. The coxswain is the chief coach, I always call them. You can have a coach, but the coxswain sets the pace, he sets the tone. He or she set the pace, they set the tone, and they communicate that through the boat. And the crews really work hard for their coxswains, and when the coxswain asks for them to dig deep and give them 10 hard strokes, then they'll do it for the coxswain, because that's their coach.
Well, that the adrenaline is running, that as long as someone's calling out to me and shouting at me to do something, when the heat is on, I'm going to do the thing. That's for sure, and I think that's where team and camaraderie really comes into play. Looking over my shoulder here, we see so much action happening. We have Winters over there loving it, talking to the crew, and these are the memories and these are the moments I think that we all live for, is taking a look at all the teams coming together, working so hard, and hopefully celebrating those big wins, or coming back harder and better than ever next year.
Absolutely, and the planning starts tonight. For those that are finished their races today and they're wearing their medals, or if they didn't get a medal, everybody's thinking about the next year, next year.
Wow.
But while we have a moment while we're waiting for the race to begin, race number 15, let me tell you, we had Cruz Collier Contracting under coxswain Daryl Price. They placed first. And then under Sorensen School of Dance, Kathleen Shea, they placed second. And that's under the race number 15, Junior Women. And it's great to have them here on the lake, and we hope that they come back again next year. And in a couple of years' time, we're announcing that they are the champions of the Royal St. John's Regatta.
Listen, like that, and just to cap off race 14, previous of the race you just called, we do know that Smith Stockley were the winners of that race, and that was followed by Madsen in number 2, and Pennycon came in number 3. So those are the orders of winners for the previous race, and now we're getting just a little bit ready for race 17. That's the next one up. So much excitement, everyone getting into place now that we see on the screen, coming around to get positioned. And listen, I have to ask you, the ducks rule this pond 364 days out of the year, but we can see that they're definitely living on the pond here today. I wonder if any measures are ever taken to keep them out of the way, or do they always do what they got to do at the last moment?
They always do what they have to do at the last moment. Let me tell you, I've been down here lakeside for a long time, and they, I've never seen a duck hurt or injured. They just move. They feel the boat, they feel what's happening, and they move.
That's funny.
So crews are coming up now. They're starting to line up for the squirt women's race number 1 of the squirt women. It's race number 17 of the day.
Indeed.
And the race record is 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Again, as I said to Donnie earlier, that's half a course. They go right to the short course kegs, a straight line. And then as they go, as they graduate into the junior category, then they'll start to turn the keg to come back down. But the adrenaline's flowing. These are young kids. They're going against the gun. They did have the opportunity in time trials to do that, so that was important to them, to learn what it feels like, to hear the "Are you ready?" number 1, and then "Are you ready?" number 2. And then to have the gun go off, because you've got to settle into a race early. You've got to be centered and grounded, and that's what the coxswains are talking to them about right now. As you can see, the coxswains are standing up. They're looking at their crews, are giving instructions. Now they're going to pick up the toggle. They're moving into place. They're in, I think, stake number 2. You'll see them moving up, and that is, of course, stake number 2 is Kelly Buste, I think this is under stake number 2, with East Coast Catering is the crew.
And may I say that, speaking of which, the story of this crew is the girls getting together, different schools, many of them meeting for the first time and coming to the pond together. It's like homeroom at the beginning of high school where you all sit down for the first time and you meet your friends. Well, that's what these ladies have been through together, meeting up for the first time for this pursuit. What an exciting way to forge bonds for life. I can only imagine.
And again, remember what I was saying earlier, the coxswain now has a toggle in his hand. You'll see him picking up or her picking up the toggle. They'll line up, and the coxswain is saying to them now, as we line up, touch up number 1. You'll see number 1 now touching up on that boat. Touch up number 1. They're lining up the boat to straighten it up in the lane so that when the gun goes off, they're ready to take their first big stroke together. So see how they're touching up. So you can see in lane number 5, touch up number 1, touch up number 1. And lining up, and the coxswain will look across. He's starting to see the other coxswains and crews line up. So everybody getting in place, and then in the timing tower where the officials are, the officials are lining up themselves. All the judges with their stopwatches are lined up. And you'll soon hear an announcement. Are you ready, number 1? Are you ready, number 3? Are you ready, number 4, 3, 4, 5? And then the last is, are you all ready? See them touching up?
Yes.
So the coxswains are touching up. They're telling their 1 and 2. Some of them are back watering.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see the numbered stroke, and number 5 is back watering, just lining up.
Now, in our time hanging out here watching these and commentating, we see this is the most number of boats that have been on the water for a race in the last 3 or 4 races.
Well, that's fantastic because they're squirt races. So it's good to see the health, of the sport itself, the growth of the sport, having young women come forward and getting their experience here on the lake today.
Absolutely.
And just look at the crowds behind them. Look at the people that have come to Lakeside today. And if you're not down here, if you can make it down here, please do. It's a beautiful day. And we're just seeing this race number 17 get underway. Subway Squirt Women 1. It's the first of 2 races for Squirt Women.
We see East Coast Catering, of course, the Cooperators. We have Universal Corporate Wear. These are just 3 of the teams that are competing today. We're seeing them take off and do their most, and look at them go.
And I will point out, Donnie, it's the first time you'll see them wearing life vests. So for the squirts, because they're 10 to 13 years of age, the Regatta Committee has instituted a requirement of a safety vest. It's just for safety.
But I'm sure that these personal flotation devices are not ones that constrict movement. It must be special ones that you have to have.
They're the smaller what I call the air developed ones.
Right. Fantastic, and look at them go. And again, the footage that we are now able to show the viewers at home is just improving every year, the angles and the heights. And I mean, it just creates a more dynamic visual presentation, and it allows folks viewing to really get a sense of how amazing the setting is on and off the water. But look at them now in this aerial view.
And they're just passing the boathouse now. So look at how far they've come. Now these kids, most of them, maybe first, maybe second year rowing. They've come together. They've said and the coxswains have spent a lot of time teaching them how to row, and teaching them proper method, getting them together, building team, building the camaraderie, developing their skills, strength and conditioning. And now they're sailing down towards the finish line, and I know they're working really, really hard. At this point, the cox is asking them, to take extra effort here. They're heading towards the finish line. There's extra effort, and you'll see like a boat coming up. I don't have the vantage point where I'm sitting to be able to say, who's in first, but I can tell you, all the coxswains are aware of the other boats and where they are. rowers, of course, they're just putting all their effort, all their concentration, all their might into that oar.
That's amazing. And we see that one of the crew's representatives is Patrick Barrington. Was lucky enough to go to Gonzaga, Vikings for life with Patrick, and now to see him play this role to help the future of rowing is phenomenal. And look at his crew do their thing on that water.
And his father, John Barrington, of course, longtime member of the Regatta Committee and a member of the Bottom of the Pond, where I spend a lot of time judging. But John has, of course, broke the 913.
Wow.
He was a member of the team that broke the 913 back in the early 80s.
We see one of our proud sponsors in print on the side, watching it all go down. So proud of their contribution to help make their team do all the things that they need to do. It's just a part of what we're here for, everybody. And look at this aerial view. Look, it's looking close to me. What do you think?
Well, I didn't see if number 5 crossed the finish line first, but they seem to be resting, so I'm going to assume they crossed the finish line first, but I don't have a viewpoint from here.
Yeah.
They did cross. I'm getting notification they did cross the finish line first. Now, in stake number 5 was coxswain Chris Quinton. It's the UCW crew. Of Alison Duffett is the stroke, and 5 is Sierra Bennett, Jenna Mitchell, Emma Cook, Ireland Winters, and Maya Marmouche. And then, of course, we have spares Katie Furlong and Kate Reamer.
There you go.
So great to see them. We're coming up now to the next race, I think it's the final race of the day, race 18 before the championship. I'm quickly, yeah, I think it is.
Well, this will be race 18, and it is the Go Squirt Women race number 2. And that's what started around, well, 4:20 is the time, but who knows what time it is here in the real world. We're here at the speed of life, hanging out with you guys today, watching this telecast. Look at that
view. Look at that view. Look at the tens of thousands of people.
Wow.
Enjoying both the concessionaires, the races, the camaraderie, the fun, the community spirit. It's a sight to behold, actually.
Now, Siobhan, I have to say, earlier watching the footage of the race that just ended, there is this seemingly beautiful little pleasure boat on the water just floating around, watching it all go down. Who is on that boat and what is going on?
So there are several boats on the pond today. One is a chase boat, so that's working with the crews. If the crews have any issues, they'll help with the crew development. The second boat is a safety boat. And they are the safety boat is there for that very purpose. They're there for safety. They're there to help if there's a collision, if there's an issue, if anyone takes ill. And we've had this boat, all those things happen on the lake. Yeah. And then there's the boat that I'm traditionally in, which is at the bottom of the pond, not that boat.
I want to be on that boat.
This is the VIP boat.
Oh,
so
now.
These are sponsors. So anybody who's a sponsor or involved, this is what we call the VIP boat. So if you're a committee member that needs to go across the lake, if you are a sponsor, then there's an opportunity for you to go on the water today.
Well, I will say that my company is proud to say that we have sponsored the female race many years, and I did find myself lucky enough to be on that boat one year in the past. And it's pretty special to be having that view of what's going on during the race.
It's a completely different perspective when you're on the water and you see the tens of thousands of people, when you feel the energy and the excitement of the crews. It is a lovely place to be, and that's so if any sponsors are listening, or if any potential sponsors are listening, this is an opportunity for you to have that perspective, and it certainly is wonderful to be able to do that. But the other boat, similar to that boat that's on the pond today with a yellow tarpaulin over it, that is the judge's boat for the bottom of the pond. We call it the bottom of the pond, but it's actually for the turning of the buoys. So our role as a judge at the bottom of the pond is to ensure that crews coming into the buoys are both safe. So, making sure they're in their lanes, making sure that they're not going to impede one another. And then as they're turning the kegs, we look and make sure that, for example, the coxswain doesn't touch the oar, or there's no interference in one of the oars as they start to turn that keg. And big thing, I think, in the last number of years, we used to have a member called Max Dowden. Max Dowden was on the pond, I think, 60 years.
Wow.
And he passed away in the last in the last decade, and we have instituted now a maxed out turn of the day. So the judges at the bottom of the pond actually look and watch how coxswains are doing as they cut into those buoys. As I talked to you earlier before, it's really important, that turning of the buoy. You're both slowing down your boat and you're trying to get around this buoy, and by doing so, you have to get that boat back around, build back momentum in the boat. And so the way they turn that keg is really important. When they take the cut, how they take the cut, when they pick up the pace. And Max Dowden was very learned and skilled in this, and we wanted to recognize him and appreciate him. And hopefully his family will be down a little later on today to present the turn of the day.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's like a TSN turning point, TSN turning point,
Exactly. Now the Dowden name, I mean, that does give me Outer Cove vibes. I wonder where the Dowden himself is from, but I guess that's something that only a few people know. Maybe you do, I don't know.
No, I always thought that Max was from St. John's. I think his son owns East Coast Transport, so if he's listening, he might be able to inform us if there's any Outer Cove connection.
Well, I guarantee you, based on what you just said, that there absolutely is.
Oh, okay.
And it's funny, you know, it's interesting, so many of the family names, and we keep talking about this, right? You know, in this final race that we're about to go into, the number of names that we're going to hear, also familiar, the managers, the coxswains, everyone who helps make these teams happen, truly is a family affair.
Certainly is. It certainly is. And you know, when you consider the amount of time that you spend at the lake during the year, I mean, your mom, your dad either has to drive you back and forth, or you have responsibilities and obligations, and you're down here with your crew. A lot of crews come down here at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
And the morning spins, I personally love the morning spins. I'm a morning person. But the sound of the oars in the water, the sound, the ch-ch of the oarlocks as they go through. Donnie, before I leave here today, you'll be rowing next year.
Well, listen, with any luck, and I'm going to bring home the gold for you, from one Cody to another. I'll get that name in there. Now, speaking of the concessions and the fun happening here, down at the pond, we do have some dunk tank fun. Yak Young Adult Cancer Canada, an incredible success that they have down at the pond every year now. It's growing every year. Sam Picco is going to take us right through the goings-on of how that dunk tank raises awareness about young adults living with, through, and beyond cancer. Also, celebration of good times down at the pond. Let's throw it over.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Wait. Can I have this?
Okay.
I would like to take a moment to kind of host while you get in there and make fun of you as you get cold.
Of course you would. Of course you would.
Okay, you're gonna need to change, right?
Yes.
Okay, go change.
Okay, I'll be back.
But you can't change your mind. 2. Okay, so there is literally a lineup of maybe 20 people waiting to dunk you in this tank. How do you feel right now?
Well, you get a load of that.
Okay. Well, I just think you would like to hear, because it'll make you feel better, because I know you care about health and wellness, and you have your own line of beauty products, and you're particular about those things.
Yes.
So the water that is in here is actually spring mineral water. It's taken straight off of, down by Southside Road where the people stop and fill their springs. And it is definitely not all from the pond and full of duck urine and feces. Definitely not. For sure. And they definitely aren't bringing more buckets in to fill it up every time somebody splashes. That's definitely not what happens.
Can I go home?
No, you can get in there.
Can I go home?
I can't wait for somebody to dunk you. This is going to be fun. See ya.
No, I'm not ready for.
Can you behave? That would have been a good one. Hey, Sam, how's your face?
It should be perfect. If I plan accordingly, it still should be perfect. Oh my God, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it's worth it. My favorite part was your mom saying, do it, do it, do it. And then you got dunked and she's like, yes! Mom. Best.
That is great.
Right, always so fun to watch our local celebs get dunked in the tank. Amazing. Good job, Sam. We are rooting for you. Make some money for Young Adult Cancer Canada. That's what we want. And race 18.
Race 18,
Coming
this
round.
is exciting. This is another squirt race. So you have 2 squirt women races, and I'm really glad. And you'll see the crews going down now. Now, the crew in stake 4, let me just talk about them. That's the J&E Enterprises.
Indeed.
J&E Enterprises. Allow me to say that this is, I think, the youngest crew on the pond. I think you're gonna read out the stake 2 first, and then I'll go to.
Yes, of course. Stake number 2, Miss India 2. That's Mars Contracting Limited, Cox Swain. We have Jennifer Brown. We have Rachel Cook as our stroke. Bridget Roach, Avery War, Ava Marr, Hillary Sharp, that's a family connection for me, and Lola Windsor with Callie as the spear and Cynthia Roach, who we love as the manager. Yes, Cynthia, good job. Her and Brian, a rowing family, absolutely. And then in stake number 4, Smith Stockley 2. That's J&E Enterprises. Chris Neary as the Cox. Stroke is Olivia Neary. And of course, McKinley Kennel, Charlie Heil, Lily McKinnon, Elsa Lovey's, and Kayla Finley. Mary Jane as the spear. Coach is Jessica Gallant. And the manager is Noelle Thomas Kennel.
And Noelle Thomas Kennel is the regatta president this year, the second female regatta president.
And who's the first?
Gail Malone.
Oh, wow. Well, look
Gail
at you.
Malone,
You, all
yeah.
the trivia is down. Put you on the spot
Gail
a little bit. I don't mean to.
It was the first, and Noelle, great to have her.
Absolutely.
Have her as the second. But it's really interesting. This is one of the youngest crews. I think some of them are just 10 years old.
Wow. Well, in
And
fact, you're
so,
right, because
yeah.
it is their first year rowing
Yeah, it's their first year
on
rowing.
the pond.
So Chris Neary, who's the coxswain, is a former champion here at Lakeside,
Indeed.
but also he rowed this morning and did an incredibly did an incredible job. I don't know if he made it to the championship race, but I think he won his race. But Chris is a former president as well.
Indeed.
So you see both Chris's daughter Olivia and now Noelle's daughter McKinley both rowing here at Lakeside, and that's great. And of course, McKinley's grandmother, Karen, is a member, a longtime second female member of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee coming on board, and her father was a longtime member of the Regatta Committee. So great traditions here at Lakeside.
Fantastic.
But you'll see the Cox now bringing them into their stakes. And they're working hard. They've got to have butterflies and excitement. There's a lot of crowds around, a lot of excitement here at Lakeside, and they can feel the adrenaline as they pull in to their stakes, and they know everyone's watching them. Their parents, their grandparents, friends, their family.
I mean,
and
it's
everyone here at
performance.
Lakeside. Tens upon tens of thousands of people here at Lakeside.
Wow. And a little word about Mars Contracting Limited and the story of these rowers. The girls are all brand new, rowers from Outer Cove, stars of tomorrow, they like to say, close friends and teammates who also play softball. They're on the ice rink, they're on the basketball court, and now they're in the boats on the pond, and that's pretty exciting to see.
And it's great to see so many people from Outer Cove rowing.
I know.
You must be proud, Donnie.
I
You
am
must be
proud. I am proud. Let's get it done, everybody. Let's do it. Oh, well, I want to take a moment actually to say that, I'm joining you here today after another incredible event of a different kind, more cultural arts entertainment related. The George Street 37th Annual Festival just concluded. And I got to say, I suppose there was maybe a rower or two who might have set foot on the street, but they can't stay too late because they've had work to get ready to do today. But so thankful for everyone, and it was a banner year for the festival. So many people on the street, and it's the come home year energy, and we have to be so thankful for the government for all that you have done to help us fund so many incredible experiences all summer long. How proud are you?
I have to say, I'm so proud of Newfoundland and Labrador. Everyone. There was the Premier said at lunchtime today. I saw him at lunchtime, and he met a family who had 42 family members who came home to attend the George Street Festival and the Royal St. John's Regatta. So families have come back together. That sense of community and sense of purpose, and it's happening all around the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. If you haven't had the opportunity to join in any of the festivals or the fun around the province, do take part of it. We have a great month of August coming up. This is the weather's holding strong. It used to be that the summer was over after the regatta. Not anymore.
Well, listen, from from your lips to everyone's ears, I'll tell you. And speaking of the George Street and Regatta connection, I mean, Chris Andrews, the booming voice of Shanneyganock, one of our most celebrated acts who play Newfoundland music for the world. And to have him down here early in the morning to get it going, I'm surprised he had a voice left in him after he shook the street down on Tuesday night. Let me tell you.
I tell you, I was here on Tuesday night, Lakeside, because we were preparing for the regatta, but I heard it, I saw it on Facebook and on Twitter and on Instagram, and I tell you, I was so... It was so emotional, and when they sang the what I call one of the odes to Newfoundland, when they sang about a Newfoundlander born and bred, I think everyone in the country sang it with them.
Oh, no doubt, and a few people might have hummed along to I Had a Hat When I Came In as well, but that's another story, you know. But I'll tell you what, Chris Andrews, as an example, from Logie Bay, Middle Cove, Outer Cove, a fixture on our George Street stage, and of course one of our lead voices who gets the regatta going every year. And I'm sure he is as proud to be up there being an ambassador as you are to have him here. That's
Absolutely,
for sure.
he is a great ambassador and a good friend to all. And it's always wonderful to hear him and to see him, and glad to see him again here today. As you said, that booming voice certainly it evokes emotion in all of us, doesn't it?
You're not going to ignore it.
No.
But let's talk for a moment about the night before the regatta, which is its own exciting festival of sorts onto itself. A lot of energy for the day going in. It must be a lot the night before, hey?
Well, leading up to the regatta, you have to think there's 50 volunteers on the regatta committee, and they spend the entire year. This starts again in September. We start all over again in September doing this. And I can tell you that there's a lot of effort, but leading into the few days before the regatta, it's basically a full-time job for the regatta committee members. I mean, getting the marquee ready, getting the prizes and presentation ready, getting the boats ready, getting everything ready. And we were all here. The team works very, very hard, but it's very, very successful. Like I said, I think I say every year, we have 200 years, and now this year 204 years of experience behind us. So we should have this down to a science. But every year there's a few surprises. Look at these two teams. You'll see both the coxswains here, Chris Neary and Jennifer Brown. Chris is in the yellow, closest to the screen.
Indeed, yeah.
You'll see how hard they're working with their very young crews. Like I said, this is their first year for both of them. And, some children as young as 10 years old participating in this sport today, learning how to row, learning what it's going to take. These are the champions of the future, the record holders of the future.
Indeed.
And they're putting their all into this right now.
And it's funny you said it earlier, and it's stuck in my mind. As many times as you can be under the gun, the better. And this is an example of one of their first times, I'm sure, because the heat is on in more ways than one.
Well, it's just you get these butterflies. I remember, you're sitting there and you're in the lane, and you see the coxswain holding the toggle, and he's saying, touch it up, number 1, touch it up, number 2, backwater 6. And you're waiting with this anticipation, and as I've said earlier, they're shouting at you from the timing tower. Are you ready? And it's like, you want to shout back? No, I'm not ready. but then the gun goes, and you put your mind into it. Just look at how well they're doing. They're keeping their timing. They're keeping their pace. They're paying attention to their coxswain. The coxswain's telling them exactly what they have to do, when they have to do it, and setting the pace and asking them to give it their best. And that's what they're doing. And look, I can tell you, but looking at this crew right now, that these teams will be back, and they'll be giving some of the records here here at the regatta a good push in the years to come. I expect to see a number of them champions one day.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is fantastic, and I hope everybody is enjoying this conversation around the regatta while the races are in full steam here. And after this race, we're going to go to a quick little lunch break, and then we're going to show a video of a drone show happening in Gander, and it's the first ever east of Montreal. Now, there's a lot of firsts going on here this year, Siobhan.
It is exciting. Like you said earlier, Come Home Year has really brought it, especially coming out of COVID when we weren't allowed to see each other for so long, and we weren't allowed to be together, and then to see this year with so many of us vaccinated, and so many activities and festivals and folk festivals and events happening, and this new event in Gander, I didn't see it but I saw some of the footage of it, and it was fantastic. So you'll see, this is an interesting view of the lake. So you saw in the bottom of the corner, in the bottom corner of your screen, you saw the chase boat, the red boat that was there, and then you saw the two crews. You'll see the two crews there, working their way towards the keg. Again, for the squirt races, they only go as far as the half-course kegs.
Right.
And they'll progress. But we're getting towards the end of the race now. See what a different perspective it is when you see it side by side versus from on high, right? From the drone. So the gun will soon go off and they'll be finished their race. And what a great job they've done today of crossing the finish line. I'm very proud to see these young crews come together, work their hearts out, put the effort in, and make a difference. And it looks like the Outer Cove crew was the winner of that race, the Mars Contracting crew, and with the J&E Enterprises working hard and doing so incredibly well as well.
And a lot of first-time rowers, as we say, which is so exciting to see the upcoming future of our rowing community here in the province via these races that you're seeing live on the pond right now. I will say, Siobhan, it's been a pleasure of being involved with Rogers TV over the few years gone by. Out of the Fog is a TV show that's been on for 20 years now. Amazing. And you've been on that stage many a time in the various roles that you play for our province. And thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you, Donnie. It's a great show. I love being on there. My dad and my sister were always heavily involved as volunteers on Rogers, so it's near and dear to my heart.
That's amazing. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going into our new season this fall. It's going to be just as exciting. Jason Piercy, who we love so much, who had a hiatus from the show, is back in full steam. You're seeing him all around the pond today, bringing his unique brand of entertainment and hilarity. And he's such a community player, and we're so excited to have him back on the stage, interviewing folks in business, in community, in arts and nonprofit, because those are the four corners that it takes to make a community grow. Do you think?
Absolutely. And I'd be happy to be there on there anytime you want.
Well, I would love. Don't threaten me. I'll be having you on every month. And there's no shortage of things to talk about, let me tell you.
No shortage of things to talk about in this province.
Oh my gosh, no doubt.
Great times ahead.
Well, I'd like to ask you, if you wouldn't mind, to talk about the race number 17 that we had seen earlier and what came out in the wash on that one.
Women's squirt, love it. And again, this is I want to give a shout out to Polly Ring, who started. Paul Ring, he was my coxswain back in the day.
Oh wow!
So first we had Universal Corporate Wear under the coxswains, under coxswain Chris Quinton. He came in first. Second was Frontier Subsea under coxswain Yvonne Knight. Third was East Coast Catering under Kelly Buste, and then Pat Barrington with Noseworthy. Trina and Paul Noseworthy cooperators.
That's right.
So thank you again to those sponsors who really encourage their crews, who've given so much of support, encouragement, and financial contribution.
Which means so much.
Which is critically important.
Well, I'll tell you what, for me today, going from someone who was lucky enough through my business to sponsor races, to participate on that level, and to now be learning so much about the history of the event from yourself, I really feel like I came to school today. And with history making first from the flotation weir to the full length of the course, shall we say, there's always evolution happening within this sport, so it's never the same every year.
No, the races are governed by tradition. So if you look at the motto of the Regatta Committee, it is governed by tradition, but we maintain tradition, but we advance the sport.
Absolutely.
So we maintain our traditions, but advance the sport, and that's what we should be doing all the time. And it's an incredible event. 204 years running, save for 2 world wars and COVID. So we are very pleased to be the longest running sporting event in North America, but most importantly, it's a very important community event. And it's so wonderful to see families and friends and community back here lakeside.
Amazing, and thank you so much.
And we're going to have you rowing soon.
Listen, this is the conversation that we're having, and I am built like the Cadigan Farm Boys. It is in my genes, so maybe I should step into that boat.
You should step into the
Maybe
boat.
I'll show them how it's done, you know?
Listen, we welcome that. And Outer Cove has a proud tradition lakeside. So who knows? You could be the next champion. You could be at the winner's circle, like we're seeing here with the Subway squirt and women's race.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here are these young women who worked so hard, coming into the fore, getting their medals. And these are special medals, you know, recognizing both the women, the Queen's Jubilee.
Okay.
It's the 70th year for the Queen, and we're proud to see the special medals that we have. And of course, it is Come Home year. So wonderful to have Come Home year celebrations at the same time as we have the Queen's Jubilee.
Amazing.
And this is the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee. There aren't that many royal events in the world. We're so pleased to, based on the history and longevity of the sport, we were granted that decree.
Sounds amazing to me. I love it. And of course, as you say earlier, sponsors and the contributions that our community puts in to help make this event possible is fantastic. But event sponsors for the regatta, who include Leon's, who we love so much, Spirit of Newfoundland, of course, and there are so many. And let's talk about Home Depot and that big barbecue contest happening across the pond. All you got to do is head on down, find the booth, put in the ballot, and you might be walking away with the coveted barbecue. And every year the contest gets bigger and bigger, and that's what we love. And thank you so much to the Home Depot for helping to make that possible. And again, as we say, Leon's locations in St. John's and Gander, and the staging that we're sitting on here so beautifully today. Thank you so much, Leon's, for all that you do. And of course, Spirit of Newfoundland, we can't thank them enough for their contributions, from dinner and show right to the food that all the volunteers are able to sup on today, and that is all made possible by them. And of course, Steele Hotels, from the Capitol Hotel to Jag, right down the line, accommodations included. And this is all part of the 204th Royal St. John's Regatta, an official Come Home year event.
And Donnie, I'm just sitting here and, you know, we're enjoying the Royal St. John's Winner's Circle, and I'm looking around and seeing supporters and friends of those that have participated in races today as they get their medals, with signs, encouragement, and young potentially future rowers themselves supporting their friends and family. So it's so wonderful that we have that. But Donnie, I also wanted to talk about John Perlin is here today, and John is the honorary life president of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee. He was telling me that he joined the Regatta Committee in 1955. And so imagine, that's how long and how entrenched this is in our community and how important it is. And I was with John Barrington today, who told me he rowed first in 1966.
Oh my
right?
God.
So, you know, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about community, friends, family, longevity, tradition. And it's so great to be with you here with your long-standing tradition of being from Outer Cove and understanding that community event.
And I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us today so far. And of course, you know, this is not new hat to you, being able to get up and talk about things that you love and subjects that you're passionate about. For anyone who's at home thinking about getting involved as a volunteer, as a rower, what would you say?
Well, first of all, I think it's something that you'll thoroughly enjoy. If you haven't rowed before, getting in a boat and feeling the run of a boat, the camaraderie of your teammates, but the run of the boat, the sound of the boat, I still have it in my mind. Like when I heard today, when the boat came by me and I heard the chunk of the oar in the water, I could have been just back in that boat that moment. A little bit older, but a little bit more rickety. But certainly, if the feeling of of camaraderie, of friendship, of the run of the water, and of the competition, there's nothing like it.
Wow.
And then, as a volunteer, being part of something that 50,000 people a year come down to enjoy the regatta. I mean, that is tremendous. And it's a family event, and it's a fun event, and it's just part of our community. So if you want to get involved, I encourage you to phone up the regatta committee or get in touch with somebody who's on the regatta committee, and they'll put you in touch to get on board
That's
and
amazing.
help out.
Thank you so much. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to go for a quick break. We're also going to want you guys to check out that drone video of the Gander event that we are so lucky to have found out that is going on. And of course, then it's right back to the dunk tank. We want to check out more of what's going on for that Young Adult Cancer Canada event. And so until then, a little lunch break moment for us at the regatta, and we are so excited about it. And come back to us, 6:15, things get right back underway.
Well, that will be an exciting time getting ready for the championship races.
So exciting. Well, I'll tell you what, thank you so much.
and welcome back to the 204th Royal St. John's Regatta. Hi, I'm Jason. I haven't been here for a little bit, but you have.
It's great to have you back, Jason.
Thank you.
It really
is.
is.
I was home watching, and like you've been doing really, really well.
Thank you.
And I've been like, well, I mean, if he can do it, I can come back now. It's like it's not. No, I'm teasing. So, but it is really nice to be back. It's nice that I only had to come down to do the championship races, to do the fun stuff. Not that the rest of it's not fun.
No.
But I like that you wore your pretty ribbon and you're all fancy still.
This is
and
the one day of the year that we're expected to sweat. It's part of the tradition. These rosettes are something that we've used for many, many, many years.
Yeah.
And it is part of the celebratory aspect of the regatta.
Of course.
So, but it does mean that we're quite warm and sometimes 3 or 4 changes of clothes.
Obviously. Well, I mean, I was here earlier with my good friend and former host of Sam and Jason Unfiltered, Sam Pico, and we were just going around and we were doing some stuff with the I'll say the audience, but like the crowd and the public and just some fun stuff. And then I had a couple of hours before we got ready to do the races here this evening, and I had to go home and change my shirt because I was just so warm. And then after I had changed my shirt, I realized I also need to change my socks and my shorts, and because it was so hot.
Absolutely.
So I can't imagine what's going on up and under that jacket.
Can you imagine what it would have been like if we had gone yesterday? It was 5 or 6 degrees more, and the humidex was more as well.
Brutal.
What a great call it was on the regatta committee's part to hold off the safety of the rowers.
And also, I mean, we have a couple of interviews coming up. I'm gonna be interviewing a couple of former, well, still also rowers, but big in the community, a big legacy in the community for a long time, talking about some of those decisions and how those decisions get made. Because a lot of people were like, but it's right nice out.
Yeah.
Why are we canceling it's right nice?
Well,
and it's a process people don't necessarily understand.
Exactly, and it is a very difficult process, let me tell you. The committee puts a lot of thought and effort into the forecasts and the analysis of those forecasts. We're very appreciative of the various meteorologists that feed information into us, and there's quite a few of them.
I mean, they got to do something for us because we're always complaining about our weather. So,
and of course, I say this in jest, but we only take it half serious when they give those forecasts.
Well, I mean, you kind of got to, especially guys like Eddie. He's in a boat anyway. Like he's gonna lie about it and give himself like an unfair advantage. So
whatever morning has the best wind, right? Let's go with that one. Yeah. No, it really is a great challenge. And yesterday the decision was unanimous to postpone, and the decision this morning took all of 10 seconds.
Yeah, of course.
But primarily yesterday was the wind.
Yeah.
We knew there was rain coming as well, and we knew the humidex was going to be high. So if you look at the Telly 10, they postponed.
That's the first. Is that the first time Telly 10?
I'm not sure, but it's rare. That's for sure. But
and it's scary.
It is, but it worked out really well, and we're quite happy with what we see here today. Most years the priority, Jason, I told you this a couple of years ago when we spoke, is the rowing, right? That's what we're here for.
It's not a political decision. It's not a corporate decision. It's not an economic decision.
Yep.
We're like, now don't get me wrong, like you can't necessarily see it all.
No.
But there's a lot of stuff, a lot of economic stuff that goes on at the Royal St. John's Regatta.
Yeah.
And we are, I mean, it is kind of nice to have all of this back.
It is, yeah.
I know maybe we're not fully back yet. I can remember walking down here earlier and there were places where from the path I could see the pond that I usually can't see the pond. So I imagine that there is a lesser uptake of vendors, concessions or whatever than there was previously.
Well, no, in fact, that's wrong. We actually have roughly.
Wait, hold on. Did you just tell me I'm wrong on live television?
I did.
It's the first time I'm on TV in 10 months, and you're calling me wrong on live. Okay, so tell me why I'm wrong.
You're right on so many things, though. You're allowed to be wrong on one. We have roughly the same number of vendors that we would have experienced in 2017, 2016, before the big 200th anniversary.
Yeah.
And part of the 200th legacy was the redevelopment of the north bank of Kitty Vitty Lake.
Okay, so just over here.
Exactly.
Okay.
So a lot of those areas where you see not necessarily vacancies, but smaller crowds than you normally would, that's by design. So we moved a lot of those vendors to a new location, which makes sure there's no real crush of people anymore, because that's dangerous. So now you see a regular, a regular number of people all the way around, and we've got vendors now that are down in the old rugby pitch, almost right down to the bottom of the pond.
Okay, so, I mean, I wasn't wrong because there was, I could see the pond where I couldn't before.
Exactly.
But okay, that's actually, that makes me feel
Yep.
I feel good about that. That's excellent.
Absolutely. And back to your original point about, are we back to normal? We are. We saw almost 30,000 people around Kitty Vitty Lake today.
Holy cow.
That is a normal regatta for us, and I'm so glad that we are back to it. I know our president and vice president and executive were worried, of course, as you always would be. But here we are. The place is blocked. There's great championship races happening, and it's a beautiful evening.
So there was a little bit of me. It was like it's really nice that everybody's down here and we're doing stuff again. But I mean, is it as big as it used to be? Is the committee hurting? Like, is it? But it makes me feel warm and fuzzy and happy in a lot of good places that is not the case.
No. And the committee is quite a resilient organization, right? We've lasted 204 years now. But most importantly, we came through COVID stronger than ever. Yes, we're down to 70 crews, which is less than anticipated, but we're after having just two of the biggest regattas in the history of our organization a couple of years ago. So, we didn't expect us to have 120 or 130 crews, right?
And I mean, and there's also there's the same. So I've been doing this now for maybe 5-6 years, something like that. And the same crews, it's not that they age out or age up, but there is an evolution, and then there's a changing of the guard, and then the youth come up,
Exactly.
and so that's gonna happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're gonna take a little break, and when we come back, you are going to have a conversation. You've got Noel coming up, who I believe you might know.
This is a good one.
Oh, I'm going too.
Oh,
that's amazing.
Very good.
Okay,
Very good.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
It all started when I racked up some serious debt. Interest payments were going up, creditors were calling. Janes and Noseworthy came up with a plan. Knowing that the phone was going to stop ringing and that I was not in this alone was a huge relief. Bankruptcy or a consumer proposal or whatever help you get is not the end. It's just the beginning. A chance to start again with knowledge and support and people in your corner. Are you ready? Get out of debt. It's okay.
Learn more about Leah's story at janesnoseworthy.ca.
Focused on quality and convenience, there isn't much you won't find at Marie's Mini Mart. Home-style breads, sandwiches, plus a variety of artisan breads and delicious single-serve desserts available exclusively at our Frecker Drive location. Marie's Mini Mart, with 25 locations wherever you go, there we are.
Hello, I'm Lloydetta Quaco. I'm here at the rooms where we just finished recording a Sharing Our Culture series. This is a place where you get to meet amazing individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds who are making significant contributions to the social, cultural, and economic development of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Hi, I'm Carl Wells, getting ready to record another edition of Carl Wells Point to Point. It's a program where I chat with members of our community, and they talk candidly about their lives and careers, from their earliest dreams to their greatest triumphs. I think you'll find it informative and entertaining. Please join us for Carl Wells Point to Point, right here on Rogers TV.
And welcome back. So I was wrong. I thought that it was going to be Bradley who was going to be talking to Noel here. So Noel is the current, brand new, spanking new, and a good job so far, might I add.
Thank you very much.
President of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee. So, Rowan's been in your family. We chatted briefly for a bit.
Yep.
First time as president.
That's right, yeah.
And also, but you've rowed.
I have rowed. I was around the 9-minute mark, so I was definitely a better committee member than a rower, but I have rowed for 2 years.
So, but just like a committee, rowing is not an individual sport.
Absolutely not.
So,
no.
Whoever you are that was in the boat with Noel back
you.
then, how dare you let your future president not break 9 minutes? Come on. It is not your fault.
They were
I
the
can't
best
believe
team
this.
I could have ever asked for.
Okay, so, I mean, off air you were talking to me about how easy it is to be the president and that there was no stress involved whatsoever.
Did I say that?
Obviously not.
I don't remember saying that. Do you know what? The committee that we have are such a well-oiled machine, and even though it's been a couple of years that we haven't kind of gone through the motions, we got to yesterday and we were ready, and then we sort of unfortunately canceled, but we actually got to rest because everything was done.
I
So
argue
it was
there was
excellent.
nothing unfortunate about that postponement.
No? Okay. Well,
Really?
I think today turned out absolutely fantastic. I think the crews are happy with the pond, and I'm sure that the concessionaires are happy. We've got a solid crew of general public out. It's been an incredible day, really.
It's so at Rogers, we speak a lot about the community, and we're really big on volunteerism. And I'm not sure people would necessarily understand the amount of logistical and administrative detail and organization and the structure to put off this type of an event.
Yep.
Like, if you had to hire a crew to do that, that's an insane investment.
Well,
so the
it's
value
a full
of that.
organization.
Yeah.
So we run a very large organization in our spare time.
Right?
Yep.
So because people can do hard things.
People can do hard things. Absolutely.
Especially when they band together.
Yep.
So, there have recently been some changes around here, which is obviously expected from the committee because there's years at a time you go through.
Yep.
Kind of otherwise, if we didn't change things after so many years, maybe Trump would still be president. And
Right.
I'm sorry, Donald, because I know he's watching.
He's clearly watching.
Obviously, he's watching. So, how are you feeling about being a part of what? I guess I will. The words I will use are the evolution of something incredibly historic.
Yep.
And it sort of not begins with you. I'm not, I don't want to put all that pressure on you, but you're a key component.
That's a really hard question. So the evolution it's kind of it's evolving, but we really wanted to come out strong this year with a celebration, and I think the changes that Ashley, my vice president, and I have kind of I won't say we put in place, but that we helped to put in place and we proposed, I think they turned out quite well today.
Yeah, I do too. So we are going to get ourselves back into this race, our first race of the evening. I want to thank you so much, not just for taking a minute to sit here and talk to me, but also for single-handedly putting all this together. I don't mean that. I don't mean that.
But thank you.
I think so far your presidencies are going a lot better than Mr. Donald Trump's did, and I thank you for your time.
It's because I'm not on Twitter.
Yet.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thanks, Anthony.
Okay, so race fans, here we are. We're a minute deep. We're gonna get Mr. Power back here to have a chat with me as we watch what's going on, because I don't know if you noticed or not, but I have not spent the entire day with this mic in my hand like I have in past years. And so we're gonna talk a little bit. How are you, Brad? You doing okay?
I'm good.
Okay, why don't you line this race up for us for what we can? What do we got?
Well, this is our championship race, and on stake 3, they're jumping through it on the screen, Jason. So I don't have the details in front of me, so they're going to go back to stake 1 any second, and we're going to call out who's actually racing here. But what we can see on the screen now is our drone shot from Big Jib Productions, and they're making sure that we're seeing the stroke by stroke of those 5 championship crews. And looks like they're just gone past the boathouse. We can see them from our vantage point, and they're making good time.
And there seems to be a fair amount of evenness across this whole crew. And now you'll normally get a couple that are within a boat length or whatever.
That's right.
But at least from that aerial view, and I know there can be a bit of a parallax from the angle, and you can't really tell exactly who's ahead. That can be tough across water. Yeah. But it looked like 3 or 4 of these guys are, fairly close as some get ready to make their turn here now.
Absolutely. So for the women's race, we have High Flow Hydraulic. They rode 5:08.41 earlier today. An excellent race on their part. We've got the Cal Group, who rode 5:20.04. Robatha Mackay and Marshall, 5:23.54. Smith Stockley, who rode 5:23.77. And Steers Insurance, who rode 5:33.16. So, Jason, looking at all those times, there's less than 20 seconds between them.
They're good times, and if you see them around in the buoy here as they're coming out,
Now, stake number 5 looks to be ahead, Steers Insurance.
But I mean, you're catching up here in the third stake also, so this is going to be tight coming back across.
And it's excellent conditions out there. This
look
is
at that
phenomenal
pond.
for rowing.
I tell you, whoever decided this should be today and not yesterday, woof, some smart.
There was 50 of us that made that decision. 50 of us. Not very often you get 50 people to agree, but for that one we did.
I don't think I've ever had 5 people agree on anything I said at any one point in time, let alone 50.
Oh, they're really pushing here now, and that coxswain is yelling at that crew, saying to give it their all. You know, that's one thing when you're out on that pond. You leave it out there. Simple as that. Now, if you're racing in the morning and you're hoping to race for the championship, you know, you'll give it 95%, and then you'll save that extra 5 for your last race of the day. But right here, these women are giving it their all, and I guarantee you they're going to do quite well.
So that idea of leaving it all out on the water, it sort of reminds me of something that my my grandfather used to say. It's not at all related to racing or anything, but we would get together at their house every Sunday and we'd have Sunday dinner. And when it was come time for dessert, he never ever had dessert. And I would be like, Poppy, how come you don't ever have dessert? Nan makes such great like strawberry rhubarb pie or whatever it was at a time. And he would say, if you got room for dessert, you didn't eat enough dinner.
You didn't eat enough, that's right.
So finish your dinner, ladies. Come hard into the finish, and you can hear the crowd start to pick up.
They're just
now.
passing the marquee, so they're directly across from us at the boathouse. It's lining up that stake 1 seems to be ahead.
And then 3.
They're less than a minute.
Yeah. And 2 and 4 are pretty close also. You can't necessarily see from the screen. Oh, here we go. So, I mean, you look, there's some tightness across 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 2, 3, and 4 are certainly going to battle for the 2nd and 3rd place. And, yeah, the number 1, they're pushing really well.
Now, I guess not really a surprise that same crew would come in.
No.
At this rate. I mean, they've been doing so well for such a long time.
They've been stellar performers, yeah. And a lot of experience in those 5 boats out there right now. There really is.
Oh, goodness, yes.
And a lot of return crews. You know, high flow hydraulic, they've worked so hard this year.
Now at the top of the pond, I mean, our mics aren't picking it up, but there it is.
What a roar. What a roar.
Oh, yeah, what a roar. And they come in first. You see them splash in the water. The coxswain stands up. And that...
It's such a big moment when that happens.
Huge.
The moment you go across those kegs and you win that, I've never experienced it myself, but people tell us it's one of the greatest feelings you'll ever have in this sport.
Well, if you and I could experience winning championship races like that, we probably wouldn't be sitting here sweating.
No, that's true.
We'd be out on the pond.
That's true.
We would probably be out on the pond.
No, I was saying earlier when I was interviewing Siobhan Duff, I said that, you know, I only rode once the full course. And I remember coming in out of the boat and standing on the dock and just being so dizzy. I wasn't sure what to do with myself. And I remember people always saying that, like, that's the way you should be. Just going back to what I said earlier about leaving it all on the pond. And I guarantee you,
if you don't want to throw up, you're not done.
Exactly. No. And of course, everybody greeting him on top of the pond now with congratulations. It's kind of glad not to see anybody walking out into the pond this time. That usually worries me when I see people wading out. But it's all in great celebration, that's for sure.
And just the energy. What a great shot. Look at that. So we'll wait for our times, formal announcements to see how that all comes in. I was so caught up in conversation. I was watching, and it was so heated to see the power in the strokes and the timing and the technique and the structure of just the technique, the finesse of it. And I'm paying attention to it and I'm appreciating it. And I never noticed where they crossed.
Yep.
So the unofficial time at 5:15.
5:15.
So you said they rode, was it 5:08?
High flow hydraulic rode 5:08.41 this morning.
So to row 5:08.41 in the morning and 5:15.
Now, your unofficial time on Rogers today has been a few seconds ahead. So I doubt they went down to 5:08, but they might have.
Like 5:12, 5:13 maybe?
Unfortunately, I can't see the timing clock over there either. But we'll find out real soon. But it's not uncommon for crews to race a little bit slower in the afternoon. As I said,
it's weather conditions and
exactly, and the heat down there, right? And that's one of the biggest impacts on the rowers is the humidity.
And typically, there's more wind.
Yeah.
But I mean, the pond it's not choppy. There's a little bit of movement.
No. This, as I said earlier, this is an excellent pond, and they would have certainly experienced that out there. And you know, going back to what we talked about with the technical side of things, if you're not showing or working on the technique of your rowing, it doesn't make a difference at how strong you are. without the technique, that boat is going to go all over the place. So you can have the strongest rowers in the world.
Okay, so Brad, while we're gonna stay, I got a couple of people here who we're gonna have a chat to, who are no stranger to rowing. So while we wait for our official times,
you guys want to do a TikTok?
well, I mean, I'm live on television at the moment, so I mean, I will absolutely do a TikTok. But if I could interview these ladies first, and we not do it on live TV, that'd be cool. Yeah. All right. So, Katie, Connie, hi.
Hi.
Hi. How are you guys? Long time no see.
Yeah.
So women's championship race just ends. I can see the two of you, like you're as you're watching, you're like up on your toes and you're like checking to see where they are and you're looking at the screen. Neither of you strangers to the pond, not necessarily strangers to championship races either. However, a little bit of a different year for you both at the Regatta this year. There's a few things I think that we could discuss. How are you feeling? How are you enjoying this sort of, how it's different from a personal experience first?
Well, first of all, I just have to say that was so exciting. The women's championship, oh my goodness. We just got word that I think it was Regatta Mackay that came second.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it looked like at the top, but yeah,
all the crews looked so strong.
Oh my gosh,
it was
so
a great
competitive.
race.
I have butterflies still watching that race. That was amazing, amazing rowing. So good.
It's so fascinating to me that any sport, I've learned at least, any sport gets so much more entertaining and engaging if you understand it and if you have like a horse in the race.
Yeah.
Like if it matters to you what happens.
Right, my sister, she just won, so.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So like I don't know, football, for instance. Football is a very popular sport. I'm not a massive football fan. I don't have a team. I don't care.
Girls.
So like, meh, I don't want to watch it.
Yes.
But when you care about the result of something,
Yes.
like it hits
Yes.
different then.
Yeah, and that's actually interesting you say that, because I think for me, the long course this year, rowing that, I felt like a lot of people, while they weren't really necessarily invested in rowing, they were really invested in that race and in the purpose of it.
Yeah.
So I felt like, yeah, a lot of people came down, and even different friends.
Okay, so for the context, just for context for the audience, talk about, because I like the idea of long course, like just the changing of names. Like that probably should have happened a very long time ago, and we can get into stuff like that because I think that's an important conversation too. But first of all, you said the purpose of it. So talk about the purpose of it.
Yeah, so it's what we wanted to achieve was equality for genders this year. Really important. It's an important time for sports. And so having females choose whatever course length that they wanted to do was something that was a goal of ours. And it's, like Katie had said, it's more than just rowing. It's a full community. Katie has children. I've got 2 young daughters. So when they grow up, we want them to have the opportunity to row whatever course length they want. So the evolution of this sport has been so good in so many ways recently. Having that long course opportunity, which used to be known as the male's course, that's another change. The female course, now the short course. So the name change is one thing. Having the genders be able to row whatever they want.
To be empowered
critical.
with whatever, how you want it to be. And you know what? For like, I'm not a rower. But I do as you're saying these things, I'm thinking about that as an evolution, as a natural progression, and how it's longer coming than definitely it should have been, but it's happening, so we can be grateful for that. And as I'm thinking about my life, I'm looking for an example that I can relate to, so I can understand what it feels like from your perspective. And what comes to my mind is being a kid and there being boys skates and girls skates. But there were never boys skates and girls skates. There are hockey skates and there are figure skates and there are, right? So, and it's sort of the same thing.
Someone else actually just gave me the example in golf right now. So it used to be the ladies' tees and the men's tees, but now they've changed it to the front tees and the back tees. And a man was telling me that he just started playing golf and he really enjoys that because he's new to the sport and he chooses to do the front tees and, you know, appreciates the fact that, you know, anyone can pick those. It's not gendered anymore.
Yeah,
so there's lots of
there
change.
was always, I mean, I'm a terrible golfer. I'll do it a few times a year for the fun and for the company. But I mean, if you're out with a group of people and there's an inherent like lower caliber expected if you go to the ladies' tees, like how silly is that?
Yes, and you know, we've been talking about this throughout the day. It's a sprint course and it's an endurance race is the difference between the two. It's not harder, it's not longer, but I think the ideology of rowing and the fixed seat regatta specifically, it was like short, you know, is the easier one, and then so it's what we've believed for 200 years, and it's going to take a long time to kind of educate people. And you know, I think it'll take genders rowing either race, because we rowed the long, and yeah, it was just different training, different mindset, no harder, just different, and that's it.
Yeah, absolutely, and that makes sense to me. So let's talk a little bit about some of the other changes. So we have sort of a changing of the guard in total, really, in committee leadership too, which is exciting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So can we talk a little bit about that? This is the first time, right?
Right. So this was the first time that we had a president who's a female. You've interviewed Noelle throughout the day. And then we had Ashley Peach as the vice president and also captain of the course. So, you know, that changing has really put a different, we feel like a little different focus on it. Another big change this year is that we have a nursing family area here for the first time.
Oh, no, I did not know. I didn't see it.
Yeah, and so we have 2 nursing moms on our crew, which is absolutely amazing to have that. A lot of rowers have young families, and that addition is, you know, well needed, especially on a day like today. It's really hot.
Oh my goodness, yes.
So just even that focus shift to knowing the needs of the rowers is so important. So yeah, kudos to Ashley and Noelle. And then the other thing too is making a really, what we'd say, a gutsy call yesterday.
I was just going to say, you saying the needs of the rowers is the perfect transition, because the next thing that I wanted to do, next thing I wanted to say was to talk about how we weren't here yesterday. And I mean, it was a nice day, and I think the public sometimes might get confused. Sort of like if you're a kid and you're in junior high and it's nice out and it's not a snowstorm, but then school's closed because it's cold and it's icy and you don't understand. I think it's sort of like that, because it's really mostly just about the wind, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a bit of rain in the morning yesterday, but the wind conditions were far more ideal today, and you can see that on the pond. And yeah, they made the call, you know, with the rowers at the forefront, I think. And
yeah. So it's like making, it's a, like, I mean, that's like what we talked about earlier with Bradley, like we make, it's made as a rower's, it's a rower's decision, right? Okay, championships, here we go. I want you guys to do this because you know these people.
Okay, so High Flow Hydraulics winning the championship race at 5:11:35. Robatha Mackay Marshall 5:23:46.
Look how tight that is.
Yes, Cal Group 5:25:47. In the Smith Stockley 5:29:50, and Steers Insurance at 5:42:45. Incredible time.
The last two. So the Smith Stockley were the intermediate crew that got in, and then the Steers Insurance were the Masters crew that got into the race. So that was super exciting throughout the day to see. We almost could have had a women's short course B race because there were so many crews that were just on that bubble. Connie's daughter was right there.
Yeah,
she almost made it.
So we had 5 crews, I think, rowing in 5:33 exact, with some, you know, little differences in that 1 second.
Wow.
That, you know, there was a lot of people doing the time clock this morning to figure out who's going to make championship race. Such a tight race this morning. So nice to see that a Masters crew is in there, and then nice to see that an intermediate. And then, you know, there's lots of great rowers to come up. Shows that next year it's going to be a great tight race. And kudos to
Yeah, no, sorry, Google.
I was going to say, and kudos to High Flow Hydraulics. It's a great time.
Oh, incredible.
Like, they've been, and I mean this with the most respect and admiration, they've been a beast for a number of years.
Who? Sorry?
High Flow Hydraulics.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
they've been like a dominant sort of, right?
I just watched their stroke oar, Ellen. Like, she is just an incredible, incredible oar. She was on the national team as a lightweight rower, and a wealth of knowledge and just an absolute pleasure I've rode behind her a few times, and yeah, she's absolutely incredible athlete, and everybody in that crew really. And they're just so dedicated to the sport. They're real champions of the sport. And yeah, we're
says Katie Wadden like it's no big deal. Like, oh, they're the only ones who are champions. I've never even done this.
I have to apologize because you were talking, but I was watching them on the screen there just rowing, and it was beautiful. Yeah, executed perfectly.
Well, I mean, that's exactly why I wanted you guys here, and I say that like it was my decision. It's not my decision, but to be able to have this conversation, it just seems so fitting, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you understand the sport in a way. I know enough about the Royal St. John's Regatta to pump a few tires and have a couple of charming conversations and do shout outs to the sponsors, but it takes knowledgeable people like yourselves to be able to add the commentary and the actual value to the audience who are also race fans. So thank you.
So
having that said, how good am I doing? No, I'm joking.
Excellent.
Said, the layout of that championship race as they come in and the times, is there anything there that you were like, I didn't know, well, I didn't think that's how that was going to play out?
Second
and third were real tight.
Real tight. Like Cal and Regatta Mackay have been kind of going back and forth a little bit. So, I've been watching them in practice and just kind of, okay, who's going to take it? So they were two very exciting teams to watch. And same thing, they've been around for a long time and just been putting the work into it. So, I just love to see how close they are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be fun to be in their boats for sure.
Yeah, and looking at that intermediate team, like grow over the past couple of years. So John Barrington was coxswain for them, which is a long history of rowing.
Yes, yeah.
And just to have seen them grow over the past number of years, it's been amazing to see them make the big show, as we call it.
The big show. No, I like that.
There's nowhere else we want to be.
And then the other interesting thing around Steers Insurance. So Steers is Masters crew.
Yeah.
Their number one, or Rhonda Bridger, has the daughter rowing, and her daughter almost made the championship with my daughter.
Cool.
Yeah, so Rhonda was looking at the time, and so our daughters were in that juvenile category that rowed the same 5:33. They just rowed a little faster. So it's great to see, mother and daughter, and a lot of families rowing. So you see that history come through.
And the more time I spend down here during our coverage of the regatta the last number of years, it's such a consistently repetitive theme that there's so much legacy within a family in rowing. It just seems like if your great grandmother and or father were rowers, like you and your kids are going to be too. And as long as you can't get away from it, like you see the same last names over and over. And while I like that, I think it's amazing and it tells so much about the history and the story behind what happens here. Do you think there's a possibility that if every young girl who thinks about rowing sees that everyone is named Wadden, for instance, and they're like, there's a bunch of Rings or a bunch of Cadigans or a bunch of whatever name, is there a part of them they're like, well, I mean, maybe I can't compete with these people, I can't compete with... Do you think there's any of that? Like, how inclusive is that part?
That's interesting. I mean, I don't really come from a rowing family. Sorry, Dad.
I was mostly just using you as an example.
Yes, yes. No, I think those are like the anchor families that kind of, keep the passion and the pride going, and then, they bring their friends in. Like that's, mainly how I was taken in by Ronnie Boland. So Boland is a name.
Yeah.
And Logie Bay a name. So I was kind of brought in with that family, and I think, those keep the strength and the tradition, and then I learn about the history, and then you just fall in love with the sport. Like we have a story night at Owen Devereaux's house, and he tells us all the stories, like the crazy stories over the years that have happened down at the regatta, and you just are like, tell me more, and it just makes you fall in love with it all over again. So.
Okay, well, Connie, I know you love the sport the same way that Katie does.
Yes.
We're not even done this regatta, but I am aware that the rowing community it's not a seasonal thing. Like it's a full year. Like it's kind of a constant. for the rowers, obviously you celebrate now, right?
Yes.
But it's not like you get a season off. It's not like you wait till next May and pick up an oar again. Like, the dedication is what creates the success, right? So what are your specific plans? Like, what do you want the next regatta to be for your experience?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us joke that on regatta night, crews are formed and next year plans are made. I think we'll have to see what next year brings, but I think Katie and I have both loved the long course. Yeah. And we really want and have a vested interest in making sure that that's successful for females, and also the short course for males. So I think we really want to ensure that that is solidified.
That could be exciting.
Yes,
so
as
exciting.
a sprint.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh.
Like,
who's gonna break 5? Who's gonna, like, how low can you go?
Exactly, because the faster numbers.
Yeah.
Like, to turn the races out in half the time, like that, there's an excitement to that.
Oh, big time! I know. I want to see a men's cruise come down and 4:45.
We could be breaking records every year for the first 5-6 years, right? Like that would be so exciting.
Yeah. So exciting.
Because it's a sprint. Who's doing the sprint and who's doing
the long,
the long course? And that, to me, there's something about that fires me up. Like, oh, that's white space. Like nobody owns that record.
Right.
Right?
Come on, Outer Cove.
Exactly, right? Get all of the boys from Outer Cove with their shoulders and their chests.
I know, James Cadigan. Come on,
the two of the boys.
Put a time down.
Yep.
And you know what, I think once we've got this year underneath our belts to be able to row that long course, hopefully our next few years will mean that there'll be championship races for a long course female and a championship race for a male short course.
Exactly.
We're starting the process now, but I mean, it's going to take some time, but we're super pumped to have all categories and have a championship race for both of those.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask here is that apparently we're having an audio issue. I'm going to get you guys to share a mic if that's all right.
Yes, we're good at sharing. Oh, one mic has.
Oh, gotcha. All right, so
we're all sharing one mic. So
listen, everybody, hooping and hollering.
He's got one. Okay.
Yeah.
And we can see the men's crew out there now. I think that's Jimmy Carroll.
That's Jimmy Carroll, I think, in Newfoundland Power. My longtime coxswain. He's been down at the pond for, oh my goodness, probably 40 years. And once again, entrenched in tradition to have him out there in the championship race. Amazing to see.
I believe I've commentated with Jimmy.
Crew there.
This is
Oh, the
we got
the
time.
Everco
We
boys?
got time.
No?
Well, it's a mix, but they a few of the guys in the boat there have the course record.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
from 2007. So, and this is a group of CrossFitters, super fit athletes, and
Interesting.
they were the underdogs in Placentia, and very, very close to beating out NTV. So, I think these guys are super fired up to put a time down.
I'm struggling really hard. I mean, I'm not going to make the joke, but I was struggling hard to not bring it up, but I kind of have to because otherwise it's not going to get out of my head. I was going to say, I'm really surprised that I didn't know that they were CrossFitters, because normally they'll just tell you constantly. So,
I mean,
all
look
right.
at the size of them.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to give Brad an opportunity to speak to our championship ladies.
Well, here we are with the winning female championship crew. Congratulations, girls. Team High Flow Hydraulic. Well done, well done. Not your first championship, but another great race tonight. Congratulations to all of you. Listen, I'm going to speak to a couple of you over the next few seconds, so if you have any shout-outs you want to make, now's the time. So we've got Robert, you're the coxswain.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What were you thinking when you were coming up the pond?
I was just thinking, honestly, how lucky I was to have such a great team pulling so hard. All I was thinking was, come on, girls, this is it. This is your time, and you're out there killing it. And so they did.
Absolutely. And did an excellent time, I see you've got your sponsor here with you, and I know how very important that is for your team, so congratulations.
Absolutely.
Excellent, excellent.
Big thanks to our sponsor.
Absolutely. So guys, what was the, for most of you, what was your favorite part of the race? Was it coming back up that last spot, or did you feel you had a great turn, or was it the entire race? What do you think? I'm going to go over to Therese.
You know what? Doing the victory lap.
splashing all the water on my face.
Absolutely.
And just, you know, when I get 44 and 47, I hope I am as fit and fabulous as these two ladies in the engine room. That's what I was thinking.
How was it for you guys?
Good. It hurts a little bit more now, but I'm still hanging in there. So my favorite part of the race was the finish.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, you did it fantastic, girls, and congratulations to you. I really hope that you'll raise that trophy really high when you get the chance, and we're so happy that you're able to make the 204th anniversary regatta so special. Again, third time? Triple Crown. Congratulations. Triple Crown Crew, High Flow Hydraulic, the winners of the Royal St. John's Regatta 204th anniversary. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go back over to the desk.
All right, well, Brad, that wasn't so bad. I mean, I know you were nervous and everybody was telling you you're not any good at this, but I'm joking, Well done. Katie, Connie, thank you very much. Informative, entertaining, and I mean, we can talk about this stuff again before 365 days, like if y'all are want. I'm usually at Bannerman Brewery in the morning having a coffee anyway, so not hard to find. It's absolutely true.
Or you can come row the male short court next year.
I mean, I don't know if it's fair to bring up like how useless my body is right now, but I will try. I'll get training, and I'll do the sprint. I will do the sprint. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And congratulations on being a part of a movement that is only just beginning, but will be immense in its magnitude.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one race left. We're going to do our men's championship race, and I'm going to do that with himself, Mr. Bradley Power. Bradley, you doing all right or what? How's that jacket treating you, buddy?
I'm pretty good. The more I move around, the more ear I get. So,
yeah,
I'm doing great.
I mean, don't take it off. We'll see all of the right. Okay, we're going to review the stakes here now shortly, as soon as it pops up, as we have our men's championship race coming up. You had a chat with the ladies.
I did. What a team! What a team! Triple Crown winners this year. What a team!
Incredible. And each one of them is such a dominant force. Okay, would you go through this for us, please, sir?
Sounds good. Stake 1 and the Miss Tubular. We've got NTV. Cox by Dean Hammond. Stroke is Chris Roach. Number 5, Dexter Decker. Number 4, Mike Barnes. Number 3, Frank Norris. Number 2, Donnie Decker. Number 1, Blaine Edwards. And the spear are Eric Crane and Paul Huzzy. And their coaching team are Tyler Young, and their manager is Tony Barrington. On stake 2 in the Shell Pomerlow, we have Newfoundland Power. The coxswain is Jimmy Carroll. Stroke, Tim Clements. Number 5, Marshall Hughes. Number 4, Stephen Driscoll. Number 3, Gary Collins. Number 2, Perry Doran. Number 1, Mark Duff. And their spear is Ian Power. And their coach is Stacey Moran. On stake 3 in the Jerry Angel, we have Capital Home Hardware. Coxed by Kevin Greeley. And the stroke is Jason Wade. Number 5 is Brad White. Number 4, Morgan White. Number 3, Trevor King. Number 2, Jonathan Houlihan. Number 1, Sean White. Their spear is Raymond Whittle and Tony Cadigan as well. And their coach is Raymond Cadigan. In stake number 4, in the broker, we've got Fine Strokes Plaster and Painting Limited with coxswain Ben Colburn. The stroke in this crew, Jason, is John LeDrew. We've got past president Chris Neary in number 5. Number 4, Ronnie Whitten, recent Hall of Fame inductee. Number 3, Eddie Williams. Number 2, Craig Whittle. Number 1, Daryl Ryan. And spear is Scotty Wilson.
I'd like to do a quick shout out to Craig Whittle for being I'm in real estate, I do a lot of new home construction. Literally the only guy that has ever painted a house that there were 0 paint deficiencies on the day of closing. Only time it's ever happened. I've done hundreds of them. Absolutely. And like the only time ever, so good work. All right, number 5.
And on stake 5, in the Shell the Dictator, we've got Penny Kia, who's coxed by Gord Delaney. Their stroke is Ian Morris. Number 5, Thomas Dyer. Number 4, Tyler Hallwell. Number 3, Ty Mitchell-Moore. Number 2, Nathan Ryan. Number 1 is Luke Power. Their spear is Liam Bridger, and the manager is Charlene Devereaux. But Jason, this is a very young crew.
I'm not recognizing a lot of those names.
This is either an intermediate or juvenile crew that has now qualified for the championship race. So that is quite the accomplishment for those young boys.
Yeah. So while these guys get set up, I wanted, because in the evolution of the conversation with
with Katie and Connie, we're talking about the difference between like the short course and the long course, and we both started to realize that we now have an opportunity as this evolves for people to be setting more records.
We do, indeed.
Like the women's long course, there is no record.
Exactly.
And the men's short course as a sprint, there is no record.
No.
Like how fast can that get?
Absolutely.
So these guys now, who you're just talking about, this junior or intermediate group, who are getting into a championship race, next year and the year after, I mean, these people can be setting
really
under 4:45. Like, where can you get on a men's sprint?
Well, if you look at the times, NTV came in at 9:32.37, Newfoundland Power 9:46, Capital Home Hardware 9:47, Fine Strokes at 10:03. But Penny Kia was only about 10, 15 seconds away with 10:18. That's, again, a phenomenal time for a crew. Now, of course, if you look at some of the names on that crew, there's a long lineage of rowers in that crew. And they've got lots of great experience. They got some really good coaching groups. But, the one to watch here now, Jason, is NTV. NTV has been working very, very hard. They won our COVID regatta last year, but they've been working really hard to improve. And
so is that the official name, Brad? The COVID regatta?
And
it came out of your mouth so smooth. I was like, oh, is that what they were calling it?
I can't count how many times I've been called the COVID president, let me tell you.
That feels like... That feels like the inside voice just slipped out there for a second.
Listen, I'm very proud to have brought us through that, and I'm so proud that we were able to execute a regatta on that year. Because
oh my goodness!
It was nothing short of a miracle that we were able to pull off what we did. And the fact that the public agreed with everything and supported the work we were doing. I said earlier today in another interview that the vendors were 100% behind the cancellation of the garden party. Without question, they said, we don't want to get sick, simple as that. And of course, a big shout out to everybody that did come down. They respected the guidelines. They stayed in our crowd circles across the way, or the crop circles they joked about. But it all worked. And to be able to execute the biggest outdoor event during that pandemic, quite proud of what we were able to pull off there.
And I mean, just a couple of short years later, here we are doing things, I don't know if there's such a thing as normal, but it's as close to normal as we remember it being.
This feels pretty normal to me, I gotta say. No, we have some amazing supporters. Our sponsors that came back last year during COVID, they're all back this year. We've had some really good support from all the various levels of government. Public health officials were just top notch. We were so happy to be able to host Janice Fitzgerald here as well for one of the races. And I recall being up in the tower, and I made a quick joke. I said, Janice, what's the magic number today? If we get to 5,000 or 6,000 people around the lake, should I shut things down? And I remember her looking at us saying, guys, you've done everything you possibly can. Don't worry, you've done everything you can. And then we certainly did. It was a great event. But to look around now and see how many people are here, I would have never expected to be back to this level so quick.
Nearly 30,000.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I remember, just as growing up, people talking about, what Newfoundland represents in Canada. And it was always that everybody left. Everybody left Canada to go to work. We got an aging population where nobody's having any kids. And, you got to go out west. You got to go to Toronto. You got to go to Alberta to get your jobs. You got to go up north, right? And now, if you look across Canada, we're the desirable place now.
Absolutely.
And now, being in real estate, I see it a lot.
Indeed.
Like the jumps in prices and the bidding wars and stuff that people are seeing here locally, all this past season, say this spring and summer shopping season, if you will, a lot of that comes from people who are used to a house being listed for $700, paying $1.2 million for it in Vancouver. They come down here and they're like, oh, it's $550. Yeah, $575. That's fine. Because to them, that's just the way that it's done.
That's right.
So there's so much of that influx from everywhere else.
Indeed.
So I think really locally that we'll only see things like the regatta get bigger because it's the organization and the understanding of how to feel good about where you are that allows us to be that safe place.
That's right. You're absolutely right. I completely agree. And we'll see all the events that may have been a little bit slower this year. They're all going to pick up again. They really are. The economy is what it is. But the reality is people still want to go out and have a good time. They still want to go out and keep active and be participatory. The key thing about this regatta is it's so easy to participate. You come down as a crew, you get a sponsor, and the sponsor pays your registration. All you have to do is invest the time and the effort to become a rower.
And you're right, it is all that they had to do, but we say it like it's easy.
Yes, yeah. It's far from easy, far from easy.
So I'd like to do a quick shout out here. Home Depot is through us here at Rogers Television giving away that TV. So go submit your thing, and of course thank you to Leon's, who specifically gave me a chair that I could stand to sit in for more than a few minutes. Because I don't know if you heard, Bradley, I found myself in a spot not that long ago, so it's nice to have a soft chair. And thank you very much to the Spirit of Newfoundland for giving us the sandwiches and the shepherd's pie that I had earlier.
I heard it was
supper.
great. I heard it was
tasty. And to the gentleman, Mr. John Steele from Steele Hotels, the Capital, and of course the JAG, for housing some of our Rogers volunteers so that they could come out and help us film all this.
If it wasn't for these partners, Jason, where would we be? All these sponsors, they work so hard to make these events happen.
The sponsors and the volunteers.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. And a big shout out to all the Rogers volunteers that are here today. What a crowd.
The people who are holding the cameras and doing the mics and like they're over here in the background. They're like, oh my God, they're talking about me. This is so amazing. But it's blushing. Yeah. Look how red you are in the face. This is amazing. So it's so true, and that speaks to the community culture, and that's a big part of like rowing and racing and the Royal St. John's Regatta, the community, the culture.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Jason, I'm not sure if you went through the official race times that came in for the Senior Women's Championship.
No, let's go for it.
So on stake 1, first place in the Miss Tubular was High Flow Hydraulic with Coxswain Robert Roach. They rode 5:11:35. Second place in the Iceberg Gold was Rubathan, Mackay and Marshall with Gord Delaney as their coxswain. They rode 5:23:40. In third place was the Cal group that rode in the Jerry Angel, Coxswain Haley Ivany. They rode 5:25:47. In fourth place in the Palmer was the Team Pomerleau in the Smith Stockley with Coxswain John Barrington. They rode 5:29:50. And last but not least, Mike Shea's team, Steers Insurance, in the Cougar Helicopters, they placed 5th with 5:42:45. Some really great times there. That's excellent. Congratulations, you all.
And now, great times on the short course, and here we go with the men's championship, currently on the long course. And what are you expecting to see? Are you got a dark horse in this?
No, to be quite honest with you, I think we've got 5 really good crews. I would love to see Penny Kia come and beat them all, just to show what a young crew can do. But I'm pretty confident that NTV is going to be one of our stronger teams in this race. There's a lot of training, a lot of work happens to get themselves in the championship positions, and I know that NTV and Newfoundland Power and Fine Strokes, they've all worked very, very hard. Now, Fine Strokes won their race this morning, of course, and they rode 10:03:49. They have been working extremely hard, and we saw them this morning. They were so excited and so happy to be going out there. It's almost as though they weren't going to race. They thought they were going to have a bit of fun, and it's great to see that.
And I'm sure they were.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. These might be competitive athletes, but they know how to have a bit of fun too. So we're a minute into the race, so it's an official race. This is the men's championship of the 204th Platinum Jubilee Royal St. John's Regatta.
Oh, was I missing the Platinum Jubilee remark in the official name? How long can these names get, honestly?
Well, listen, we're very proud of being a royal organization. Not very often we get to do something like this.
No, and not very often somebody gets to be in royal organization.
That's
really.
Right, that's right. There's only a few here in Newfoundland.
So we might as well shout out the Jubilee.
Absolutely, and of course a big thank you to the provincial government. They've supported us for the Come Home Year this year and made possible the Come Home Year races in June, and of course the Regatta Eve was part of the Come Home Year celebrations too, so great to see that happening. And there are tourists everywhere down here, Jason. I've run into so many people saying they're from the United States or other parts of Canada. That's what this is all about. You come and see old friends, but you meet new ones too.
Well, I can remember just earlier I was just touring around with Sam Picco, and she hopped in the dunk tank as trying to raise some money for Young Adult Cancer Canada, the same crew to do the shave for the Brave, which I've done before. You should do that sometime.
Absolutely.
Just raise a little bit of money.
Might cool me off.
So there was a guy stepped up to throw a ball to try and get Sam dunked, and from North Carolina.
Wow.
Just here visiting.
Very
no
cool.
connection, no nothing. He's like, they just want to go to cool places.
Did he dunk you?
No, I wasn't in. Sam was in,
okay,
and
Sam
no,
was in.
and
Sorry,
no, he
sorry.
did not.
No.
But she got dunked a bunch of times.
Very good.
All right, so tell me what you're seeing here in this race. How are we
they're
feeling about it?
They're about 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. You know, there's a lot of strength in these 5 boats. There's no doubt. You know, NTV are rowing really, really hard here, and they're only a few minutes away from the bottom of the pond. The view that we see now shows the safety boat and a couple of the kegs down there, but it's a little deceiving. They still have a few minutes to go yet. But the Penny Kia team that we saw on the on Stake 5, they seem to be rowing really well. Now they are quite a ways back from the other crews, but we are seeing what is it? 3, 4, and 5 are very, very close. Keg number 2 is about a boat length back, but this is, and actually 1 and 2 seem to be neck and neck. I apologize, because on the monitor that we have here, I couldn't see stake number 1.
Oh yeah, but no, there we are. Yeah, they're pretty close.
No, these are 5 really great crews. They're
We
working hard.
talk about the younger team sort of graduating up into this championship race just for a sec here. I mean, they're not necessarily expecting to medal out into gold when they get into that boat. And they're rowing against some of these guys that have been rowing together for a very, very long time.
Exactly.
However, they are collecting a level of experience.
Exactly.
That you lean on later.
And let me tell you, Jason, when you line up at that starting line at the top of the pond, it is intense. You've, you know, for a championship race, not alone the race early in the morning or midday, but a championship race, there are thousands of people surrounding them up there and yelling and screaming and cheering, and that is intense. I remember being when we rowed. My coxswain, who happened to be my father, said, "You pay attention to me. Don't look to anybody on that on the bank, because they're not going to help you row here. I'm the one that's going to help you row."
Yeah.
And to not listen to your aunts and uncles yelling, "Hey, go Brad, go Brad!" Like, it's not easy. And then to hear the starter up there shouting out, "Are you ready, number 1? Are you ready, number 2?" You know, that is intense. Let me tell you. And then the gun. You know, you jump out of the boat before you start rowing, right?
Yeah,
With the
and then
fright.
before you know it, you're rounding, and now all of the people who've been in that beer tent for 8 hours, they're yelling at you.
Yep.
So that's a whole nother type of
Absolutely.
motivation.
So it looks like the boat on stake 3 is the first one in, and stake 5 seems to be the second one in. They're going to be quick to come out. Number 2 is now in, and number 4 is in. Number 5 will be the last one to go in. But these are a couple of good turns, Jason. This is. It looks like the boat on number 3 is going to pick up a boat length or 2 because of the wide turn by number 4.
Now I know that there's several strategies here coming into a turn, and how you want to make that turn, and different crews seem to do it different ways, and you make different decisions based on weather, water conditions, like what time you're in, like what your pace is, when you want to go hard, who you're against, and whether or not you want to get a lead early or go hard at the end. So like, I mean, it is so far beyond me to describe the strategy that goes into something like that. I'm just aware of how intricate it is.
Absolutely. Well, Siobhan Duff was the great one to speak to this earlier today, and she said that it depends on the boat you have, it depends on the rowers that you have in your crew, it depends on the coxswain and their experience, but it also depends on the weather and what place you are and what keg. You know, if you're rowing on keg number 1, then you might take a different turn than on keg number 5. And sometimes you can't really make that decision until you get out on the water and you feel what's happening. Sometimes you'll do a wide turn, others go in very, very sharp. The difference between the two is, going in with a wide turn keeps the momentum of the boat going.
Yes.
Right? But when you go in for a quick turn and try to cut the buoy as sharply as possible, that slows your boat down, almost a crawl.
But shortens your distance.
Exactly, but then you got to pick it up. So if you've got a strong crew, you might be able to pick it up in 5 or 10 more strokes after that, right? So, Jason, they're coming up past the short course kegs now. So that means they're close to the boathouse. We'll soon see them and start to hear the cheering here at the dock. But at approximately 6 minutes and 45 seconds, they're doing pretty well. I don't anticipate we'll see any records broken here today, but kudos to those crews. They're doing some good times.
So from a rower's perspective, is a delay, and I mean we've spoken about this a bunch of times, but like, let's be honest, I wasn't here up until just now, so I'm curious what you think. And you know what? I'm the guy who's holding the mic, so I'm just going to go ahead and talk about it. I'm going to do it. Like, who's going to stop me? We're live. What are you going to do? So, what kind of impact does that have on
the racer, like on the rower themselves, like, because so much of this is psychological.
It is. You know, as I mentioned just a moment ago, you've got to focus on your own boat. You've got to focus on the rower that's there in front of you. You've got to focus on your own oar. You've got to make sure you don't go too deep. You know, every time the coxswain touches, you know, the rudder, it creates a bit of friction in the water, so that'll slow down your boat. You've got to have a really good coxswain that knows what they're at, but you've got to have a strong stroke oar. You know, that person really sets the tone, the number 6, for the rest of the boat. And, you know, every position in the boat is an important one, but 6 and 1 are 2 key positions. Number 1 is the position that will really pull you around the buoy. That's the one that has the most torque and the most strength. But the number 6 sets that tone. If the number 5 is not keeping up with number 6, then the whole boat is off. And timing is absolutely everything. That's where your technique comes from.
Your bass player and your drummer.
Exactly. Without the other, it's not going to work.
Yeah,
Simple as
and
that.
they got to be in the same place.
Yep. So they're coming up past the marquee now, and it looks like NTV is in the lead in the white uniforms at about 8:30 now, coming past the boathouse. They're rowing a good time for this crew. You can just see how well oiled and and organized they are, and how
smooth.
Exactly, they go back in the boat the same amount. They reach forward the same amount.
And these guys have been rowing together for a while now. This crew's been a few years deep.
Yeah, they've got a couple of 1 or 2 new members. Eddie Shearer's not rowing with them this year. I can't remember the other individual, but they did fill the boat with very experienced rowers. You know, NTV puts their heart and soul into this. They really do. And we see these guys down here almost every single morning, and rowing is life for them. Right?
I mean, their coverage is not as good as our Sarah Rogers, but like whatever, that's no big deal. Kidding.
I'll deny I ever agreed with that.
Well, the good thing is it's recorded, so I can just pull it up later.
Darn.
Okay, so here we go. We got them. They're coming across. We can see who is where. Yep. They're getting close to the line here now.
NTV is only about a boat length away at 9:30.
This just a couple of strokes pulling through now, and it's whatever's left.
Congratulations, NTV.
Yeah,
well done.
A little earlier, but that's. I mean, we don't have an issue with that time here.
No, that's a good time. That's a good time. So, they rowed early this morning, 9:32:37. We don't have their official time here, but it's around the 9:39 mark. It's much warmer now than it was earlier today.
Yes.
But still, consistency is good.
And a little more movement on the pond probably than it was this morning.
I agree. It's still a great pond out there, boy. That's this is the weather that you want. This is the kind of water that you want.
So it's going to take a few minutes before we get our official times back, but NTV coming in. So I can remember just when I first started doing some coverage here a number of years ago, NTV was fighting their way into the championship race.
Yeah, they were.
Right? And then they were crawling up through the championship standings. Yeah. And then they were like competitive, but you still felt like the same boys were bringing it home. And you know what I mean?
I do.
And there's record breakers out on that pond right now.
There are, absolutely.
And to see that sort of growth and evolution over time with a team that's been together for a while, I think it just shows that it's and I mentioned this with the women we were here earlier with Katie and Connie. This is not a seasonal sport.
No.
Like people think of it because you're on water.
These crews train all year together. They're close friends. They live and breathe the same air every single day.
They all have COVID.
They all have COVID. I hope not. But they work their backsides off. And listen, I'd be remiss if I didn't throw a shout out to Katie and to Connie, because they've done some excellent work over the past couple of months with our regatta committee, and they were instrumental in making the recommendation to the committee to move forward with the long course and so on for women and short course for men. And Connie is one of the nicest individuals you could ever meet. Katie's fantastic as well. Katie and I went to high school together.
See, I thought they were both awful. So
right. But Connie in particular has really taken a number of rowers and coxswains under her wing. and really showing them the ropes and showing them how, you know, the decorum that is expected around the boathouse. You know, these are leaders in the rowing community, and I know your viewers or our viewers saw that in the way they spoke and how they talked. Very knowledgeable, very smart about the sport. Some of the best rowers, you know, that we've ever seen down here.
Yeah.
And I would be remiss if I didn't send a big shout out to them and a big thank you for everything that they do, and a big congratulations. They had a great day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've spoken about the introduction of a women's long course and in the future, I guess, a men's short course. Just because when you start to think about it, when they used the word sprint instead of a short course, it changed everything in my head.
Exactly.
About how that is. Like, that's the difference between the 100-meter and the 1,000-meter.
It is. And I'm really surprised we didn't have any uptake. Really surprised.
Like, I don't see why. Like, you would want to have the record.
Exactly. And for moving forward, you know, the development of the sport, it's much easier to convince someone to come down and row their heart out for 6 minutes than it is to ask them to come down and row it for 15 minutes doing that long.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I guess we need a few generations of rowers to go from junior up into, and before we have like really dependable, reliable sort of numbers across a sprint. But just imagine how exciting it's going to be, because like if you get, I don't know, 8 crews who want to do a men's short course next year, and then that continues and it grows, like it's gonna be competitive, and for the next 4, 5, 6, 8 different regattas, you're gonna be breaking records.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I agree. And again, you know, for say a Masters crew as an example that may have rowed senior for a number of years, and now they want to come down and have fun as opposed to really compete. What a great way to do it. You do the short course, you come down, you row your heart out.
Yeah, but be careful, because the juveniles are going to be there to break a record.
That's true.
So like, it's not a step down.
It is. Oh, definitely not.
Right?
Not one
bit. It's a totally different strategy.
You're exactly right. It's a completely different strategy, a different mindset when you go into that. And you're right. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with it. And we knew going into this that this was kind of our, I can't call it a pilot year, but it's our first year to kind of test the waters, no pun intended. And it seemed to work out really well. I had to do it. It worked out really well for the long course for the women. It didn't work out so well for the short course for the men, but there's always next year. And again, I encourage everyone to come down and try this. You know, come down and see what this is all about.
I mean, I think it makes getting yourself into the sport less intimidating.
Absolutely.
Like and I mean, and it's an uneducated view to think that if I'm going to do the short course, that's easier than doing the long course, because I mean, it's not easier.
No.
But it will, I think, probably for some people, take some of the intimidation out of it.
I agree. Yeah, and of course, everyone would have just heard the little bit of a cheer behind us. So some of the men's championship crews are coming into the dock. So
yes, they are. Which means we're probably going to have. I'm probably going to get you to go over and talk to some of them again. Are you going to be all right with that, or what?
Oh, I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean,
maybe.
I mean, you're not president now, so.
That's right. What do I have to do anymore? Exactly. How many people have asked me that today, Jason? What is your role here today? Well, Jason, when you find out what my role is, you let me know. But
yeah, right.
I say that in jest, right? But it is nice.
Committee member.
Team member. Immediate past president.
That's right.
But it's so nice to be able to sit back and do what we're doing here today, talk about the wonderful things that are happening.
Yes.
And how many people was I able to reconnect with here on the dock today to, who we're just so thankful that we're back here. And there's people you see, you know, I'm just looking over to the right here now. There's 2 people over there I haven't seen in like 3 years, and they keep waving to me, and I'm going to wave back now because I don't think we're actually on camera. But that's what it's all about. And I'm very interested to see who came in second and third of this race. It's too bad I can't really see the monitor very well, because I'm really interested to see how that
I think it was stake 2, but I could be wrong.
Stake 2, yeah. So that would have been Newfoundland Power, and that wouldn't surprise me. They were very close to, they came in second, of course, this morning, but Capital Home Hardware were only about a second off from them.
Yeah,
so close,
2 and 3. 2 and 3 were tight coming across the boathouse here. But it's so hard to know, because the angle that we see across is not direct. It can be tough.
No. And listen, some of these races are won in the last, 15, 20 boat lengths.
Oh,
so even once they pass us, the race can still be won, right, by somebody else. But I got to say, as we're looking at these crews here now, number one, they're exhausted. So just to pick the oars like they're doing right now.
Completely gassed.
Absolutely. And, again, I'm surprised that they're not flicking water up over one another, because it is so warm here tonight. But I can't wait to have a chat with them when they come in, because they, as I said, they've worked so hard. I know that with the changes in the boats, they were a little wary about that change, but clearly they're still doing great. No offense to Eddie Shear. I think Eddie's out on holidays now, so have fun, Eddie.
Oh yeah,
we do miss you, but
yeah, I think Eddie's fine.
Your crew did good, man. Your crew did good, and